Chapter 498. Su Yan's eyes narrowed. Killing intent surged in his heart. He hadn't expected that Duan Mulonghu would actually have the intention to make him surrender. Duan Mulonghu alone was already terrifying enough. If he had a hydralisk, it would be even more terrifying. Although Su Yan was cooperating with Duan Mulonghu, in the depths of his heart, he didn't want Duan Mulonghu to become stronger. Because if Duan Mulonghu's strength increased to a certain extent, he might become a threat to himself. This was definitely not good news. But in the end, Su Yan restrained himself. Right now, Hydralisk didn't agree, but if he directly attacked, he might force Hydralisk to lean towards Duan Mulonghu. This was something he had to consider. Of course, he was already on guard because he couldn't guarantee that Duan Mulonghu wouldn't directly kill him after the Hydralisk statue. Although he had Duan Mulonghu's soul imprint, he didn't believe that Duan Mulonghu wouldn't have a backup plan and be restricted by the soul imprint. Hydralisk stared at Duan Mulonghu. He never thought that Duan Mulonghu would persuade him to surrender at this time. This really surprised him. Moreover, Duan Mulonghu's words did indeed move his heart a little. An ancient battle technique. He had already personally witnessed how terrifying this battle technique was. This kind of power was simply terrifying. If he could obtain this battle technique, his battle strength would immediately increase by leaps and bounds. Duan Mulonghu saw the hesitation in Hydralisk's eyes. He knew that this expert in front of him was already moved by his proposal, so he continued, "What I displayed before was only the first 3 strikes. The power of this, heaven-crushing 10 strikes, is stronger than the previous. I believe that Brother Hydralisk is already moved. Of course, in addition to the heaven-crushing 10 strikes, there's also the soul-extinguishing finger. I won't hold back anything." Hydralisk finally opened his mouth. "You're right, I'm indeed moved, but I can't agree to it." When he said this, even Hydralisk felt that it was a pity. After all, the temptation of an ancient battle technique was too strong. However, although the ancient battle technique was powerful, his life was more important. Since he had joined the demon sect, how could he just leave? However, Duan Mulonghu seemed to know what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "Brother Hydralisk, are you afraid of the demonic soul oath?" The soul oath was a method of the demon sect too. The disciples who joined the demon sect had to use their own blood to swear to the demonic soul oath. If they betrayed this oath, then their fate would be miserable and they would be better off dead. There had always been many traitors in the demon sect, but none of them could escape from the soul oath. Therefore, Hydralisk didn't dare and didn't want to try. However, Duan Mulonghu's next words shocked him. "Brother Hydralisk, how can I, Duan Mulonghu, not know what you're worried about? Don't worry, I was once the crown prince of the demon sect. I can remove your soul oath." Looking at Duan Mulonghu's confident expression, Hydralisk hesitated. If he could really remove the soul oath, then it would be for the best. He would have less restrictions on his body, and he would be able to learn the ancient battle technique. However, what if Duan Mulonghu couldn't do it? Wouldn't that be a waste of his life? This was a matter of life and death. He definitely couldn't try it. However, Duan Mulonghu continued, "This generation of the demon sect vainly attempted to create a supreme demon and thus betrayed the great heavenly demon lord. However, the target of the soul oath is still the great heavenly demon lord. I am the crown prince of the demon sect. I was once bestowed with a mark by the great heavenly demon lord. Therefore, I can definitely remove the soul oath. Moreover, I won't harm you, Brother Hydralisk." As Duan Mulonghu spoke, he had already walked towards Hydralisk. He casually walked over, completely unguarded against Hydralisk's sudden attack. This was because he had already guessed that Hydralisk's heart would be moved. "Brother Su Yan, I don't think you mind if we have another powerful ally, right?" Duan Mulonghu glanced at Su Yan. Su Yan sneered in his heart, but he didn't express it. He only said, "Duan Mulonghu, since you're no longer in danger and you have a powerful ally, then Su will take his leave." Duan Mulonghu said, "Good. Brother Su Yan, be careful. I'll contact you again in the future. At that time, we'll head to 9 regions together. Su Yan nodded and left. In any case, Su Yan leaving at this time was the wisest choice. As soon as Su Yan left, Duan Wulonghu chuckled and said, "What a smart person. It's really interesting to deal with such a guy." He had to admit that Su Yan leaving at this time was really wise to the extreme. Because Su Yan had left, Duan Wulonghu wouldn't be able to do anything to him even if he wanted to. Because he had to pull out the Hydralisk's demonic soul oath, he couldn't free himself. Since the demonic soul oath hadn't been pulled out, Hydralisk wouldn't be of the same mind as him. It would be extremely difficult for them to kill Su Yan. Secondly, if Su Yan was still here, it would incite conflict. This was because it would give Duan Wulonghu and Hydralisk a dangerous signal. Hydralisk nodded and said, "Indeed, not only is he smart, he's also very dangerous." This was what Hydralisk relied on for Su Yan. Dangerous, it referred to Su Yan's extraordinary strength. Duan Wulonghu smiled faintly and said, "At least for now, he's our ally. To an ally, the stronger and smarter the better. All right, Brother Hydralisk, I'll help you clear the demonic soul oath." After Su Yan left, he returned to the Qian Cloud Alliance without stopping. He didn't pay any attention to the two people behind him because he knew that it was meaningless. There was one reason that he couldn't avoid, and that was that he needed the strength of these two people. After spending another 10 days, Su Yan finally returned to the Qian Cloud Alliance. At this time, many sects in the Qian Cloud Alliance had already left. The Heaven and Earth organization was also unprecedentedly peaceful. After all, before Su Yan went to the Arctic North, he had directly wiped out the Black Fiend Alliance. The Black Fiend Alliance didn't have any top-notch experts, and Duan Wulonghu didn't pay any attention to them. Naturally, they couldn't fight against Su Yan. After Su Yan returned, the first person he went to see was Yun Wanqing. He knew that this beautiful woman must have been worried about him during this time. To Su Yan, this was a kind of guilt. Yun Wanqing didn't notice Su Yan's arrival. After a period of recuperation, her injuries had clearly healed. Under the sunlight, her face was so beautiful. However, there was a faint trace of worry between her eyebrows. She just looked at the sky quietly, probably hoping to see Su Yan's shadow in the sky. At this moment, Su Yan only wanted to personally brush away the worry in her eyes. "Wanqing." When Su Yan's voice sounded, Yun Wanqing immediately turned around in surprise. When she saw Su Yan standing not far away from her, she still couldn't believe it. Su Yan smiled and said, "Wanqing, I'm back." These calm words were simply the most beautiful sound in the world to Yun Wanqing. She could no longer control her body and ran directly towards Su Yan. Without any hesitation, she was already attached to Su Yan's body. Su Yan opened his hands and hugged this beautiful woman into his arms, using his chest to warm her heart. The two of them didn't say anything and just enjoyed the quiet moment. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Wanqing looked up at Su Yan and said, "It's good that you came back safely." She missed him countless times, but at this moment, there was only such a simple sentence left. Su Yan was moved in his heart. Looking at Yun Wanqing's beautiful face, he lowered his head and kissed her. The two people were so immersed in love, as if they were going to forget the whole world. Many disciples of the burial sword tomb had already returned, but Master Heaven's sword still hadn't returned. This was because he was worried about Su Yan. As for the matters in the sect, the various elders were responsible for it. One must know that the Black Fiend Alliance had already been beaten so badly by Su Yan that they couldn't raise their heads. It was impossible for them to continue provoking the people of the righteous Tao, so he had nothing to worry about. Of course, Lei Wanjun was the same as Master Heaven's sword. He was also worried about Su Yan's safety. Now that Su Yan had finally returned, a huge stone was lifted from their hearts. However, when they saw Su Ya, their hearts were filled with shock. This was because at this moment, they could no longer sense how powerful Su Yan's aura was. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan walking toward him and only stuttered, "Kid, could it be that you've already reached the dragon realm?" Thinking back to when he looked down on Su Yan directly retorted, "Don't bully a young man for being poor." Looking at the current Su Yan, he probably wouldn't forget this sentence for the rest of his life. Su Yan smiled and said, "Brother Lei, how am I so abnormal? Right now, I'm still in the circumference realm, circumference 4 mountains." Master Heaven's Sword glanced at him unhappily and said, "Isn't this abnormal? Circumference 4 mountains, how long have you cultivated? You've already surpassed the 2 of us old men." Sigh, comparisons are odious. Master Heaven's Sword sighed. At the same time, he admired his own foresight. When he first saw Su Yan, he had a premonition that Su Yan would soar to the heavens. However, he didn't expect that it would be so fierce. However, this time, Su Yan was able to return safely from the Netherworld cave, and his strength had improved greatly. This made him pleasantly surprised. After all, before Su Yan set off, he didn't have much hope. It seemed like he couldn't use normal thinking to understand Su Yan. Chapter 499. Su Yan finally returned to the Monster Palace. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, Su Yan was almost never in the Monster Palace. When Su Yan stepped into the Monster Palace, there were even some disciples who didn't recognize Su Yan. After Su Yan slightly revealed his aura, these disciples thought that some powerful figure came to the Monster Palace to cause trouble, scaring them into hurriedly informing the experts in the Monster Palace. The first to come out were the brothers Rat Sang and Ratli. Ratli was worthy of being one of the top 10 experts of the Eastern Palace. At this time, his cultivation had already reached the end of the spiritual ocean realm. With an opportunity, he could directly break through and become a powerful warrior of the area. Although Rat Sang was much weaker, it could be seen that Ratli was extremely strict with his cultivation. At this time, he had already reached the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. When they saw Su Yan, they were extremely surprised and immediately greeted Su Yan. Then, under the stunned gazes of several disciples, they welcomed Su Yan in. Su Yan entered the Monster Palace. Soon, Mu Lu Shui and his old friends came one after another. Dong Qinghao also came. Back in the Divine Dragon's abyss, Dong Qinghao narrowly escaped death and almost became the flesh shell of the white-boned demon Venerable. However, he survived in the end, and at this moment, his cultivation soared rapidly, becoming a powerful warrior of the area. He played an important role in the Monster Palace, suppressing the universe. As for Mu Lu Shui, his cultivation was slightly weaker, but he was also at the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. What Su Yan didn't expect was that Lu Fei was also in the Monster Palace. However, it wasn't strange. The demonic beast bloodline in his body was already very strong. Strictly speaking, he was the same as the disciples of the Monster Palace here, possessing a demonic beast bloodline. There was nothing in the burial sword tomb that was worth staying in. It was better to bring the blood giant to live in the Monster Palace. Su Yan, come. Let's compete. Lu Fei's first reaction after seeing Su Yan was to compete with Su Yan. It was probably because the density of his bloodline had increased once again, causing his strength to become even more powerful. Thus, he was filled with confidence. Su Yan just smiled and looked at Lu Fei, who was rushing towards him. His body suddenly disappeared, and the next time he appeared, he was already behind Lu Fei. At the same time, he placed a hand on Lu Fei's shoulder. Lu Fei shuddered violently. The powerful strength bestowed upon him by the bloodline of the blood-sucking scourge burst forth. However, his powerful aura, which had already reached the realm of circumference, did not even have time to activate it before it was suppressed by Su Yan and directly dissipated. In front of Su Yan, he couldn't even use his true strength. With Su Yan's gentle pressure, countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground under his feet and then spread out into the distance. With just a light display of his hand, Su Yan had already displayed his formidable strength. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts were filled with horror. Lu Fei shouted again and again, don't do it. You must be shameless." Regarding Lu Fei's nonsense, no one was surprised. Su Yan glanced at Mu Lu Shui and then asked, "How is it? Is everything okay in the Monster Palace?" Mu Lu Shui nodded gently and then said, "With the 3 puppets you left behind, and Dong Qinghao and the others returning one after another, there naturally won't be any trouble in the Monster Palace. but Mu Lushui wanted to say something but stopped. Su Yan narrowed his eyes, and then he immediately guessed what was going on. Is it the celestial pig monster king and Luo Yaofeng? At this time, everyone in the monster palace had arrived, but these two people did not appear. Su Yan roughly guessed the reason. Although these two people had chosen to submit, they had no choice but to submit under the powerful pressure of the three puppets. At this time, Lu Fei said, "These two old things are very arrogant." A few days ago, their cultivation had broken through to the realm of circumference 2 mountains, so they did not put Xiao Shui, the acting palace master, in their eyes. When Mu Lushui heard Lu Fei call him Xiao Shui, he directly rolled his eyes. However, he also knew that Lu Fei liked to give people nicknames the most. Compared to Little Rat, Little Mouse, and so on, this was already giving him a lot of face. Dong Qinghao also said at this time, "Su Yan, this is indeed the case. These two guys' monster beast bloodlines were originally powerful. At this time, after reaching the realm of circumference 2 mountains, they are even more powerful. Although they can't do anything to us, we can't suppress them either. Now, they have the intention to rebuild their own palace." After Su Yan heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "Build their own palace? These two guys really came up with it, but since they are so noisy, I want to see what they are capable of." After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly closed his eyes and released his divine sense. In just a moment, he had already detected the location of these two old guys. "Let's go, we'll go and take a look. If these two fellows don't know what's good for them, we can only send them to the afterlife." Su Yan's voice was extremely cold. Hearing those words, everyone was a little apprehensive. Firstly, it was because of Su Yan's murderous intent. Secondly, it was because of Su Yan's confidence. He already knew that Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng had reached the realm of circumference 2 mountains, but he still said such words. This meant that Su Yan's strength was far beyond them, and he didn't put them in his eyes at all. At this moment, Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were gathered together to discuss something. "Zhu Tian, I think you have also received the news that Su Yan has returned. Isn't it a little bad if we don't go and see him?" Luo Jiaofeng asked Zhu Tian Demon King. Su Yan's return made him feel a little uneasy. However, Zhu Tian Demon King said, "See him? Is that necessary? Right now, both our cultivations have been greatly improved. Moreover, if you give me a few more days, my cultivation will be able to rise to the next level and directly reach the boundary of the 3 mountains. I'm sure you're the same. Right now, I still don't have the confidence to directly defeat those guys and the 3 puppets. As long as you and I reach the realm of circumference 2 mountains, this monster palace will still be ours." Zhu Tian Demon King sneered, then continued, "As for Su Yan, it's fine if he doesn't provoke us today. He's still the palace master of Monster Palace. Let him enjoy himself for a while. If he dares to provoke us today, then we'll go our separate ways." At this moment, the door of their palace was directly broken open, and then Su Yan's laughter came directly, "Go our separate ways? Ha ha ha, you stupid pig, you think too highly of yourself." Before he finished speaking, Su Yan was already standing in front of Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. "You two old things, I gave you a chance back then, but I didn't expect you to still want to make trouble for me. In that case, you can go to hell." Su Yan's voice was cold, and he didn't care about them at all. The celestial pig Demon King was immediately enraged because Su Yan's words were simply too arrogant. They were already at the realm of circumference 2 mountains, but Su Yan was still so rude to them. He jumped up, then pointed at Su Yan's nose and scolded with a smile, "Kid, I think you're crazy. You want us to die? Why? Is it the 3 puppets or this bunch of kids?" At that moment, his fat body was lightly trembling. Evidently, he was extremely furious. Then, his eyes began to flicker with light. Those were streaks of killing intent. "I said earlier that you'd better not provoke me, but you still came. In that case, you can go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. A strong demonic aura burst out, and the terrifying demonic aura suddenly rushed towards Su Yan. This kind of power was already extremely terrifying. Following the activation of his power, a whirlwind blew in the palace. Luo Yaofeng originally didn't want to make a move, but since Zhu Tian Demon King had already made a move, he naturally wouldn't hold back. His figure quickly flew out, and his entire body turned into a stream of light. In terms of speed, Zhu Tian Demon King was far inferior to him. The two powerhouses of Circumference 2 Mountains made a move, and the power was even stronger. Xu Sang, Ratley, and the others who hadn't reached Circumference 2 Mountains couldn't even stand and were directly blown away. Although Lu Fei, Dong Qinghao, and the others were still standing in place, they also swayed a little. The gap between the 1 mountain realm and the 2 mountain realm was fully displayed at this moment. However, Su Yan smiled coldly, then said, "You're a wild wolf, but unfortunately, you don't have the ability to do so." Luo Yaofeng had already arrived in front of him, and then an extremely powerful demonic blade suddenly slashed toward him. The power of the demonic blade combined with his speed was really an extremely terrifying killing move. An ordinary person would have probably been killed directly. However, the moment the demonic blade was about to land on Su Yan directly reached out and grabbed the demonic blade. He didn't care about the demonic aura on the demonic blade. Humph, boring. Su Yan lifted his leg and kicked Luo Yaofeng's abdomen. With a painful cry, Luo Yaofeng's entire body was sent flying at an even faster speed, and then he crashed heavily into the wall. At this moment, Su Yan didn't stop at all, and he directly blasted out a punch. Zhu Tian Demon King's punch had already gathered his momentum and stimulated his powerful bloodline power. However, the moment Su Yan punched out, an extremely powerful and dense aura immediately appeared. The moment this aura appeared, he felt as if he was facing a huge dragon. That was dragon's might. He was shocked, but before he could react, Su Yan's fist had already arrived. The two fists met directly. Chapter 500. Spare me. In the end, all that was left was these two words. He was begging for mercy because he was already afraid. The power that Su Yan displayed was so strong that it directly swept him away. In the face of such power, there was no room for luck. In the beginning, he was fearless and did not take Su Yan seriously at all. This was because he thought that he was strong enough to be lawless after reaching the boundary of the Boundary and Boundary Mountains. He could turn a blind eye to everything. He even thought that when he advanced further, he would directly take revenge and beat Su Yan to a pulp. He would regret what he had done in the past. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly displayed his absolute strength and directly crushed him and Luo Jiaofeng with his own strength. This had already shaken him to the core. Although he had long counted the increase in Su Yan's strength, he had never thought that the increase in his strength would actually be so abnormal. How could they fight such a battle? The last time Su Yan appeared, he had to rely on the power of the three great puppets to force them to compromise. However, at this moment, Su Yan had single-handedly defeated them in an instant. They knew that there was no longer any chance for them to survive. The only thing he could do was to kneel and beg for mercy. It seemed that this was the only way to give him a sense of security. Su Yan's eyes were cold as he looked straight at the two of them. Su Yan, no, Palace Master, please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. From now on, we will definitely do our best and never be disloyal. Please spare me. The celestial boar monster king no longer had his previous arrogance at this moment. At this moment, he had completely turned into a grandson, kneeling on the ground pitifully. Luo Jiaofeng was not much better. At this moment, she was also trembling, hoping that Su Yan would spare her life. She panicked and said, "Palace Master, please be magnanimous and let us go this time. We won't dare to do it again. As long as you give us another chance, we will do our best and serve you like dogs and horses. We won't dare to have any second thoughts." These two people were already at the boundary of the two mountains. Even in the entire Qian Cloud Alliance, there were only a few people who could firmly suppress them. In the entire 5 counties, they were already top-notch experts. However, in order to survive, they no longer had the slightest bit of dignity. They knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. However, there was no change in Su Yan's eyes. He just sneered and said, "It's too late to beg for mercy now." As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped down with his palm. Although the celestial pig demon king was begging for mercy, he clearly didn't want to sit still and wait for death. When Su Yan directly attacked, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. However, when Su Yan's palm came down, he couldn't care less anymore. He directly used his most powerful strength and fiercely clashed with Su Yan's palm again. Under the will to live, even if the bones in one of his arms were shattered, he couldn't care less and directly attacked with all his might. However, he wasn't a match for Su Yan before, so how could he be a match for him now? Before his palm could even get close to Su Yan's palm, he was already blown away by an extremely terrifying gust of wind. Su Yan's eyes didn't change as he stared straight at him. "Celestial pig, Luo Jiaofeng, I don't have the time to play these games with you now. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish so that you won't cause trouble behind my back." His eyes were even colder, and his killing intent was even stronger. At this moment, not only Luo Jiaofeng and the celestial pig demon king, but also everyone else felt afraid. Su Yan was acquainted with everyone. Although he was never a sloppy person, he had never displayed such a dense murderous aura. This Su Yan made them feel fear and respect. In their hearts, they knew that this was what a real monster palace master should be like. At this moment, he was even stronger than the princess of Chu back then. The fear in Luo Jiaofeng and the celestial pig demon king's eyes had completely disappeared and was replaced by determination. At this moment, they had become desperados. "Fight!" The two of them roared almost at the same time. However, the moment they were about to attack, a scarlet sword light directly swept past in front of them. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, "One sword to settle the universe." With Su Yan's current realm, it was unknown how terrifying a powerful sword move like one sword to settle the universe was. Not to mention them, even ordinary powerhouses in the dragon realm would find it difficult to resist. They only felt that their movements seemed to have been frozen. It was also as if the time around them had directly stopped at this moment. When they came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that there was a streak of blood on their necks. A scorching pain was released from this blood-red color and then quickly spread throughout the heavenly demon's body. In the end, the two of them finally lost consciousness. Plop. Plop. Two sounds were heard. The two monster palace masters, who were once insufferably arrogant, died just like that. There was not even a trace of breath left. This battle had started so suddenly and ended so suddenly as well. Everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. Lu Fei, in particular, had wanted to directly challenge Su Yan to show off his rapid improvement during this period of time. However, at this moment, it seemed that the distance between him and Su Yan had not only not narrowed, but was also getting farther and farther. "Pervert, Su Yan, you are simply a pervert," Lu Fei said helplessly. However, this was not just his thought. At this moment, Su Yan had truly shown his unparalleled side. At this point, everyone was afraid of Su Yan to the extreme. Mu Lushui, arrange for people to deal with these two people. In addition, directly eliminate the forces that belong to them, Su Yan said lightly. His words were still very polite, but at this moment, Mu Lushui felt a sense of reverence from the bottom of his heart. This was because the current Su Yan was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that he was simply unparalleled. Facing such a Su Yan, he did not dare to say anything to refute. He only said, "Yes, Palace Master, I will take care of everything." Naturally, Su Yan could see that Mu Lushui was in awe of him, but he did not say anything because he knew very well in his heart. The gap in strength between the two of them had been completely widened, so their status had quietly changed. Moreover, as time passed, this gap would only grow bigger and bigger. It was meaningless to try to bridge this gap. Therefore, he did not say much and continued to say to everyone, "This time, I returned to the monster palace mainly for the ancient divine tree. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qinghao immediately asked in surprise, "Palace Master, have you already obtained the other two divine items?" In the monster palace, the real Holy Land was actually the ancient divine tree. According to ancient legends, the most important inheritance of the supreme demon lineage was in the ancient divine tree. However, until now, the four divine items were difficult to find. It had been several generations since anyone had been able to enter the monster palace. But he did not expect that Su Yan actually found these four great divine objects. Su Yan nodded and then said, "This time, I have indeed found the Buddha golden silkworm and the frost mysterious iron. In addition to the Milky Way tortoise shell from Murong Fu and the spring and autumn tree that I originally obtained, the four divine items have finally been gathered. I will go in and explore first. If I confirm that it is safe, then I will let you in." Regarding this, no one had any objections. If it was in the past, everyone would be worried about Su Yan's safety and want to go in with Su Yan. However, as Su Yan displayed such powerful strength, everyone already knew that the gap between them and Su Yan was already unimaginable. If even Su Yan was in any danger, then they would not be of any use if they entered. On the contrary, they would only be a burden. Therefore, they had no objections to Su Yan's words at all. "All of you can leave first. I want to be alone for a while." Looking at Su Yan's solemn face, everyone left. Su Yan sighed. He walked out of the monster palace and then went to the place where he first met Chu Linger. The scene of him meeting Chu Linger was still vivid in his mind, but at this moment, Chu Linger had disappeared. She had been taken away by the beauty of love. Su Yan knew nothing about this mysterious beauty of love, but he knew that he had to bring Chu Linger back. If he remembered correctly, they seemed to be in the 9 states. Lu Lan, Chu Linger, and now his cousin Su Tian. It seemed that he had to go to the 9 states. However, the 9 states was far more dangerous than here. This was because there were more experts there. According to what Su Yan knew, the spiritual energy between the 9 states and the 5 counties could not be compared. Therefore, the 9 states had more experts than the 5 counties. He could not forget the scene of that guy from the Devil sect breaking into the monster palace and taking Lu Lan away. If he met that guy this time, Su Yan would definitely not show mercy. He would directly kill him. At this moment, the light in his eyes flickered again. He finally put away all his thoughts and then headed towards the ancient god tree. In the secret realm deep in the mountains of the monster palace, the ancient god tree was quietly growing. This ancient god tree did not seem to be any different from an ordinary ancient tree. However, Su Yan knew that this ancient god tree hid a great secret. It was the most fundamental existence of the supreme demon lineage. Chapter 501. As Su Yan's spirit chi seeped in, the ordinary 10,000 demons ancient tree began to emit an extremely weak glow. Within this weak glow, one could vaguely see 4 patterns. It was obvious that these were the grooves that contained the 4 great divine items. Each of these 4 items was extremely precious. Putting everything else aside, just the frost meteoric iron alone was enough to catch the eye of the frost wyrm. She wanted to extract the ancient frost aura from it to increase her cultivation by 1 level. That alone was enough to show how precious this item was. The Buddha golden silkworm that devoured souls and bathed in the light of the sun and moon was even more precious. There was also the milky tortoise shell and the spring-autumn ancient tree, which had their own precious points. Not to mention 4 of them, even one of them would be extremely precious. However, at this moment, Su Yan finally gathered all 4 divine items after paying a huge price. He took out the 4 divine items one by one. Among them, the most special one was the frost meteoric iron. Su Yan placed the frost meteoric iron in the red parting sword case. If not for the fact that the red parting sword case was extremely warm and burning like a flame, it would have been very difficult for Su Yan to bring it back. One could imagine how cold it was to catch the eye of the frost dragon. At this moment, the frost meteoric iron left the red parting sword case, and the powerful cold was immediately suppressed. In an instant, cold air spread. The cold air drifted, and even Su Yan felt a chill. However, at this moment, a ray of light was suddenly released from the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. This ray of brilliance was like a piece of clothing, wrapping around the profound ice-cold iron. Even the red parting sword case could only suppress the cold air with its blazing power. However, the appearance of this ray of light stopped the cold air from dissipating. At the same time, another 3 rays of light appeared. Just like before, they wrapped around the 3 great divine items. The 4 divine items were supported by the light emitted by the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. At that very moment, the brilliance within grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it actually directly soared into the sky, engulfing everything in its path. Su Yan was directly enveloped by this ray of light. However, at this time, Su Yan did not move at all. He just quietly watched the light become stronger and stronger. In the end, the light completely engulfed Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's figure suddenly shrunk, and then he actually vanished into thin air. This was simply unimaginable. As for the person involved, Su Yan didn't even know what was happening at this time. He just watched the changes. When he came back to his senses, Su Yan immediately realized that he was no longer in the same place. He looked around and found himself in an extremely mysterious place. This place was like a cave, but also like a tree hole. This tree hole was very large, almost the size of a stadium. Moreover, this tree hole did not have the slightest bit of a gloomy, damp, or cold feeling. Instead, it was filled with a green luster. In the tree hole, the sound of flowing water could even be heard. Su Yan looked in the direction of the sound and finally found that the green luster was actually emitted from the water. This spring water was unknown, but it emitted a strange fragrance. Just by smelling it, Su Yan felt that his whole body was floating, and it was indescribably comfortable. Su Yan walked in front of the spirit spring and then wanted to drink this magical spring water. Then, at this moment, a dense light gathered directly in the spring water, as if countless fireflies had gathered directly. This kind of hazy beauty was intoxicating. In the end, this beautiful flame actually turned into a human figure. After so many years, someone has finally found these 4 divine objects. That figure actually opened his mouth to speak. Her voice was very beautiful. When her voice entered one's ears, one would not hesitate to believe that this was the most beautiful voice one had ever heard in one's life. Su Yan did not act rashly. He stayed where he was and asked, "What kind of existence are you? Why are you here?" The person looked at Su Yan and was silent for a while. Finally, she sighed and said, "Me? I'm the tree spirit of the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. From the moment I was born, I appeared in this 10,000 demons' ancient tree. It's just that due to the battle a long time ago, the 10,000 demons' ancient tree's foundation was damaged and can directly become an ordinary sapling to survive. Fortunately, you found the 4 divine items. With these 4 divine items, the 10,000 demons' ancient tree can gradually recover." Her beautiful voice fell, making people feel very reluctant to part with her. However, Su Yan's determination had become extremely firm. He would not be lost in these words. He asked directly, "What is the significance of the 10,000 demons' ancient tree to the monster palace? Is it because of this spirit spring? Why has the monster palace always treated the 10,000 demons' ancient tree as a sacred tree?" This was what Su Yan did not understand. The monster palace had been passed down from generation to generation. The 10,000 demons' ancient tree was very important to the monster palace. Almost everyone in the monster palace treated this tree as their religion. Su Yan had secretly studied it before. This was not a belief that was instilled. It was as if this belief had been imprinted in the souls of these disciples since they were born. The beautiful elf said, "You should know that the supreme demons have the bloodline of monsters, but they have the bodies of humans. Therefore, strictly speaking, they are not humans, nor can they be considered monsters. It is precisely because of this that the supreme demons were not tolerated by humans and monsters in ancient times. It was the 10,000 demons' ancient tree that protected them." The elf's short sentence had already explained Su Yan's doubts clearly. However, Su Yan frowned and did not say anything. The elf continued, the 10,000 demons ancient tree should be called the Supreme Demon Ancient Tree. Back then, it was one of the most powerful existences in this world, on par with the great celestial devil lord and the others. However, in order to protect these people, it died in battle. Then, its body turned into an ancient tree. The people it protected were grateful for its kindness and called themselves the Supreme Demons from then on. Later on, more and more people believed in it. The Supreme Demon Ancient Tree was already known as the protection of all demons. Therefore, it was unknown when it was called the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree. Su Yan listened quietly and said, I see. However, the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree is not just a matter of belief for the Supreme Demons, right? The elf nodded and said, You're right. Belief is one part of it. The other part is power. Under the protection of the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree, the Supreme Demons can completely awaken their bloodline and become peerless experts. The Monster Palace was extremely powerful back then. Unfortunately, the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree was heavily damaged, so the bloodline awakening power disappeared. I can feel that the people in the Monster Palace are not very strong now. Of course, you're an exception. Perhaps you're not from the Supreme Demons Ancient Tree. I see. The fairy nodded and said, You should have seen the green liquid. This is a kind of spirit spring. In ancient times, the Supreme Demon clan called it the Demon's Summoning Spring. It can gradually awaken the bloodline power in the Supreme Demon clan, but it won't trigger the demon nature. This green liquid is the life essence of the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree. When its life force was still very strong, it used its roots to penetrate the earth and nourish the Supreme Demons Ancient Tree. Su Yan thought for a moment and asked, So you're saying that this liquid can awaken the bloodline power? The elf said with certainty, Of course. However, this spirit liquid is very domineering. Those who aren't very talented and don't have high cultivation can't directly be baptized by this spirit liquid. They still need to accept it subtly. That's the best way. Su Yan nodded. This was normal. If one could directly use this spirit liquid to grow, then wouldn't everyone in the Supreme Demon's Ancient Tree become an expert in an instant? However, Su Yan grasped the point in her words and asked, Elf, if I want to increase my strength in a short time, do you think it's possible? The elf sighed and said, Your bloodline and talent are already very strong. You don't need to do this at all. As long as you do it step by step, you will definitely become an extremely powerful figure. Since she was an elf born from the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree, her vision was naturally extraordinary. She could see Su Yan's strength at a glance. Su Yan shook his head and said, I don't have the right time. Therefore, I need to become stronger in a short time. If it was only in the 5 counties, his strength was about the same. However, the 5 counties was just a cage that was separated. The experts here could not compete with the people in the 9 provinces. Last time, Su Yan fought with Sheng Wansheng, who took Su Tian away. Although they did not fight, Sheng Wansheng's words, in a battle of life and death, I can escape unscathed, still remained in Su Yan's mind. Sheng Wansheng was very strong. Even at this moment, he didn't feel that he had absolute confidence in defeating him. Moreover, whether it was Hydralisk or Duan Wulonghu, both of them were threatening characters. And now that they had joined forces, they were even more terrifying. Cooperating with such a person was definitely like asking a tiger for its skin. If he did not have enough strength, he might not even know how he died. Therefore, until now, Su Yan's thirst for strength had reached an extremely strong level. Chapter 502. With regards to this point, Su Yan was naturally aware of it. The demonic beast blood in his body was naturally powerful. After all, it was the demonic dragon blood created from the great demonic dragon's heart. Every time the demonic dragon blood flared up, it would erupt with extremely powerful energy. At the same time, it would be terrifyingly invasive. If he didn't have the pagoda golden lotus, he probably wouldn't try it no matter how desperate he was for strength. After all, it was simply a matter of playing with his life. But now, he had the ability to fight. Su Yan didn't hesitate for long and directly said, I know what I'm doing. Naturally, there's some hope for me to make such a choice. The female elf didn't stop him and instead said, "You're the one who awakened the myriad demon ancient tree. Don't worry, I'll do my best to control the power of the demon's summoning spring and help you not be controlled by the demonic blood in your body." Su Yan nodded and said, "All right, let's begin." The female elf said, "First, take off your clothes and then step into the spring." Su Yan was startled at first, but then he couldn't care about anything else and directly took off all his clothes in front of the female elf. The female elf wasn't human, so she turned a blind eye to all of this. She continued, "The first step after stepping into the demon's summoning spring is the most important, and that's to remember that you're a human and not a demon. I don't mind telling you that according to my memories, there was once a genius from the Supreme Demon clan who entered the demon's summoning spring for the sake of a great war. Unfortunately, he failed and became a ferocious demonic beast before he was killed in the end." The female elf solemnly reminded him. Su Yan nodded his head and stepped into the emerald green spirit spring. The water of the spirit spring was very clear, revealing a slight chill. Soon, Su Yan's entire body sank into the demon's summoning spring. At this moment, the demon's summoning spring shone brightly. Su Yan immediately felt the change. He could feel as if there was a flame burning in his body. Gradually, he heard a series of roaring sounds coming from beside his ears. It was the roar of a dragon. The demonic dragon's bloodline had been awakened. His expression was solemn, and his entire person became incomparably cold. The power of the demonic dragon bloodline was far beyond his imagination. Such power was terrifying. These countless dragon roars seemed to be calling for him to quickly transform into a demonic dragon. Su Yan finally understood why the female elf had told him to remember that he was a human. That's right, if he didn't stick to his heart at the very beginning, then when the dragon roar burst out, his emotions might be affected and he would forget that he was a human. However, it was not that easy for these dragon roars to influence Su Yan's mind. After all, it wasn't as if Su Yan hadn't experienced the demon dragon's heart's rampage and the dragon blood flooding his body. Therefore, he immediately activated the regal sword mantra and the Buddha's boundless technique at this moment. These two incantations were both top-notch and powerful, and at the same time, they were hidden in his soul. The Buddha's boundless technique was the most powerful incantation of the Buddhist sect in the past. It used the Buddha's will to suppress the soul. The regal sword mantra was even more mysterious. Not only did it bring his soul through the world, allowing him to come back from the dead, but it also repeatedly displayed its miraculous power, allowing him to escape from death. At this moment, the two incantations were activated at the same time. Immediately, an unbelievable light appeared around his body. His entire person looked incomparably divine. The female elf looked at Su Yan's current appearance and was incomparably shocked. Then she said, "This person is amazing. He actually has such a mysterious and unfathomable power. Perhaps he can really suppress the ferocious nature of his bloodline and succeed." Previously, there was something she didn't say to Su Yan. That was, no one from the Supreme Demon lineage could withstand the direct impact of the demon's summoning spring. Of course, she didn't mean to harm Su Yan. It was because she saw the determination in Su Yan's eyes. She knew that even if she said it, it would be useless. That was why she said that she would use her power to help Su Yan. However, at this moment, it seemed that Su Yan didn't need her help for the time being. At this moment, a red light gradually flickered in Su Yan's body. Vaguely, a terrifying dragon's roar started to sound. Previously, it was only a voice that appeared in Su Yan's mind. However, at this moment, this dragon's roar was already real. Following the dragon's roar, the demon's summoning spring started to boil. The female elf stood on the surface of the water. Her beautiful and elegant jade-like feet tapped lightly, and a ripple spread out directly. As this ripple spread out, it quickly calmed down the turbulent demon's summoning spring. The dragon's blood has finally started to erupt. She knew that Su Yan had already survived the first stage. However, an even more difficult test was about to come. The red light that had just appeared suddenly exploded at this moment. Even the demon's summoning spring was directly pushed away. Then, that powerful force rolled and boiled. In the end, even the female elf couldn't stand on the water surface. She retreated far away and then looked at Su Yan warily. This force was really too powerful. She was worried that Su Yan couldn't hold on anymore. As long as Su Yan made any strange movements, she would attack. If she could suppress the bloodline power, then so be it. If she couldn't, then she could only kill him. At this moment, as the red light grew stronger, a terrifying dragon's shadow appeared. In fact, the dragon's shadow itself wasn't very strong. The entire dragon's shadow was less than half a meter long. If one only looked at its appearance, then not only was this little dragon not ferocious, it was even a little cute. However, the demonic aura emanating from its body was really too powerful. That kind of terrifying aura was simply frightening. The female elf immediately exclaimed, "The great demonic dragon, it's actually the great demonic dragon." The female elf was born after the ancient powerhouse Supreme Yao died and turned into an ancient tree. She knew a lot of things. Of course, she knew about powerhouses like the great demonic dragon. It was a powerful existence that even Supreme Yao found difficult to deal with when he was alive. It should even be said that he was an ancient taboo. From the beginning, she faintly sensed that the demonic beast blood in Su Yan's body was very powerful and even terrifying. However, she didn't expect it to be the blood of the great demonic dragon. At this moment, she no longer had any confidence that Su Yan could suppress the great demonic dragon. Not for anything else, but just the name of the great demonic dragon could be said to be invincible. At this moment, she gently waved her hand. In this tree hole, countless wandering green lights began to gather toward her palm. In the end, it turned into a green spear. On this spear, there were very exquisite carvings. These carvings weren't just for beauty, but for more powerful power. These mysterious carvings could gather powerful spiritual power. When the spear attacked, it would directly explode with terrifying power, directly increasing its power. However, although she had the spear in her hand, she still didn't directly attack. Although the name of the great demonic dragon made her feel afraid, for some reason, she still had hope for Su Yan. Perhaps it was because Su Yan had found and gathered the 4 divine items, allowing the ancient tree of 10,000 demons to be rejuvenated. At the same time, she also woke up. Or perhaps it was because the light that shone outside Su Yan's body at the beginning was too powerful and mysterious. In short, she was still willing to give Su Yan a chance. Gradually, the power in Su Yan's body became stronger and stronger. The battle between the 2 divine lights and the blood-colored light that appeared earlier also became more terrifying. The mini blood-colored dragon seemed to have been completely enraged. It kept dancing wildly, and at the same time, a great dragon's aura spread out. The powerful force directly filled the entire tree hole of the dragon's sword. Su Yan's body had become extremely hot at this time. Any liquid that approached would instantly evaporate. A powerful aura vortex kept sweeping around him, as if it was going to shatter everything. The power of his bloodline had become even stronger. His body was originally muscular, but at this moment, it had become even more powerful and terrifying. If one looked carefully, there were clearly very fine scales on his skin, just like the scales of a snake. The female elf saw it clearly. She finally sighed and said, "Finally, you can't hold on anymore. Are you going to turn into a demonic dragon?" The geniuses in the past were also like this. They couldn't suppress the power of demonic beasts, and their bodies began to turn into demonic beasts. When they finally woke up, they directly became demonic beasts and completely lost themselves. Seeing Su Yan at this time, she sighed, knowing that her hope had been dashed in the end. That's right. No matter how powerful a person is, how can they fight against the great demonic dragon? Since that's the case, instead of letting you turn into a demonic beast, it's better to let me end you. I'm sure you won't hate me because of this. The patterns on this spear flickered directly, and then an extremely powerful and terrifying aura suddenly surged. The terrifying power rose like a bolt of lightning. Die. After saying those 2 words helplessly, the long spear was thrown out. The power of this spear was enough to penetrate a dragon realm powerhouse. However, at this moment, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a scarlet light. The green light shuttled through like lightning, but he directly stretched out his hand. It was also at that moment that the powerful aura once again exploded. The spear that could easily penetrate a dragon realm powerhouse was actually directly caught by Su Yan with his bare hands. Impossible. The female elf's heart was filled with fear, and she was extremely wary of Su Yan. No, it should be said that she was extremely wary of the great demonic dragon. Walala. Su Yan stood up naked from the demon summoning spring. Chapter 503. The female elf stared at Su Yan, dumbfounded. She didn't know what to do. Because she couldn't be sure whether Su Yan was infected by the great demonic dragon's blood or not. If he was, then why did he say such words? If he wasn't, then how could his strength be so strong? This was beyond common sense. Su Yan was still in deep thought. He was recalling everything he had experienced before. It was indeed very dangerous just now. The demonic dragon's blood went berserk, and a powerful force fiercely attacked his body. The powerful force almost completely drowned him. However, his initial thoughts weren't wrong. He directly operated the regal sword scripture and Buddha's boundless technique. The two mysterious techniques directly suppressed his soul, preventing any changes to it. The power of the great demonic dragon's blood was indeed very strong, but it couldn't break through the suppression of these two powers. Later, Su Yan even awakened the soul-subduing seal and the mysterious ninth-grade golden lotus in his body. Under the suppression of such power, even the demonic dragon's blood was finally suppressed, and was finally subdued by Su Yan. This time, subduing the demonic dragon's blood not only allowed his strength to rapidly increase, but also allowed him to obtain many combat skills hidden in the blood. For example, demonic dragon wings. It was a method to directly transform one's aura into a pair of wings, allowing one to fly at high speed. Su Yan's sword dragon was indeed powerful. It allowed Su Yan to travel long distances and save his strength. However, as his strength increased, the sword dragon's role in battle became smaller and smaller. Perhaps if he fought against a powerhouse like Hydralisk now, the sword dragon would become a burden. However, the demonic dragon wings was different. In actual combat, Su Yan could not only obtain terrifying speed. At the same time, it also had extremely powerful mobility, allowing it to control its own body at will. More importantly, the demonic dragon's wings possessed a terrifying killing power. It was a godly skill in a battle. Of course, the battle skills he had obtained were not limited to this. For example, the demonic dragon's scales, the death dragon's claw, and so on. These would require him to properly comprehend and seriously study them in his free time. The power of these battle skills was definitely not below the two great battle skills imparted by the heavenly demon. However, it was interesting to think about it. He was clearly the successor of the Buddhist sect and had cultivated the Buddha's boundless technique, but he had not obtained the powerful battle techniques of the Buddhist sect. Of course, Su Yan did not take it to heart. At this moment, the female elf's voice sounded, "Did you succeed or not? Or are you saying that you're already a monster now?" Her words were filled with incomparable solemnity. At the same time, the spear appeared in her hand once again. Vaguely, the spear was already aimed at Su Yan. Once Su Yan made the slightest move, the spear would come for him again. Furthermore, the power gathered this time was even stronger than the previous attack. After being interrupted by this voice, Su Yan turned around and said, "Don't do it. I'm Su Yan, not the demonic dragon." The demonic dragon battle skill was so powerful that he actually forgot about being attacked by the female elf. He placed the spear in his hand on the ground and exhaled lightly. At this moment, the layer of fine dragon scales on his body disappeared. He knew the source of the female elf's misunderstanding, so he said, "Don't worry, I've already endured it. The dragon scales just now were just a battle skill I obtained from my bloodline." Su Yan explained to the female elf. The female elf's gaze was fixed on Su Yan. This was because even if Su Yan did not show any abnormalities, she was still worried. This was because the strength of the great demonic dragon was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. With such powerful strength, such a taboo existence, it would not be too much to ask for any abnormalities. Su Yan could understand, so he said, "Since you know about the great demonic dragon, you should have heard of the Stupa sect. Not only am I the palace master of the Monster Palace, but I'm also the successor of the Stupa sect. My body contains the Stupa sect's treasure that suppresses the demonic dragon's bloodline." After Su Yan finished speaking, he released the Stupa golden chi. The Stupa golden chi was neutral, which was the complete opposite of the demonic dragon's aura. If Su Yan had been controlled by the great demonic dragon's bloodline, he definitely would not have been able to release such pure Stupa golden chi. Of course, it was fortunate that the female elf knew about the Stupa sect. She heaved a sigh of relief, then dispersed the spear in her hand, and finally said, "I didn't expect you to have obtained the Stupa sect's inheritance and possess such pure Stupa golden chi. No wonder you have the confidence to enter the demon's summoning spring." At this moment, Su Yan had already retracted his strength. At this moment, after activating the demonic dragon's bloodline power and successfully suppressing it, Su Yan became even more reserved. If the female elf had not seen Su Yan's extremely powerful and terrifying strength with her own eyes, she definitely would not have believed that Su Yan was someone who could easily kill a dragon realm powerhouse. The female elf then said, "Looks like you're really a man of destiny, to be able to create such a miracle. Now that the 10,000 demon ancient tree has absorbed the 4 divine items, it has regained its vitality. As time passes, within the range of its roots, the supreme demon bloodline will gradually awaken. Of course, if there are strong seedlings, you can also give them the demon's summoning spring spiritual liquid." As she spoke, the female elf extended her hand. There were already a few sparkling water droplets in her hand. However, these water droplets had already condensed into pearls, which turned into dark green pearls. This is the crystallization of the demon's summoning spring. It can also activate and awaken bloodline power, but it's much gentler. As long as one's strength and realm are enough, there's almost no danger. Of course, the effect is definitely not comparable to directly stepping into the demon's summoning spring. The female elf handed this item to Su Yan. Su Yan said, "Okay, I'll pass this on to the outstanding disciples of the Monster Palace." The female elf nodded and continued, "Right now, I've only just woken up, and you've borrowed the power of the demon's summoning spring, so I'll fall into a short slumber again. You should leave first. Don't worry, as long as nothing big happens, the Monster Palace will definitely become stronger and stronger." Su Yan thanked her and then left the 10,000 demon ancient tree. The light flashed again, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in the outside world. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over, and the entire 10,000 demon ancient tree began to shake. Su Yan looked at this seemingly ordinary ancient tree and smiled softly. At this moment, the 10,000 demon ancient tree clearly had an additional aura of life. He knew that the female elf was right. The 10,000 demon ancient tree would definitely regain its vitality and drive the development of the Monster Palace. Back then, he had taken over this heavy responsibility from the Princess of Chu. Although he had not retreated or compromised due to his youthful ambition, he still had no confidence in the end. However, now, he seemed to have finally seen the dawn of the Monster Palace's glory. Su Yan returned to the main hall and gathered Mu Lushui and the others at the same time. He told everyone the news of the 10,000 demon ancient tree's revival. Upon hearing this news, everyone was shocked. After all, the true rise of the supreme demon lineage definitely did not rely on a single person, but on the strength of the entire race. Everyone was like a dragon, and this world was difficult to bully. Now, Su Yan had finally found this hope for them, allowing them to see a beautiful tomorrow. Su Yan looked around at everyone and then said, "No one can leak this news. Otherwise, it will bring unnecessary trouble to the Monster Palace. I think everyone knows this in their hearts." The people here were all people that Su Yan trusted. Hence, he directly informed everyone of this news. However, he understood that once this news was leaked, it would definitely cause some people to have strange thoughts. Not to mention other things, the Devil's sect would probably be the first to be unable to sit still. Now that Su Yan was about to set off to the 9 provinces, he did not want to have an unforeseen event. Then, Su Yan said again, I obtained some crystals from the 10,000 demon ancient tree. They are formed from precious spiritual liquid. They are enough to stimulate and improve your bloodline power, and your cultivation will improve. I'm about to set off to the 9 provinces. Whether I can return safely is uncertain. Therefore, the monster palace will rely on you in the future. Seeing how solemn Su Yan was, everyone's mood was solemn. Mu Lushui said, Su Yan, don't worry. Although I, Mu Lushui, am not a genius on the path of cultivation, I will definitely take care of the monster palace. Su Yan nodded and smiled. He knew Mu Lushui's ability, and his cultivation was actually not bad. In fact, Su Yan knew that compared to himself, Mu Lushui was more suitable to be the palace master of the monster palace. Senior brother Mu Lushui, I know your ability. From today onwards, you are the palace master of the monster palace. Don't refuse. First of all, your ability is obvious to everyone. Second of all, I have my own reasons. Su Yan organized Mu Lushui's words, and then he looked at everyone. Senior brothers, you are all the elders of the monster palace. It's all up to you here. Dong Qinghao said with a smile, don't worry. As long as we are alive, we won't let anything happen to the monster palace. It's just that Princess Chu's vision was really sharp. Her courage is really admirable. Dong Qinghao wanted to compete for the position of the monster palace's palace master. After learning that Princess Chu had passed the position of palace master to Su Yan, he even thought that she was crazy. After all, Su Yan's cultivation at that time was really not enough. However, things were unpredictable. Who would have thought that Su Yan's strength would increase so quickly? He was simply a peerless monster. Everyone smiled bitterly. At this moment, Lu Fei suddenly laughed and said, Su Yan, if you want to go to the 9 provinces, why don't you take me with you? Don't worry, I will definitely become your golden fighter. Chapter 504. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but not long after Su Yan finished explaining everything, Duan Wulonghu sent him a message through the soul imprint. Su Yan directly inserted his spiritual energy, and Duan Wulonghu's image appeared in front of him. Just by looking at his complexion, Duan Wulonghu's condition had probably improved a lot during this period of time. It seemed that while Su Yan was thinking of ways to improve himself, Duan Wulonghu wasn't idle either. Of course, Su Yan had already expected this result. If Duan Wulonghu was wasting his time, Su Yan would find it very strange. After seeing Su Yan, Duan Wulonghu laughed, hee, brother Su Yan, your complexion looks good. You must have had a good time. Su Yan didn't care about Duan Wulonghu's opening. He only said indifferently, Duan Wulonghu, there's no need to waste time talking nonsense. Why did you contact me this time? With the help of the Hydralisks, there shouldn't be any trouble with the Devil's sect for the time being. Could it be that we can leave for the 9 regions? Duan Wulonghu nodded, then said, Brother Su Yan is indeed wise. That's right, it's time to leave for the 9 regions. There's a huge strait between the 5 regions and the 9 regions. Even venerables can't easily cross it. We must have a huge warship. It's just that with the current strength of the 5 regions, there isn't a single faction that has the ability to create such a huge warship. Thus, the 9 regions has always held the initiative between the 5 regions and the 9 regions. This time, the Hydralisks told me that a huge warship is about to arrive. When the time comes, we can ride on this huge warship and return. Su Yan quietly listened to Duan Wulonghu, then asked, why, is it the Devil Sect's warship? Duan Wulonghu shook his head, then said, wrong, it's not the Devil Sect's warship. It's the Taihang Sword Faction's warship. I think that brother Su Yan might have heard of this name. Hearing this name, Su Yan sneered in his heart. Not only had he heard of it, he even had a history with it. Su Yan would never forget the name Wang Han. Wang Han almost killed him. If it wasn't for Yunhe's appearance, Su Yan's name. Of course, the Qilin account was also had to be remembered. But he didn't reveal his thoughts, he said, the Tai-Hang sword factions? I've never met them before. But how should we get on the ship? I don't think it's easy to get on a warship like this, right? Duan Mulonghu smiled and said, Brother Su Yan, don't worry. I've already arranged everything. When the time comes, you and I just need to get on the ship. Oh right, there's still about 10 days before they depart. But in order to avoid any mishaps, it's better for Brother Su Yan to come early. Soon, the two sides finished communicating. Su Yan's eyes flashed. His heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Were they finally going to leave for the 9 regions? Even he, at this moment, was trembling slightly. Of course, this wasn't a fear of living, but a yearning in his heart. He wanted to see what kind of outstanding people the 9 regions had. Of course, the most important thing for him was to rescue Lu Lan and find Shu Linger. But at this moment, he still had a lot of regrets in his heart. For example, Lin Hualu. There were still 10 days before the ship left. But counting the earlier time, there was still about 7 days left. Duan Mulonghu was also a good schemer. Even if Su Yan wanted to get to the estuary, it would take 6 or 7 days. Even if he wanted to make any preparations, it would probably be too late. In this way, Su Yan could only rely on Duan Mulonghu for many things. Su Yan didn't delay any longer. He directly summoned the sword dragon and flew into the distance. The demonic dragon wings were naturally powerful. It could display a terrifying power in battle. But if it was used to travel, it would be too extravagant. After all, the consumption of spiritual energy had reached a terrifying level. 7 days later, Su Yan once again appeared at the estuary of the East Sea. Not long ago, Su Yan came here. At that time, Shengguan Sheng of the Devil's Sect took Su Tian away. But Su Yan couldn't do anything because he didn't have the slightest confidence that he could take Su Tian away safely. However, things were different now. If he were to encounter Shengguan Sheng again this time, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was still at the 2nd layer mountain range. After being strengthened by the dragon blood, his control of his own aura had reached an extremely powerful level. He was confident that even Duan Mulonghu wouldn't be able to sense his true cultivation. Duan Mulonghu came as promised. Behind him was a shadow. It was the Hydralisk. The Hydralisk's gaze fell on Su Yan. Its eyes flickered with a dangerous light. Obviously, this person had a strong killing intent towards Su Yan. If there was a suitable opportunity, he would make a move and kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid of him. Moreover, even if the Hydralisk was powerful, he was now following Duan Mulonghu. Su Yan didn't need to talk to him. Duan Mulonghu was the first to break the silence. Brother Su Yan is indeed a trustworthy person. Fortunately, Brother Su Yan is here today. Otherwise, we would be in a mess. Su Yan asked, why is that? Duan Mulonghu said, according to what I said, the Tai-Hang sword faction came to the 5 regions to search for a rare material to forge a sword. It seems that they have already found it, so they have to hurry back to the sect. Oh right, Brother Su Yan, this time I arranged for you to be an errand boy. This is the only way to sneak in. I'll have to trouble Brother Su Yan. Su Yan sneered in his heart, then said, that's fine. The next day, the 3 of them finally stepped into the huge warship. This was Su Yan's first time riding on a warship in this world. He had to admit that this world of spiritual energy was really mysterious. This warship was huge. Although it couldn't be compared to the aircraft carriers in his previous world, it was still huge. The hull was covered with a layer of iron. This iron was obviously not ordinary iron, but an extremely special metal. It was extremely tough and light. This huge warship belonged to the Tai-Hang sword faction. On the mast, the Tai-Hang sword faction's flag fluttered high. Since Su Yan was an errand boy, he naturally had to carry goods. However, these were all small matters, so Su Yan didn't care. He obediently carried out his duties as an errand boy. In the warship's loft, Duan Mulonghu sat in a private room. looking at the busy Su Yan, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. At this time, Hydralisk finally opened his mouth. Young master, although this Su Yan's battle strength is tyrannical, in the end, he's only in the boundary. How can he help you? Why did young master even give your soul imprint to him? He had been holding back this question for a long time. Today, he finally couldn't hold it back anymore and directly asked. Duanmu Longhu smiled, then said, Hydralisk, I know that you're naturally incomparably strong, but you shouldn't underestimate this ally of ours. He was able to rise up from nothing and then walk step by step to where he is today. How can he be incompetent? Speaking until here, he paused for a moment, then continued, moreover, how do you know that this is his full strength? Hydralisk narrowed his eyes, then said, Hydralisk, don't talk about other things, but I still have a good eye for people. If he's hiding his strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to hide it from my glasses. Hydralisk was indeed qualified to say such words. He was able to become a famous assassin in the world of the 9 provinces. If he didn't have a good eye for people, then it wouldn't be right. However, Duanmu Longhu just smiled, but he didn't say anything else. Right, did you find out what the Taihang sword faction is transporting this time? Duanmu Longhu asked. Hydralisk nodded, then said, don't worry, I've already confirmed it. It's indeed the mysterious fire meteoric iron. I really didn't expect to find such a thing in the 5 counties. With this thing, the Taihang sword faction will be able to forge an absolutely powerful divine sword. For a powerful swordsman, having a divine sword was a dream come true. A long sword would not only allow him to better display his battle strength, but it would also be of great help to his cultivation. Take Su Yan for example. He was currently using the Scorching Sun sword. When he was using the sword, his spiritual energy would fuse with the sword. During this process, even if he was using his spiritual energy to control the sword, wasn't the sword refining his body? The Taihang sword faction was a powerful force in the world of the 9 provinces. Even the Devil's sect wouldn't dare to touch it. This was because the Taihang sword faction had the powerful Sword Venerable as its leader. Right now, if the Sword Venerable had a divine sword in his hands, the Taihang sword faction's strength would be incomparably strong. However, Duanmu Longhu's words clearly indicated that he had his eyes on this item. However, he did have some tricks up his sleeves. He was actually able to step into the cabin of the warship openly. Under the cabin of the huge warship, a huge formation was shining with a crimson light. In the middle of the formation, a crimson piece of mysterious fire meteoric iron floated quietly. This piece of mysterious fire meteoric iron had an astonishing temperature. If it wasn't for the formation's suppression, the bottom of the warship would have been burned through by it. This was the Taihang sword faction's biggest gain this time. As for the precious ores that were transported by the odd job workers on the warship, they were just a cover. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone, get on the warship. The warship is about to set sail. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. Everyone quickened their steps and boarded the warship. Chapter 505. Duanmu Longhu doesn't seem like a person who would get up early without any benefits. I don't believe that he wouldn't have his own motives for targeting this ship. Su Yan's heart was clear. Although he didn't have much contact with Duanmu Longhu, he knew that Duanmu Longhu wasn't a kind person. Moreover, he was good at scheming. Since he had joined the Taihang sword faction on this ship, he must have his own motives. However, Su Yan still didn't know what his motives were. However, it didn't matter. The fox would always give himself away. Since Duanmu Longhu was interested in this ship, he would definitely make a move. However, Su Yan knew that he had to be careful. He couldn't be used by the other party. While Su Yan was deep in thought, someone suddenly walked up to Su Yan. It was a very tall and muscular man. He was almost 2 meters tall, and his entire body was filled with solid muscles. When he walked over, Su Yan felt that the light in front of him had dimmed. He walked up to Su Yan and said, "Kid, you're quite brave. Everyone is working in the cabin, but you dare to slack off here." As he spoke, his gaze wandered over Su Yan's body. Su Yan raised his head lazily and said, "You're not working either, right?" When he heard Su Yan's question, the muscular man laughed. "Ha ha ha, I'm not working because someone else is working for me." As he spoke, he walked towards Su Yan. Su Yan didn't move. He only said, "Are you saying that you want me to work for you?" As he spoke, Su Yan shook his head slightly and walked towards the muscular man. The muscular man was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Not bad, not bad. You're quite smart. That's exactly what I mean. Don't worry, as long as you work for me, I'll protect you. I won't let you suffer." He looked at Su Yan, who was already in front of him, and suddenly felt uneasy. At this time, Su Yan shook his head and said, "No matter where I go, I can meet a fool like you. But you came at the right time, so help me work." When the burly man heard this, he immediately became furious and said, "Brat, you really don't know what's good for you. If that's the case, then, ugh." Before the burly man could finish his words, he suddenly knelt down. Of course, it wasn't because he worshipped Su Yan so much that he chose to kneel. It was because of the pain. It turned out that while he was speaking, Su Yan had already thrown a punch at him. A simple and clean punch landed on his abdomen. The burly man couldn't block it at all and fell to his knees on the ground. Su Yan looked at him and said directly, "Do you remember what I said? Help me finish my work. Otherwise, I'll kill you directly." His voice was very calm, as if he was talking to a stranger politely. However, at this moment, the burly man was trembling all over. Because of the pain, but also because of fear. At this time, he was regretting to the extreme. He actually came to provoke this guy. He sweated profusely and said, "Yes, yes, sir. Don't worry, I'll help you finish your work." The burly man used the most sincere oath to express his determination. Su Yan ignored him and just smiled, then said, "Well, since everyone is below the cabin, let's go." After Su Yan finished speaking, he walked directly to the cabin. Damn it. The burly man cursed in his heart, but he still ignored the intense pain in his abdomen and followed Su Yan's footsteps. Step by step, they walked into the cabin. The handymen were working, either carrying things or doing all kinds of miscellaneous things. Of course, Su Yan would not do such a thing. He scanned the room with his eyes. At the same time, he released his spiritual sense. Of course, he did not dare to be too unrestrained. If there was really a precious treasure on this ship, it would definitely be guarded by a powerhouse. Moreover, they were in the vast sea at the moment. Even a venerable one might not be able to cross such a sea, let alone Su Yan. If one got lost in the vast sea, one would be in a dilemma of life and death. Soon, Su Yan's spiritual sense gave him the answer. It turned out that there was a huge space at the core of the cabin. An extremely hot aura was sealed in the Kong Jianian. When he felt this aura, a desire actually emerged in his heart. What a scorching power! If I can integrate this into the Scorching Sun Sword, although it still can't turn the Scorching Sun Sword into a divine sword, it can make the Scorching Sun Sword sharper and stronger. At this moment, Su Yan thought to himself. After that, with the burly man helping him, he naturally relaxed and stayed at the side. Of course, he was not doing nothing. Instead, he asked the people around him. Although these people did not know everything, after piecing together the information, Su Yan finally understood the general idea. There was indeed a precious treasure hidden in this cabin. As for that treasure, it was none other than an extremely precious piece of meteoric iron. Su Yan did not know what this meteorite was used for by the Taihang sword faction. However, he was sure that Duan Wulonghu was interested in it. He was sure that Duan Wulonghu would definitely make a move on this thing. Of course, it was not only Duan Wulonghu who wanted to make a move on this thing. Even Su Yan was tempted. He wanted to obtain this piece of meteorite and then refine it into his Scorching Sun Sword. Su Yan still remembered Uncle Chao's wish. With this piece of meteorite, although he still could not achieve this wish, he could at least improve. Moreover, it would be a great improvement for Su Yan himself. The giant ship rode the wind and waves on the sea. This gigantic battleship was truly terrifying, breaking through the waves at an extremely fast speed. The giant warship passed by, stirring up boundless waves. Just like that, the days passed one by one. On the 10th day, the entire battleship actually began to shake. Then, a loud sound was heard. At this moment, Su Yan opened his eyes. His first reaction was that Duan Mulonghu was going to make a move. At this moment, the people on the giant ship had already started to panic. Everyone was panicking. After all, this was the vast sea. If the giant ship were to crash here, the consequences would be dire. Those with a higher cultivation level might have a chance of survival. However, these low-level workers would most likely die. Everyone started to panic. In an instant, the entire giant ship was in chaos. At this moment, a scolding voice was heard. Damned trash. Why are you panicking? How could the ship of the Taihang sword faction capsize so easily? A bunch of trash. All you did was hit by a sea beast. The owner of this voice was not weak. There was a faint sense of majesty in this voice. It was like the might of a dragon. At this moment, everyone immediately quietened down. No one dared to say anything else. Su Yan had already taken advantage of the chaos to get to the deck. At this moment, he finally saw the appearance of the sea beast. This was a gigantic snake. Its body was terrifyingly long, and its entire terrifying body was floating in the sky just like that. His eyes coldly stared at the ground below, his huge eyes overflowing with scarlet light. Under the gaze of this light, everyone felt as if they were about to suffocate. It was as if they would be swallowed by this terrifying power in the next moment. At this moment, the burly man had already arrived beside Su Yan. He then said to Su Yan, "This is the sea beast, the winged serpent. This is going to be troublesome." For the past few days, he had been helping Su Yan. This was something that could not be helped. After all, Su Yan had displayed extremely powerful and terrifying strength. There was no way he could fight back. You seem to be very familiar with it. Su Yan looked at him and said. The burly man chuckled and said, I have been following the sect on the sea for many years. Naturally, I know some things. This winged serpent is not simple. When this guy goes berserk, even a dragon realm expert would not be able to contend against him. Sir, if anything happens, please protect me. Rest assured, I will definitely repay you. The burly man hesitated for a moment before finally saying what he wanted to say. Su Yan looked at him but did not say anything. He knew that it was normal for the burly man to have such thoughts. After all, someone like him who only had brute strength but not much cultivation would only become delicious food for the sea beasts if he fell into the sea. Su Yan did not comment. He only looked at the winged serpent. Just as the burly man had said, the winged serpent had an extremely terrifying aura. This was already similar to the might of a dragon. From this, one could see that its strength was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this was the sea. This was its home ground. Although a human dragon realm expert was powerful, it would not be easy to deal with this big guy. If they were not careful, their lives would be in danger and they would directly lose their lives. At this time, streaks of light began to flash in the sky. Those were streaks of lightning. This winged serpent had actually reached the level where it could activate the power of celestial phenomenon and directly summon lightning. This was even more dangerous for the people of the Taihang sword faction. At this time, many disciples of the Taihang sword faction had already flown into the sky. At the same time, they controlled their swords and wanted to attack this beast. Unfortunately, their strength was nothing in front of this winged serpent. When the lightning fell, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction were thrown off their feet. Chapter 506. Su Yan wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Duan Mulonghu and Hydralisk were the same. The two of them stood by the window and looked at the gigantic winged serpent with eyes full of ridicule and anticipation. As for the group of flustered idiots, they didn't care about them at all. At this moment, the disciples of the Tai-Hang sword faction flew into the air and shot out streaks of sword chi towards the winged serpent scales. There were a total of 21 disciples who flew into the air. They formed a group of 3 and formed a 7-star formation. They attacked the winged serpent fiercely. Su Yan watched as they attacked. Su Yan had to admit that the disciples of the Tai-Hang sword faction were indeed stronger than the disciples of the burial sword tomb. At least, their average cultivation was higher than the disciples of the burial sword tomb. Of course, Su Yan knew that there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the world of the 9 states had an innate advantage. The spiritual energy there was denser. The 7-star formation was indeed powerful. When the 21 streaks of sword chi exploded at the same time, it displayed an extremely shocking power. When the sword chi landed on the 9-winged serpent's body, it exploded into streaks of sparks. However, the 9-winged serpent was indeed a powerful creature. Although the sword chi was sharp, it couldn't cut through its scales at all. Everything was useless against it. It was like scratching an itch. This was because it was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that it made people despair. Of course, although the sword chi couldn't cut through its defenses, it still angered it. The 9-winged serpent suddenly roared and raised its head. Immediately, an extremely powerful breath burst out. It was similar to a dragon's breath. Under this powerful light, the 21 disciples were finally unable to withstand it. Fortunately, they were protected by extremely powerful armors. Otherwise, they would have been completely killed by this attack. Su Yan's gaze didn't change. He continued to watch quietly. Why aren't you coming out? These disciples are all going to die. Su Yan thought to himself. Although the armor had saved their lives, the powerful armor could only withstand the attack once. If they were to endure such a terrifying blow again, they would immediately vanish into thin air. All of a sudden, huge cannons appeared on the battleship, much to the surprise of Su Yan. Quick, the spirit stone cannons are ready. Fire. This was because this was the first time he had seen such a weapon in this world. Of course, this was not the same as the previous world's firearms. Even though they were also firing in the form of cannons, their foundation was still spirit stones. Su Yan's spiritual force quickly figured out what was going on. This was the process of using a small array to rapidly burn the spirit stones and unleash an extremely powerful attack. The more powerful the array was, the more terrifying the energy stored in the spirit stones would be, and the more powerful it would be. Such a cannon was already equivalent to the attack of a spiritual sea realm warrior. At this moment, there were dozens of giant cannons directly appearing. It turned out that although the 21 disciples of the Tai-Hang sword faction weren't able to cause any harm to the winged serpent, they still managed to buy enough time for the battleship. Dozens of cannons were fired. That was the full power of dozens of territorial sea realm warriors attacking. This power couldn't be underestimated. Even the 9-winged serpent was forced to retreat. Roar. This huge creature was finally enraged. The terrifying wings on its back slowly spread open. The 9-winged serpent actually only had 4 pairs of wings. The last pair of wings was actually the snake crown on its head. At this moment, its wings were spread open, and the snake crown was flashing with energy. As the energy kept flashing, the sea began to churn. This terrifying existence not only attracted lightning, but could also set off huge waves. Moreover, it directly flew up from the sea. As a result, the spirit stone cannons lost their effect. This was because the entire battleship began to churn under the waves. Moreover, this huge winged serpent had already flown into the sky. It was a joke for the spirit stone cannons to hit it. Su Yan still didn't move. He was waiting for the powerful warrior to make a move. Of course, at this moment, he finally understood why firearms were not popular in this world. The situation in front of him had already explained everything. In this world, powerful warriors were just too unbelievable. Seeing that the Tai-Hang sword faction was at a disadvantage in the battle against this huge serpent, everyone was even more shocked. After all, they were really too weak in the face of such a terrifying existence like the nine-winged serpent. Even the strong man beside Su Yan was very nervous. He trembled as he asked, "Sir, will we die?" Ever since he was easily taught a lesson by Su Yan, he seemed to have recognized Su Yan. His intuition told him that Su Yan was an extremely powerful existence. Su Yan glanced at him, then said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." If the Taihang Sword faction's battleship was so easily wrecked, it would be too laughable. Thinking about it, after so long, that powerful warrior should finally make a move. Just as Su Yan finished speaking, an angry roar came from the huge battleship. "Bastard, die." This was the voice of an extremely strong middle-aged man. His roar was so loud that it overshadowed the thunder in the sky. Like Su Yan, Duan Wulonghu's gaze was also fixed on the sky. At this moment, when the angry roar came, Duan Wulonghu's expression did not change. He only said, "A Dragon Realm warrior?" TSK, if it's just a Dragon Realm warrior, it doesn't seem interesting at all. Hydralisk said, "Don't worry, young master. That old thing will make a move sooner or later." At this moment, a figure shot into the sky. It was a middle-aged man. His entire body was also extremely tall and sturdy. Even the muscular man beside Su Yan was slightly weaker than him. More importantly, at this moment, an extremely strong power was flowing through his body. There was also an extremely powerful aura. That was the aura of a dragon. A Dragon Realm warrior. Moreover, it was a super warrior above the three dragons' realm. The nine-winged creature flying in the sky had already sensed the threat. His gaze shot towards this place, and then he directly spat out a huge and strong cold light from his mouth. This breath was much thicker than the one before, and it carried an extremely cold power. This warrior was not afraid at all. He only roared, "You're courting death." Suddenly, a sword aura exploded from his palm. The powerful sword aura turned into a huge sword shadow. The sword shadow was indomitable, as if it could cut through everything. At this moment, this sword shadow came down horizontally. It was simply incomparably terrifying. Between heaven and earth, everything started to tremble at this moment. This extremely strong light affected everyone's heart and soul. At this moment, they no longer felt any despair. Their hearts of worship towards the Taihang Sword faction were directly ignited. As expected of the Taihang Sword faction. I must join the Taihang Sword faction and cultivate supreme sword techniques. I must soar into the sky in anger and slay a dragon with one sword. This is the style that a cultivator of my generation should have. At this moment, there were already people who had begun to swear that they would join the Taihang Sword faction. There were many people who had such thoughts. The muscular man beside Su Yan was also extremely excited. However, he suddenly heard Su Yan say, "I'm afraid the Three Dragons realm is still not enough. Is this old guy really so lazy that he's not willing to make a move even now?" Hearing Su Yan's words, the muscular man was extremely shocked. "Sir, is that warrior unable to deal with that beast?" Su Yan did not answer him. However, he already knew the answer when he saw the smile on Su Yan's face. However, how could this be? The power displayed by that big shot was already so terrifying. Even the dragon's breath was being broken by him layer by layer. How could he not be able to deal with that beast? However, at this moment, the lightning in the sky suddenly seemed to be attracted. In an instant, all of them charged towards the Dragon Realm warrior. An extremely terrifying power gathered. It was incomparably frightening. In the next moment, all of the power finally gathered and then came crashing down. The sword chi of the Taihang Sword faction warrior was directly shattered by the lightning. At the same time, the huge Dragon Realm warrior also pounced towards them. At the same time, he opened his huge mouth and bit towards the Dragon Realm warrior. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. This beast was too terrifying. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura appeared between heaven and earth. Su Yan's heart suddenly trembled. "It's here." At this moment, his attention was raised to the extreme. This was because he knew that the real big shot had finally made his move. Without any words, a huge sword light suddenly appeared in the sky. The sword light extended continuously and was actually about 30 meters long. The terrifying sword light silently rolled and then slashed down. At this moment, the nine-winged serpent had already sensed an extremely powerful threat. Its huge body suddenly swayed, wanting to avoid this sword light. However, all of its efforts were in vain. This sword light seemed to have already locked onto it. No matter how it dodged, it was useless. Beast, since you dare to find trouble with the Tai Hang sword faction, then die. As the calm voice sounded, the long sword slashed horizontally. Then, an extremely shrill cry pierced through the sky, followed by an extremely thick rain of blood. Bright red raindrops continued to fall. Most of them fell into the sea, while some fell onto the ship. Chapter 507. Su Yan returned to his resting room and sighed, 7 dragons, that's really powerful. Yunhe was only at the 3 dragons realm, and the Hydralisk was also at the same realm. Although his battle prowess had rapidly increased to the level of the 5 mountains, and because of his many fortuitous encounters, he was able to erupt with extremely powerful battle prowess, enough to challenge a 5 dragons expert, it was still impossible for him to fight against a 7 dragons expert. The Tai Hang sword faction actually had such an expert overseeing it. It was indeed worthy of being a major power in the world of the 9 provinces. However, this person's strength was obvious to all, so how could this Duan Wulonghu snatch the food from the tiger's mouth and snatch that piece of meteoric iron? Or could it be that his conjecture was wrong from the start, and Duan Wulonghu didn't come for the meteoric iron at all? Unknowingly, a slight feeling of sleepiness came over him. Su Yan closed his eyes and ignored these messy matters. Just like that, they sailed for another 5 days. In these 5 days, the sea was calm and there weren't any major changes. Su Yan continued to stay in his own resting room to cultivate, while the brawny man would help him complete all his tasks. It was worth mentioning that after the brawny man was baptized by the snake's blood, he became even stronger. At this moment, he had actually become a decent cultivator and had reached the peak of the spirit realm. In the sects of the 5 provinces, a person with the peak of the spirit realm would be treated as a disciple with great potential to be nurtured. However, in this place, he could only be reduced to a boatman. Thinking about the disparity, even Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the mental state of all the crew members had improved a lot. This was because there were only 2 more days of sailing before this trip came to an end. For these crew members, every time they safely made it through a voyage, it was an extremely fortunate thing. After all, although the warships that could sail were very powerful, the dangers of the sea were unimaginable. Under the boundless sea, who knew how many ships had been buried, and who knew how many people had become food for the fishes and shrimps in the sea? On this day, Su Yan suddenly received a transmission from Duan Wulonghu. Although he and Duan Wulonghu were on the same ship, they didn't have any contact at all. This Duan Wulonghu had been hiding in his cabin all day, and who knew what he was doing? Su Yan accepted the transmission. Duan Wulonghu's image appeared once again. What's the matter? Su Yan directly asked. He believed that Duan Wulonghu would not come looking for him for anything good. Hearing Su Yan's words, Duan Wulonghu. He naturally wouldn't take such a small matter to heart. He only smiled and said, Brother Su Yan, I just have a small matter that I need your help with. Su Yan only laughed coldly in his heart. Small matter? If stealing from the hands of a dragon realm expert with 7 dragons was considered a small matter, then what would be considered a big matter? However, Su Yan did not say this out loud. Instead, he calmly replied, You can tell me about it first. However, as a member of the Earth Committee, I don't know if I can help. Hearing Su Yan's reply, Duan Wulonghu wasn't surprised. He smiled and said, I think that Brother Su Yan will definitely agree. I'm sure that Brother Su Yan has already sensed the blazing hot meteoric metal in the cabin. If Brother Su Yan helps me, I'll give this meteoric metal to Brother Su Yan. Seeing the smile on Duan Wulonghu's face, Su Yan's heart was already on high alert. This fellow was not a simple character. His calculations were indeed powerful. He had actually taken into account Su Yan's attitude towards this piece of meteoric iron. However, this time, Su Yan shook his head and said, "I refuse. The risk is too great." Su Yan very calmly chose to refuse. It was just as he said. The risk was too great. Of course, the risk that Su Yan was worried about wasn't from the Dragon Realm expert with 7 dragons. It was from Duan Mulonghu. This was an extremely dangerous man. Su Yan had no choice but to cooperate with him. He didn't believe that this man would be so kind as to give him such a good opportunity. "If there's nothing else, I still need to rest." Su Yan directly cut off the connection and closed his eyes to rest. Was Su Yan really not tempted by the meteoric metal? No, that was absolutely impossible. At this moment, Su Yan should be very tempted by the meteoric metal. However, he didn't choose to make a move. He didn't even listen to Duan Mulonghu's next words and directly cut off the connection. Hydralisk slammed his palm on the table, almost shattering it. Fortunately, Duan Mulonghu released a burst of energy at that moment and directly protected the table. "Hydralisk, you need to remain calm," Duan Mulonghu said with a smile. Hydralisk coldly snorted and said, "Young master, this Su Yan really doesn't know how to respect us. Who does he think he is? This time, we'll kill him." "Young master, don't worry. I've already mastered the second strike of the 10 slashes of the heavens. Killing him definitely won't be a difficult matter. It's not a good thing for your soul imprint to remain on him." Hydralisk had already removed the demonic soul oath. Now, he was completely loyal to Duan Mulonghu. At this moment, Su Yan actually directly refused to cooperate. This made Hydralisk very angry. This man really doesn't know how to respect us. Moreover, from the moment Hydralisk saw Su Yan, he was already filled with killing intent towards Su Yan. If possible, he even wanted to kill Su Yan immediately. Even he himself didn't know the reason for this. Perhaps it was because when they first met, Su Yan attacked him, or because Su Yan gave him an extremely strong pressure. Therefore, he was filled with killing intent towards Su Yan. Duan Mulonghu said, "Hydralisk, don't be impatient. Su Yan won't be able to stay out of this matter. I don't believe that he won't be moved by the meteoric iron. If he obtains the meteoric iron, his scorching sun sword may become even stronger." Duan Mulonghu spoke slowly. It was as if he had already grasped everything in his hands. "Hydralisk, get ready. We'll go kill that 3 Dragon Realm guy first." A Dragon Realm martial artist with 3 dragons was already very powerful. In the 5 counties, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, Yunhe, was only at this level. However, in the eyes of Duan Mulonghu, he was no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Hearing Duan Mulonghu's words, Hydralisk's eyes suddenly lit up. He likes to kill, especially strong experts. Hydralisk coldly smiled and said, "Young master, don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint you." After saying this, he walked out of the door. Knock knock knock. A series of knocks sounded. Xueqing frowned and said, "What's the matter? Didn't I already say that if there's nothing, don't disturb me?" Xueqing was a 3 Dragon Realm expert. In the battle with the 9-winged serpent, he was still injured. Although the injury wasn't serious and wouldn't affect him in the future, it still made him extremely unhappy. As a result, his temper had become very bad these few days. He had already ordered that without his command, no one was to disturb him. However, there were still people who didn't open their eyes and came to disturb him. Xueqing had already made up his mind. If there wasn't enough reason, then he would kill someone to vent his anger. "Elder Xue, it's Elder Wang. He wants to see Elder Xue," the person outside the door said with extreme fear. Hearing this, Xueqing finally let out a cold snort and cursed in a low voice, "That damned old thing." That day, if that Elder Wang had acted earlier, he would not have suffered such injuries. He knew that the old thing did it on purpose. He purposely waited for him to be injured before making a move. Within the Taihang sword faction, everyone knew that the Shui family and the Wang family didn't get along. It was just that for this mission, the Wang family had fought for the initiative. Hence, they sent that old thing over. Elder Wang's cultivation level was higher than his, which made him extremely angry. Of course, if the old thing from the Wang family asked him to go, then he would go. How could there be such a good thing? Therefore, he said, "Go and tell Elder Wang that I'm injured and can't move around. If there's something important, then I won't go." The person outside the door pondered for a while and said, "Elder Shui, Elder Wang said that it's very important to discuss the item that's being transported this time. He wants you to go." The person's voice was filled with fear. Xueqing could tell this, but Xueqing didn't care. Why would he care about the feelings of an insignificant person? However, he had to pay attention to what Elder Wang said. This time, the Taihang sword faction came all the way to the 5 prefectures. Although they said that it was for minerals, they were actually transporting a piece of meteoric iron. This piece of meteoric iron was naturally very precious. It was enough to forge a divine sword. However, only he and Old Man Wang knew that this piece of meteoric iron that could be used to forge a divine sword was actually just a cover. The real thing was far more precious than this. This was because they found an innate divine fire in the 5 prefectures. The innate divine fire was a miracle in this world. Its power was incomparably great. Although the divine iron was precious, it could still be found. However, the innate divine fire was something that could only be found by chance. In the Zhozhou continent, there hadn't been an innate divine fire for hundreds of years. Not only was the innate divine fire powerful, but it could also be integrated into one's body and fuse with one's spiritual energy. This would greatly improve the cultivation level of the person who fused with it. When facing an enemy, one's every move would carry the power of the innate divine fire. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. Chapter 508. Alright, I got it. He finally stood up and pushed open the door. At this moment, an extremely dangerous feeling suddenly enveloped him. Xueqing was also someone who had been on the battlefield for a long time. He immediately understood that someone was attacking him. Could it be that the old bastard wants to take the divine fire for himself, so he wants to get rid of me as soon as possible? At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. However, he had no time to think about this at this point. His survival instincts made him retreat abruptly. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand. For the person who suddenly attacked him to make him feel such a sense of danger, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. At this moment, he only saw a thin black line rushing towards his body. Although it was only a thin black line, he understood that such an inconspicuous thing was the most dangerous. Who is this scoundrel? You're courting death. At this moment, he let out an angry roar, and his thunderous roar immediately spread throughout the giant ship. Xueqing was also smart. He knew that even if Old Wang wanted to attack him, he had to be wary of the people on the ship. At the same time, a bright sword light was released from his hand. The sword light sank and directly cut the black line. "You bastard, how dare you try to kill me?" he roared again. At the same time, the long sword in his hand exploded with an extremely strong sword intent. Tixing sinks into sand, slash. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword energy rushed forward. This sword was an extremely powerful battle technique of the Taihang sword faction. When the sword energy exploded, it was like a huge wave washing away the sand. It was extremely terrifying. However, the figure did not directly attack. Instead, he snorted disdainfully. Then, his entire body turned slightly and directly dodged the light. "What's so difficult about killing you? Snake pupil." The voice was eerie, like that of a poisonous snake. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a dark gaze immediately looked towards Xueqing. At this moment, Xueqing's body trembled. He suddenly retreated and cried out, "Snake pupil? You're that hydralisk." Hydralisks were really famous in the Zhozhou continent. When this move was revealed, Xueqing immediately knew his identity. At the same time, he became even more vigilant in his heart. Facing the attack of the snake eyes, he no longer dared to underestimate it. Because he deeply understood that anyone who underestimated the hydralisks was already dead. At a time like this, how could he dare to underestimate and be careless? At this moment, the long sword in his hand directly burst out with an extremely strong light. Then, he lifted the long sword and suddenly burst out with fierce cold light. This sword strike suddenly struck Snake Pupil down. Hydralisk, you're just a 3-dragon realm expert. It won't be easy for you to kill me. At this moment, he suddenly roared, and at the same time, raised the sword intent all over his body. The Taihang sword intent was extremely powerful. Even the hydralisk's venomous snake was directly cut in half. If it was in the past, the hydralisks wouldn't have many tricks up their sleeves. But now, it was completely different. After he followed Duan Mulonghu had already imparted the devil sect's secret techniques to him. Seeing that Snake Pupil was struck down, he didn't care at all. He only chuckled, then said, "You're very lucky, because you can see my next move, Sword of Slaughter." The hydralisk laughed sinisterly. Then, he closed his palms, and his entire arm seemed to have turned into a sword blade. Then, an extremely terrifying murderous aura rushed towards Xuecheng. At this moment, Xuecheng suddenly realized that his surroundings were completely dark. The thick murderous aura was like a chain that directly trapped him. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a gust of wind. His survival instincts kicked in, and his entire body flashed backward. Although his movements were swift, a line of blood still appeared on his throat. However, although he escaped this sure-kill attack, he didn't feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. Since he knew that the opponent was a hydralisk, he understood that one of the opponent's most terrifying methods was poison. At this moment, his wound was already bleeding. He was afraid that he was doomed. But in the end, he still had a thought. At this moment, he didn't care anymore and directly jumped out of the window. Xuecheng was really decisive. It should be known that if he fell into the sea, it would be difficult for him to escape death. However, there was still a slight chance of survival. If he didn't jump into the sea, he would definitely die. Seeing Xuecheng's actions, the hydralisk sneered. "You're so stupid. You want to escape from me?" Of course, he couldn't let Xuecheng escape. Even if Xuecheng was going to die, he wanted him to die in his own hands. This was his habit for many years. He immediately jumped out of the window. Although Xuecheng's movements were fast, he wasn't slow either. No, it should be said that he was even faster. In a flash, he had already turned into a shadow. Then, a cold light appeared in his palm, and he was about to kill Xuecheng. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. The hydralisk couldn't see the person's appearance clearly, but he could sense that this person was also in the dragonization realm. He directly sent a palm strike towards him. Seeing this palm, the hydralisk was shocked. This was because he recognized that this was the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. At this moment, he couldn't care less about Xuecheng who had fallen into the water. He gathered all his strength to the extreme and suddenly sent out a palm. This palm strike had already used up all of his strength. In the sudden exchange of blows, he felt as if a mountain was crashing towards him. Then, his entire body swayed and he quickly retreated. In just a short while, the mysterious man had already disappeared. Damn it! The hydralisk was furious. However, at this moment, with such a huge commotion, there were already people rushing over. The hydralisk's body swayed and disappeared from the room. Not good, Elder Xuecheng was assassinated. The battleship quickly became chaotic. Elder Wang Yuan personally presided over it. No one would have thought that just as the battle was about to end, such a commotion would suddenly occur. Moreover, the one who was assassinated was a 3-dragon realm expert. Thinking that the assassin was definitely still on the ship, everyone was shocked. In the room, Duan Mulonghu frowned. He looked at the hydralisk and asked again, "You said that the person who attacked used the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. And a dragon realm expert. If it was something else, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the heaven-breaking 10 slashes was the inheritance of the devil's sect. Other than the devil's son, who else could cultivate it? Moreover, according to Duan Mulonghu's speculation, after thousands of years, the heaven-breaking 10 slashes might have already been lost. Yes, young master, I wouldn't have seen wrongly. Moreover, this person used the heaven-breaking 10 slashes very skillfully. His strength is simply unimaginable. The hydralisk still had some lingering fear. Duan Mulonghu suddenly asked, "Do you think it was Su Yan who did it?" Hearing Duan Mulonghu's words, the hydralisk was stunned for a moment. Then, he said with certainty, "No, it's impossible. That kid's battle strength is indeed strong, but his realm is only at the origin realm. However, the person who attacked had an extremely strong dragon's aura. It was impossible for someone at the origin realm to have dragon's aura. Moreover, that kid is proficient in the sword Dao. However, this person used the heaven-breaking 10 slashes, so it can't be him," the hydralisk said with absolute certainty. Duan Mulonghu sighed in his heart. It was originally a good thing, but now an accident had occurred, making him feel helpless. What gave him the most headache was that he didn't even know who the opponent was. "Then, did the Taihang sword faction's Wang family only contact you?" Duan Mulonghu asked again. The hydralisk said with certainty, "I'm sure." This time, when the Taihang sword faction found the innate godly fire in the 5 regions, Wang Yuan of the Wang family did indeed have the intention of monopolizing it. Therefore, he went to the devil's sect and made this deal. The hydralisk came to the 5 regions for Duan Mulonghu and for this business deal. It was also because of this that Duan Mulonghu was able to enter the ship so easily and even made arrangements for Su Yan. Of course, he didn't come here just to have fun. In fact, his goal was the innate godly fire. He was different from the white-bone demon ancestor and the others. He had truly come back from the dead and his body was his. However, although he had come back from the dead, his body was filled with death energy. Not only would this death energy affect his cultivation, it would also be a great threat to his life. If something went wrong, he would probably die again. However, the innate godly fire could refine the death energy. Therefore, he was determined to get the innate godly fire. Getting rid of Xue Cheng was only the first step. After that, it would be Wang Yuan. However, Wang Yuan was too terrifying. He had the strength of 7 dragons in the dragon realm, which made them wary. If Xue Cheng was also there, it would be difficult to deal with him. "Young master, don't worry. Xue Cheng was injured by me. My poison must have already entered his blood vessels. I believe that he is already a dead man," the hydralisk said directly. However, Duan Mulonghu didn't say anything. In the end, he said, "Let's go and take a look." After saying that, he walked out of the ship's cabin. At this moment, the giant ship had already stopped. Anyone who could swim jumped into the sea and began to search for Xue Cheng's corpse. At this moment, Wang Yuan, who was in the dragon realm, walked over. The hydralisk is indeed a famous assassin in the 9 regions. "You are very powerful," he said with a smile. The hydralisk didn't smile. However, Duan Mulonghu said, "Elder, this time, you have gotten rid of a big problem in your heart. I must congratulate you." Wang Yuan glanced at Duan Mulonghu, then smiled and walked into his room. Chapter 509. Below the cabin. Zhuo Feng looked at the person lying there nervously. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Of course, he recognized the person in front of him. When the 9-winged serpent appeared, this person had attacked. Although he did not win against the 9-winged serpent, he still displayed his great strength. A dragon realm expert. He knew that this person was one of the 2 dragon realm experts from the Taihang sword faction, Xue Cheng. When the news of Xue Cheng being assassinated spread, he felt that it was unbelievable. Someone actually dared to assassinate someone as powerful as Xue Cheng. This was simply courting death. He was also sent into the water to search for Xue Cheng's body. However, he knew that Xue Cheng's body would not be found. He went down to deal with the situation. However, he did not expect that when he returned to the cabin, he would find Xueqing lying on his bed. To him, this was simply a disaster. If someone saw this, it would be a disaster for him. Although he was not smart, he was not stupid either. He deeply understood that he could not get involved with such a person. Naturally, Xueqing was not saved by him. Therefore, there was no doubt about the person who did it. Oh my God, what kind of person did I offend? Could it be that he was the one who injured Elder Xue? Zhuofeng began to wail in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan walked in. At this moment, Su Yan's face was calm. He walked to Zhuofeng's side and said to him, "Take care of him. Call me when he wakes up. If you believe me, after this, there will be opportunities for you." After Su Yan finished speaking, he left. Zhuofeng naturally did not dare to say anything to the mysterious Su Yan. Su Yan had his own reasons for choosing to take action. Firstly, he did not like the feeling of being led by the nose. That Duan Mulonghu was too cunning. If everything went according to his plan, he would be in a passive position. Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, he was the weaker one. Therefore, he had to create some opportunities. From Zhuofeng's words, Su Yan already knew some things between Xueqing and Wang Yuan. Although these were all very vague, as long as one made a little deduction, it was enough. In Su Yan's opinion, Xueqing would be a good helper, so he made a move. Of course, in order to prevent the hydralisks from recognizing him, he specially activated the powerful, draconic aura within his bloodline. In the past, he had a majestic aura similar to that of a dragon, but it could not be compared to a dragon realm expert. But this time, after activating his bloodline, he could freely unleash his dragon might. Moreover, the power of the dragon's might was simply unimaginable. No wonder the hydralisks couldn't tell. In fact, it would be strange if he could see through it. Moreover, he had used the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. Of course, Su Yan had purposely used this move to create an illusion for Duan Mulonghu. He believed that even Duan Mulonghu would have countless thoughts in his mind. After another half a day, Xueqing finally opened his eyes. A dim light was imprinted in his eyes. Zhuofeng had not been idle for half a day. Now that he saw this big boss wake up, he was immediately overjoyed. "He's awake, great, he's awake." He directly notified Su Yan. Xueqing's consciousness gradually woke up. He subconsciously wanted to grab Zhuofeng, but Su Yan had already appeared in front of him and said coldly, "Elder, if you don't want to die, you should know your place." After a while, Zhuofeng finally understood his situation, so he asked, "You saved me?" Su Yan nodded and said, "Yes, I saved you and cured you of the poison." Although the hydralisk's poison was powerful, Su Yan's fog cloud directly removed the poison. Of course, a part of the poison still remained in his body and needed him to slowly dissolve it. Xueqing was silent for a while, then he said, "Thank you." Xueqing was a smart person. After thanking Su Yan, he became silent and did not ask who he was. He knew that the more he knew, the worse it would be for him. At this time, Su Yan finally asked, "Elder Xue, I think you have some guesses. Can you tell me what you know?" "Don't worry, I don't have any enmity towards you, and I don't want to make things difficult for you." Xueqing did not immediately answer. After thinking for a while, he finally said, "Since you saved my life, there's no harm in telling you these things." Then, he told Su Yan the Taihang sword faction's true goal this time, as well as Wang Yuan's scheme. Su Yan listened quietly to Duan Mulonghu's explanation. Then, he fell into deep thought. Finally, he said, "Duan Mulonghu, it seems like you are eyeing the innate divine fire. But how are you going to do it?" "Elder Xue, it's not good for you to show yourself now. Just stay here for a while," Su Yan said to Xueqing. Xueqing naturally understood this. This was a matter of life and death, so he did not put on airs. He directly said, "Don't worry, I understand. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Brother Su Yan, since you saved me, then from today onwards, you are my good friend. Cheng said this sentence with great sincerity. There's still half a day before we reach the shore. I think Duan Wulonghu should be making his move by now. Su Yan looked out of the window. At this moment, huge waves suddenly surged on the originally calm sea surface. The originally clear sky actually turned gloomy in an instant. Day and night were reversed. This was simply terrifying. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately knew that this had something to do with Duan Wulonghu. Although he did not know how he did it, Su Yan firmly believed in this point. Zhuo Feng, take good care of Elder Shui. After saying this, he suddenly walked out. At this moment, pillars of water rose from the sea. An extremely terrifying force surrounded the entire warship. Duan Wulonghu stood in the middle of the room with a brilliant smile. Hydralisk looked at Duan Wulonghu and asked in shock, "Young master, could this be your doing?" He was completely shocked. Duan Wulonghu shook his head and said, "Of course I don't have such a method. I just found a suitable opponent for that old man, he. Hydralisk looked at Duan Wulonghu. He was now even more respectful towards him. This was definitely a terrifying person. Let's go and see just how powerful this elder is. A huge sea monster appeared once again. This sea monster was even more ferocious and terrifying than the nine-winged serpent. Wang Yuan floated in the sky. His face was extremely gloomy. His entire being was filled with rage. They had already arrived at this place, yet such a powerful sea monster still appeared. This was simply illogical. At this moment, the huge sea monster charged towards him. Damn it! Demon-slaying sword. He suddenly pointed his finger. The powerful seven dragon strength began to circulate. At this moment, he was like a real dragon. As his sword pointed downwards, an extremely terrifying sword tip flew towards the huge serpent. The two finally began to fight. The clash between a man and a beast had triggered a huge tsunami. Fortunately, the battleship of Taixing Sword sect was extremely sturdy and could withstand the impact. Otherwise, any ordinary battleship would have been smashed into pieces by such a terrifying force. At this moment, Hydralisk and Duan Wulonghu had already arrived at the bottom of the warship. Innate godly fire. It seems that you still belong to me in the end. Looking at the burning red light in front of him, Duan Wulonghu was extremely happy. At this moment, Wang Yuan was fighting the sea monster. Cheng was ambushed and was probably eaten by the fishes and shrimps. There was no one who could stop him. That huge sea monster was summoned by him using a secret technique. However, to use that secret technique, it consumed too much of his soul power. This caused the death aura in his body to become even heavier. Of course, all of this was worth it. As long as he obtained the godly fire, his strength would become even stronger. Hydralisk, go. Break open the formation and take the godly fire. Even Duan Wulonghu was trembling at this moment. Hydralisk chuckled, then walked towards the array formation. However, at this moment, a voice sounded, Duan Wulonghu, your methods are truly admirable. It's Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan actually appeared here. Duan Wulonghu smiled and said, Brother Su Yan, I knew that you would definitely come. He wasn't surprised by Su Yan's appearance at all. Su Yan smiled and didn't say much. He only asked, are you so sure? Duan Wulonghu nodded, Brother Su Yan, you don't seem like a person who knows his place. From the looks of it, Cheng shouldn't be dead. The person who saved Cheng should be you. Duan Wulonghu said with certainty. If Su Yan had not appeared here, Duan Wulonghu naturally would not have made such a guess. However, now that Su Yan had appeared, Duan Wulonghu was certain that the mysterious person was Su Yan despite the fact that the mysterious person had displayed extraordinary means. Su Yan nodded and said, Duan Wulonghu, you are truly terrifying. Nothing can be hidden from you. Duan Wulonghu's intelligence was truly monstrous. Duan Wulonghu smiled and said, I should be the one admiring you. I didn't think that you would remember it after I used the heaven-breaking 10 slashes in front of Brother Su Yan. Duan Mulong, who naturally didn't think that Su Yan's heaven-breaking 10 slashes was personally taught by the heavenly demon. He thought that Su Yan had a photographic memory and directly remembered that move. Su Yan didn't explain. Duan Mulong, who asked, "Brother Su Yan, are you going to stop me?" Chapter 5:10. Su Yan didn't say anything at first, then he indifferently said, "I'm not stopping you, but I want it too." As soon as he said this, Hydralisk's killing intent surged. Last time, he was toyed with by Su Yan, and now, Su Yan actually dared to say such words. This enraged him to the extreme. But at this time, Duan Mulong pressed his shoulder and said, "Good, this is an innate divine fire. It's extremely powerful. I think that with Brother Su Yan's character, you will definitely be tempted after knowing about it. It's just that this thing is extremely important to me. If I don't have it, I won't be able to live long. At that time, even if I want to help Brother Su Yan, I'm afraid I won't be able to." Duan Mulong pondered for a while, then said, "Brother Su Yan, how about this? I have a netherworld ice spirit. This netherworld ice spirit is also an innate divine fire. Its value is not below this innate divine fire. I will give this to Brother Su Yan, and Brother Su Yan will give me the innate divine fire. What do you think?" Su Yan was stunned at first. He thought that Duan Mulong would definitely make a move at this time, because the current battle strength was already unbalanced. Just a single Hydralisk was already an absolutely powerful enemy. Coupled with Duan Mulong, even Su Yan wouldn't be able to gain an advantage if the two of them attacked together. He didn't come here to stop Duan Mulong, but to create some trouble for him. But he really didn't expect that Duan Mulong would actually make such a request. As if he was afraid that Su Yan wouldn't believe him, he directly took out the netherworld ice spirit. As soon as the spirit ice appeared, a very cold aura immediately appeared. Even in this hot cabin, it showed that it was hot enough. It was indeed very attractive, but Su Yan didn't let it get to his head. He said calmly, "Duan Mulong, aren't you afraid that Wang Yuan will come after you for stealing the innate godly fire? I know that you are indeed powerful. You must have some powerful methods. Why don't you tell me?" Su Yan looked straight at Duan Mulong and suddenly added, "You can't be thinking of using me as a sacrifice, right?" His smile was meaningful, but he had enough reasons to say so. From the arrangement of boarding the ship, one could see that there was something fishy going on. Su Yan believed that if this Duan Mulong had the intention to arrange, he could have arranged for him to be with them. However, he was arranged to be in this cabin. If the innate godly fire was stolen, then a person close to the innate godly fire, with a mysterious origin and sufficient strength would naturally be the best suspect. Su Yan had already asked around. Wang Yuan's methods were vicious, and more importantly, he was extremely vicious. He wasn't the kind of person who would listen to explanations. In his anger, he would naturally kill Su Yan. Regardless of whether Su Yan could escape from Wang Yuan's hands, Duan Mulong and Hydralisk had enough time to leave this ship. Don't forget, there was less than a day left before they reached the shore. At this time, with the strength of these two people, they had at least a 70% chance of surviving. This was enough for them to make a gamble. Duan Mulong chuckled. He had indeed thought of this before. After being directly exposed by Su Yan, he didn't explain himself. He only said, "Brother Su Yan, there's no point in saying this now. Because no matter what I say, you will only believe what you say. So, the most important thing is what we should do next, right?" Su Yan smiled, then said, "Continue. I think it won't be long before that old man Wang Yuan returns." Duan Mulong wasn't in a hurry. He continued, "Brother Su Yan, you're wrong. Hydralisk and I have already made some arrangements. If that old man wants to return, I'm afraid it will take some time. But Brother Su Yan is right. We don't have much time. Since that's the case, Brother Su Yan, how about this? I will directly give this nether spiritual ice to Brother Su Yan, and you can choose to leave now. What do you think?" Duan Mulong's suggestion moved Su Yan's heart. Because thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a good idea. First of all, the value of this nether spiritual ice was probably not below that of an innate divine flame. If Su Yan took it and left, it would definitely not be a loss. Just as he thought, they were less than a day away from the mainland. As long as they followed the direction of the battleship, they would be able to survive. Su Yan sighed, then said, "That's good." Duan Mulonghu smiled faintly and directly threw the nether spiritual ice over. When the nether spiritual ice arrived in front of Su Yan directly stored it in the scarlet parting sword box. Duan Mulonghu was stunned, then said, "I didn't expect brother Su Yan to have such a spatial treasure. It's really enviable." Su Yan said, "Enough of this nonsense. Duan Mulonghu, I believe you also have such a treasure." After saying this, he turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Duan Mulonghu and Hydralisk. At this moment, he looked coldly at Su Yan. It was obvious that he wanted to directly kill Su Yan. However, it wasn't the right time to do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Su Yan any chance. "Young master, are we really going to let Su Yan leave like this?" He'd always been brooding over the nether spiritual ice because he was able to discern that the nether spiritual ice was truly a treasure that was hard to come by. Duan Mulonghu didn't care, then said, "Don't worry, Duan Mulonghu, definitely won't be so easy to take." Duan Mulonghu smiled. His smile was radiant, and he looked just like a fox. Since Duan Mulonghu said so, Hydralisk didn't have any more questions and could only helplessly nod. Without Su Yan's obstruction, the item was already in their bag. This array was indeed powerful, but it couldn't stop Duan Mulonghu's footsteps. He walked over step by step and finally settled everything. When he stood in front of the innate divine fire, his whole body was filled with throbbing. It was as if the death aura in his body was trembling because of it. "Hydralisk, get ready, we're going to escape now," Duan Mulonghu said. At this time, Hydralisk was already prepared to sink the ship. The true purpose of this warship was to transport the innate divine fire. Since the innate divine fire disappeared, there was no point in keeping the ship. As for the life and death of the people on the ship, what does it have to do with Duan Mulonghu? Hydralisk said, "Okay." He let out a sinister laugh and dropped an item onto the ground. This item is called demonic shadow lightning. It's the product of an extremely powerful and evil energy. As long as it's activated, it can instantly erupt with an extremely huge movement. Of course, the sinking of the ship has nothing to do with them, it's all the sea monster's good deed. Su Yan quickly returned to the cabin, then directly said to Zhuofeng and Xuecheng, "Quick, we have to abandon the ship immediately and leave." He only said these few words. Zhuofeng wanted to say more, but Xuecheng directly said, "Okay, let's go now." Such a huge battleship would naturally have backup lifeboats and other small boats. When Zhuofeng carried Xuecheng to the lifeboat, a huge tremor suddenly came. Although the battleship was constantly shaking because of the sea monsters, but this time was different, the shaking was obviously much stronger than the previous one. "We can't delay any longer, let's go." The three of them directly boarded the lifeboat. At this time, the waves were breaking, and there were many sea monsters around, so it was a stupid choice to take a lifeboat. At least, the warship was protected by people from the Tai Hang sword faction. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. But now, it's obviously not the case, because Su Yan already guessed that Duan Mulonghu would definitely do something to the ship. He's not a saint, he can't care about other people's lives. "Sir, why are we abandoning the warship?" Zhuofeng still didn't understand. However, Xuecheng's face was terrifyingly gloomy, and then he said, "Look at the warship." Xuecheng was originally a very arrogant person. After all, he was an elder of the Tai Hang sword faction, so he naturally didn't care about people like Zhuofeng. However, during this period, Zhuofeng had been taking care of him carefully, so he was naturally grateful to Zhuofeng. Zhuofeng turned around and suddenly found that the huge warship seemed to be lower than before. At this time, he finally understood the reason, but his whole body was still trembling, and finally he said, "The ship is going to sink." He had always been a sailor and a handyman on the warship of the Taixing Sword School. He had been at sea for a few years and had seen countless storms and sea beasts, but he had never thought that there would be a day when the ship would sink. Xueqing ignored Zhuo Feng's shock and looked directly at Su Yan, then said, "Young man, you are not from the Taihang sword faction. Although you saved my life, I don't want to be a fool. Can you tell me what you know?" Xueqing's eyes were gloomy. After all, he was from the Taihang sword faction, and this time, the Taihang sword faction's losses were too great. However, now he was like a clay Buddha crossing a river, and he couldn't even protect himself. He could only rely on Su Yan. Otherwise, he would definitely try his best to save this warship. Su Yan said, "I do know a lot about this matter. Since that's the case, I'll tell you everything." Su Yan pondered for a while and then told Xueqing some things. Chapter 5:11. I know that the Taihang sword faction's real goal this time is to obtain the innate divine fire. However, Wang Yuan was greedy for the innate divine fire. Since he couldn't deal with you personally, he invited the Hydralisk over. Xueqing nodded. He had already deduced this point. Su Yan continued, however, he didn't expect that he would be inviting a wolf into his house. There was another powerful person with the Hydralisk. His name is Duan Mulonghu. He was once the crown prince of the Devil's sect and was resurrected from the ancient times. When Xueqing heard this, he was shocked. What? An ancient person was resurrected? This was unbelievable. If it was an ordinary person, their first reaction would be disbelief. However, who was he? Naturally, he knew that many unbelievable things happened in this world every day. Moreover, the Devil's sect had always been strange. Resurrecting a dead person wasn't a big deal. You're saying that this is all the doing of that guy from the Devil's sect? He asked directly. Su Yan nodded and said, I don't know what kind of strange methods this guy has, but I'm sure that the appearance of these two sea beasts is his doing. The first winged serpent was to test your and Wang Yuan's true strength. Now, this unknown sea beast is to restrain or even kill Wang Yuan, so that he can seize the opportunity to seize the innate divine fire. I can tell you frankly that I saw them, but I couldn't stop them. Therefore, I was forced to make a deal and chose to leave. This time, Su Yan didn't hide anything and revealed everything. Xueqing's eyes were filled with hatred. His entire body was filled with an extremely strong murderous aura. Duan Mulonghu? That's an ancient name. However, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction won't die in vain. Su Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he continued, Su Yan, you've treated me with sincerity. Naturally, I won't bully you. Don't worry, as long as I can return to the sect alive, I will do my best to help you, he vowed. Su Yan nodded and said, I saw Elder Shue's loyalty and courage, so I saved you. With Zhuo Feng, a sailor who was always on the ship, the three of them finally stepped onto the ground safely. At this moment, Zhuo Feng's entire body was paralyzed. For his short lifespan, this was extremely dangerous. Although he survived in the end. At this moment, he couldn't help but thank himself for overestimating himself in the beginning. If it weren't for Su Yan and helping him for so long in vain, he was afraid that he would have been buried at sea like most of the crew. After all, once the boat entered the sea, the most dangerous thing was not the waves, but the sea beasts. The sea in this world was not like the one in Su Yan's previous world. This world was filled with all kinds of dangerous sea beasts. This kind of small boat could not withstand the impact of the sea beasts at all. It would be destroyed in a few hits. Ever since they got off the battleship, there had been a lot of sea beasts attacking them, but they were all dealt with by Su Yan. If it wasn't for Su Yan, who knew how many times he would have died. Of course, Su Yan didn't care about all this. This was all for his own survival. When they finally stepped onto the 9 provinces continent, the rich spiritual qi directly pressed against them. Su Yan felt that all the pores on his body opened up, which was an extremely comfortable feeling. At this moment, he directly activated his cultivation method and began to devour the spiritual qi. Xueqing glanced at Su Yan, and his eyes were filled with surprise. This was because he realized that Su Yan's speed of devouring the spiritual qi was not inferior to his at all. He understood what this meant. This meant that Su Yan's strength was so strong that it even surpassed his own. After spending a few days with Su Yan always gave him a mysterious feeling. He was so young, and he came from the 5 counties continent. However, his cultivation was not simple. In terms of realm, he seemed to be in the square circle realm. Such a young square circle realm was nothing special. In his Taihang sword faction, there were a few geniuses. Some of the most outstanding ones had even broken through to the dragon realm. However, he felt an extremely dangerous aura from Su Yan's body. In his heart, he was even calculating his chances of survival if he fought with Su Yan. In the end, he helplessly realized that if he really fought with Su Yan, his chances of survival were less than 50%. It was not a victory, but a chance of survival. How strong was Su Yan? Therefore, he became more and more friendly towards Su Yan. He was a smart person and knew that Su Yan wanted to work with him. Since that was the case, he was more than happy to do so. Brother Su Yan, why don't you follow me back to the Taihang sword faction first? Don't worry, as long as I, Xue Cheng, am alive, no, even if I die, the Xue family will repay your kindness. Su Yan smiled and said, of course I believe in Elder Xue. However, there is one thing that I need to make clear to you. That is, I have some conflicts with the Taihang sword faction. The person who has conflicts with me is called Wang Han. Xue Cheng was stunned for a moment, then said, I know Wang Han. He is quite talented and can be considered a genius in the Taihang sword faction. I remember that he came to the 5 counties not long ago. This guy is arrogant, so it's not surprising that he offended Brother Su Yan. However, I'll tell you the truth. This guy is from the Wang family, that old bastard Wang Yuan's grandson. If Brother Su Yan accidentally kills him, we won't mind, but the Wang family will definitely take revenge. Su Yan naturally understood what the Xue family elder meant. This old bastard wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. However, the fact that he said this in advance showed that he really wanted to make friends with Su Yan. After all, he was already advising Su Yan to be careful. After 10 days, the remaining poison in Xue Cheng's body was finally cleared, and his injuries were completely healed. Under Xue Cheng's lead, they finally arrived at the Taihang sword faction. The Taihang sword faction was indeed one of the largest factions in the Jiuzhou continent. The size of the faction was shockingly large, and the number of disciples was even more terrifying. At the foot of the mountain, countless disciples were practicing the way of the sword. Su Yan roughly looked around and saw that almost all of the disciples here were at spirit realm level 9. In the Taihang sword faction, if a disciple had not reached the life soul realm, he would not be qualified to become an outer disciple. He would only be an in-name disciple. The difference between the two factions was immediately apparent. In the 5 counties, the burial sword mound was already a relatively high-ranking faction. However, compared to this place, it was still a far cry. Before Xue Cheng returned, he had directly contacted the Xue family. At this moment, a disciple of the Xue family had already come to welcome him. The Xue family placed great importance on Xue Cheng's return. This was because Wang Yuan had returned not long ago. However, he did not bring back the innate divine fire. He only brought back the piece of blazing meteoric metal. The loss of the innate divine fire was a huge matter. The faction would naturally ask about it. Wang Yuan directly pushed the blame to Xue Cheng, claiming that Xue Cheng had stolen the innate divine fire while he was fighting the sea monster. The Xue family and the Wang family were both long-established families in the faction. At this moment, they were immediately enraged by Wang Yuan's accusation. However, as the saying goes, the dead tell no tales. Wang Yuan appeared here, but Xue Cheng did not return. This was thought-provoking. Therefore, the Xue family had suffered some losses during this period of time. At this moment, Xue Cheng finally returned. After Xue Cheng returned, he did not rest. Instead, he brought Su Yan and Zhuofeng to see the family head. In the hall, the family head was already sitting upright, waiting for Shui Cheng's arrival. Su Yan and Zhuo Feng were left outside the door, while Shui Cheng walked in directly and bowed to the family head. The conversation inside lasted for a full quarter of an hour before the patriarch summoned Su Yan in. The Shui family's hall was truly magnificent, and the degree of its extravagance was also shocking. Nevertheless, Su Yan turned a blind eye to this. He glanced at the clan leader, and his heart was incomparably shocked. He was sure that the old man sitting at the top was a venerable one. His aura was restrained as if he was an ordinary rich old man, but Su Yan sensed a terrifying danger from the old man. This kind of danger naturally couldn't be compared to Yang Tai Yi, but to Su Yan, it was still like a huge mountain. He looked at Su Yan and smiled gently, asking, "You're Su Yan?" Su Yan was neither servile nor overbearing. He nodded and said, "That's right." The old man was expressionless, and one could not tell if he was happy or sad. He then said, "Shui Cheng has told me about you, and I believe that you won't lie to him. Our Shui family will owe you a favor for this." The old man suddenly paused, then said, "How about joining the Tai Hang sword faction?" Everyone was surprised when they heard that. They never thought that the old man would say something like that. Join the Tai Hang sword faction? I know that you have a grudge against the Devil's sect. The Shui family of the Tai Hang sword faction will accept this matter for you. Su Yan was still surprised. He finally said, "I'd like to know why you invited me like this." This was indeed what he wanted to know. He did not think that he was qualified to be chosen by the old man. After all, no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to fight against a venerable one. The old man of the Shui family only smiled faintly and said, "You saved Xiao Cheng's life. That's one of the reasons. As for the other reason, just treat it as an investment for me." Not long after, Shui Cheng left with Su Yan. Chapter 5:12. In the hall. "Great ancestor, what's so special about this young fella that you directly invited him to join our family?" A middle-aged man asked. He was Shui Kaishan, who was from the same generation as Shui Cheng. However, his strength was extremely terrifying as he had also become a venerable one. Of course, as compared to the old man in front of him, his cultivation base was still much weaker, but it could be seen that he was powerful and unordinary. It was also because of this that he could become the Shui family's patriarch. He could tell that Su Yan was unordinary, but he felt that it was not to the extent that the great ancestor valued him so much. At this moment, the Shui family's great ancestor sighed and said, "Kaishan, your cultivation base is not bad, but you're still too young, so there are many things that you can't see." Following that, he pondered for a while and continued, "I'm old, and I don't know how long I can live. My family seems to be glorious, but that's not the case. The Wang family's younger generation's geniuses have fallen, but our family doesn't have many that can be put on the table. Now that I'm still alive, the Wang family naturally won't dare to do anything, but once I die, you alone won't be able to suppress the Shui family." His voice was somewhat dispirited, but it was mostly filled with helplessness. For someone like him, perhaps there was nothing more helpless in the world than this. He watched as the family that he had painstakingly built did not have a qualified successor and was about to decline. How could an ordinary person understand this helplessness? Among the older generation, his existence was enough to make people fear him, and they did not even dare to have any thoughts about him. As for the middle-aged generation, Shui Kaishan was powerful enough, but among the younger generation, there was no one who could shoulder the burden. If he could continue to live peacefully, it would not be too much of a problem. If he waited patiently, perhaps there would be someone with outstanding talent. Unfortunately, he did not have much lifespan left and could no longer support him to live peacefully. If he really died, the Shui family would definitely be suppressed. After all, while Shui Kaishan was a venerable one, he had only just entered this boundary. This was also the reason why he was worried. Moreover, he saw something in Su Yan. It was also because of these things that he made up his mind to take a gamble while he was still alive and the Shui family could still afford to gamble. Shui Kaishan naturally knew his ancestor's vision. Thus, he humbly asked for guidance, "Ancestor, can you give me a clear indication?" The ancestor of the Shui family said, "Futu." Xuecheng brought Su Yan back to the small courtyard. Xuecheng was an elder of the Taihang sword faction and held a high position in the Xue family. Many of the younger generation greeted him respectfully. Greetings, 13th uncle. These youths were curious about the young man who could walk together with their 13th uncle. Su Yan was also sizing up these young people. To be honest, these people were not weak. Almost all of them were in the spiritual ocean realm, and there were even some young elites in the square circle realm. If this was in the 5 counties, it would be very impressive. A young Feng Yuan expert. How many could there be in the 5 counties? At this moment, a beautiful girl ran over. When she ran over, Su Yan couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. This girl's face was naturally very delicate and pretty. Of course, this wasn't the reason why Su Yan took a few more glances at her. It was because of her cultivation. Her cultivation was undoubtedly the strongest among the group of people that Su Yan had seen. 5 Mountains Circle Realm. This was already comparable to Su Yan's cultivation. Although there were some very powerful youths among the people that he had seen before, none of them had reached the 3 Mountain Circle Realm. Father. This girl was so surprised that she rushed into Xuecheng's arms. Xuecheng hugged her. His resolute face was full of kindness. This time, he almost didn't make it back. He wasn't afraid of his own death, but he was worried about his daughter. Father, it's great that you can come back. This beautiful girl was already sobbing as she spoke. These few days, there was bad news about her father, and she was worried sick. Xingyue, don't cry. Father is back, isn't he? Isn't he back? After a long time, this girl finally calmed down. Then he said to his daughter, Xingyue, this is big brother Su Yan. If it wasn't for him, your father really wouldn't have been able to come back this time. Unknowingly, Su Yan had already stayed in the Taihang sword faction's Xue family for 3 days. These 3 days were very comfortable for him, and he didn't have much to do. Under Xuecheng's arrangement, the strong man, Zhuo Feng, finally became a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. Perhaps because Su Yan saved Xuecheng, Xue Xingyue took care of Su Yan very much. She often came to look for Su Yan and showed him many things about the Taihang sword faction. As for Xuecheng himself, he hadn't shown up for a few days. Big brother Su Yan. Early in the morning, Xue Xingyue ran to Su Yan's small courtyard. Big brother Su Yan, let's go to Sword Forging Peak today. This was what Xue Xingyue told Su Yan yesterday. As the top sword sect in the Jiuzhou continent, the Taihang sword faction naturally had its own sword forging peak. For the Taihang sword faction, Sword Forging Peak was simply a holy land. When the young disciples had some success in their cultivation, they would almost always go to Sword Forging Peak to search for swords. And today, it was said that a sword forging master would personally forge a sword. This was definitely a grand occasion. Therefore, Sword Forging Peak was destined to be very lively today. After a few days of interacting with each other, Su Yan also knew that Xue Xingyue was someone who couldn't stay still and liked to be lively. Okay. Su Yan agreed, and the 2 of them went to Sword Forging Peak. At this time, there were already countless disciples at the foot of Sword Forging Peak. Of course, most of the disciples at the foot of the mountain didn't have high cultivation, so they didn't have the qualifications to go to higher places, let alone personally see a sword forging master forge a sword. However, the Xue family's position in the Taihang sword faction was extraordinary. They were one of the 3 great families of the Taihang sword faction, so naturally they could go to the top. The 2 of them walked together. Xue Xingyue was originally beautiful, and with her extraordinary talent, she was very popular. Along the way, there were already many young and outstanding disciples who came to greet her. Among them, there was no lack of people who admired her. Little sister I told you that you would definitely come to today's sword forging summit. Sure enough, I've been waiting for you. At this time, a somewhat gentle voice sounded. When this voice fell into Su Yan's ears, Su Yan immediately laughed coldly. This was because he had already recognized the owner of this voice, Wang Han. The person who had forced him and the little Qilin into a desperate situation, the person who had almost turned Su Yan into a cripple forever, Wang Han of the Taihang sword faction. Su Yan would never forget the hatred from back then, but he didn't expect that he would really meet him today. This was really a case of enraged enemies meeting. It had been 1 or 2 years since the last time they met. Wang Han's appearance hadn't changed much, but his cultivation had deepened by a lot. The current him was probably at the peak of the square boundary realm. Back then, he was also at the square boundary realm, but his cultivation was higher than everyone present. Su Yan and the others were simply not his match. In the end, it was Yun He who had appeared and forced him away. He jogged over, but he didn't even look at Su Yan. In his eyes, there was only Xue. Wang Han. Why are you waiting for me? Xue didn't have a good expression towards Wang Han. She knew that her father almost couldn't come back this time because of Wang Yuan of the Wang family, so how could she be nice to him? Wang Han's skin was very thick. When he saw Xue's slightly disgusted expression, he didn't care at all. Then, he said, "Xinyu, aren't I worried about you?" Fortunately, Uncle Xue came back safely, he said with great concern. However, at this time, Su Yan suddenly sneered. Hearing this disdainful sneer, Wang Han's gaze fell on Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, he suddenly felt that he had seen Su Yan somewhere before. Then, he said, "Brother, you look very familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Su Yan looked at him and then smiled gently. "Wang Han, you are really forgetful. When you were in the 5 commanderies, you were very powerful. I almost died in your hands." Hearing Su Yan's words, Wang Han thought for a moment and immediately remembered. He said with great surprise, "Hee, I remember now. So it's you, wild dog. I really didn't expect that you not only survived, but also came to the Taihang sword faction today. You were lucky that year, and that old guy Yun he was indeed powerful. I was no match for him. But today, you appear in front of me again. Don't even think about surviving." Wang Han was originally a lawless person. Now that he was facing Su Yan, he was even more unscrupulous and directly revealed his killing intent. Su Yan smiled faintly, looking at him as if he was looking at a monkey. The killing intent in Wang Han's eyes grew stronger. Although Su Yan didn't say anything, his silence spoke louder than words at this moment. Those slightly smiling eyes made his entire being furious to the extreme. "I remember that your name is Su Yan, right? Back then, I let you live. Let's see how you're going to survive today." After he finished speaking, he was about to attack and kill Su Yan immediately. However, at this time, Xue directly shouted, "Wang Han, how dare you kill in the faction?" Xue's voice finally calmed Wang Han down. He glanced coldly at Su Yan and then at Xue. He said, "Sister Xue, this guy is a wild dog from the 5 commanderies. He is really a lowly person. Why are you with him?" Chapter 513. Just as Wang Han was about to make a move, Xue directly condensed 2 fingers and turned them into a sword. Then, with a straight slash, a sword chi appeared. The appearance of this sword chi was very sudden, but the power contained within it was clearly visible to the naked eye. If Wang Han was hit by this attack without any preparation, he would be immediately injured. At this moment, Wang Han's complexion was very ugly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, you should know my sincerity towards you. Now, you actually attacked me for such a trash." Wang Han was really angry. He had been pursuing Xue for a long time. This was something that everyone knew. But today, in front of everyone's eyes, Xue directly attacked him. If this matter was spread out, where would he put his face? Naturally, he couldn't attack Xue, because the current Xue family was still high and mighty, one of the 3 pillars of the Taihang sword faction, just like his Wang family. Therefore, his gaze fell on Su Yan. "Trash, in the past you relied on others to survive, and now, you still can only hide behind a woman and dare to talk to me? If you have the ability, then fight with me." These words were so overbearing that any man who heard them would feel their blood boil. At this time, Su Yan asked Xue Xingyue, is it forbidden to hurt people in the Taihang sword faction? Before Xue Xingyue could answer, Wang Han had already said, ha ha ha, you trash, don't worry. In the Taihang sword faction, killing is not allowed, so I won't take your life. Of course, if you don't dare, then say your purpose as soon as possible, and admit that you are lying to you, Wang Han directly raised his voice at this moment. He wanted to force Su Yan to agree to the duel with him. Xue Xingyue was already furious, and then said, so annoying, who allowed you to call me you, Do I know you that well? This sentence made Wang Han even more embarrassed. However, he didn't answer Xue Xingyue, but stared at Su Yan again, and then asked in a deep voice, boy, just say one thing, do you dare or not? Su Yan asked again, then, is it allowed to be disabled? Wang Han's expression turned cold as he said, if it was absolute, then this is inevitable. But don't worry, even though you lied to sister you, I won't do anything to you for her sake. Cut the crap, do you dare or not? Okay. Su Yan nodded and said directly. At this moment, Xue Xinyue's face changed, and then said anxiously, Brother Su Yan, don't agree to it. She knew that Wang Han had recently been recognized by the Wang family's patriarch, and had been bestowed with pills, which greatly improved his cultivation. Now, Wang Han was a strong fighter in the Six Mountains Radius realm, and was only a step away from the Dragon realm. The aura that Su Yan displayed was only in the Six Mountains Radius realm. The gap between the two was too big. In such a competition, Su Yan had no hope of winning at all. However, Su Yan still agreed. She was secretly anxious, and secretly sighed at Su Yan's rashness. He was her father's savior, and if something really happened to him, how was she going to explain it to her father? Therefore, she had to stop this duel. However, at this moment, someone suddenly walked over, and it was also a beautiful woman. Her name was Feng Yueyu, and she was a disciple of the Feng family, one of the three major families in the Taihang sword faction. Sister Xinyue, why are you so anxious? Since this friend has agreed, he must have some confidence. Why don't we observe the situation first? As she spoke, she had already stopped Xinyue. Xue Xinyue was not stupid, and she could see that although this woman seemed to be helping her on the surface, she was actually stopping her from helping Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan had already followed Wang Han. Feng Yueyu, this has nothing to do with you. She hurriedly followed. At this moment, Su Yan and Wang Han had already arrived at a more open area, and there were already many onlookers around. Of course, a large portion of them were members of the Wang family. Wang Han said directly, Kid, if you had obediently stayed in the 5 counties mainland, I might have already forgotten about you. However, you insisted on coming to the 9 provinces mainland, and even stood in front of me, so you can't blame me for this. Then, he said very softly, but don't worry, I've already said that I won't kill you, and I'll keep my word. However, if you lose your arms and legs, you can't blame me for that. After saying that, he said clearly, today, the Taihang sword faction's disciple Wang Han will have a fair duel with this person called Su Yan. If I'm not capable enough and am accidentally injured or even killed by this Su Yan, I have nothing to say, and I won't take revenge. Brothers, please be my witnesses. When he said this, he immediately showed his magnanimity. However, anyone with a discerning eye knew that this was just sarcasm. What he really meant was that if he killed Su Yan or seriously injured him, it wouldn't matter anymore. Then, he said to Su Yan, Brother Su Yan, I'm sure you don't have any objections to this rule. Of course, if you're afraid, just admit defeat. I, Wang Han, won't make things difficult for you. As long as you apologize and admit your mistake, this matter will be settled. The more he acted like this, the more Su Yan sneered in his heart. This guy's mind was quite vicious. Unfortunately, Wang Han didn't know that this was the rule that Su Yan wanted, so he said, No, I think this rule is very good. Wang Han chuckled and said, Since that's the case, let's begin. At this moment, his eyes were so cold that he looked at Su Yan as if he was looking at a dead man. He did say that he wouldn't kill Su Yan, but he didn't guarantee that Su Yan wouldn't become a cripple. He had never cared about Su Yan because to him, Su Yan was as weak as an ant. However, now that this restless ant had jumped out to court death, he didn't mind squashing him to death. He had always hated Su Yan. He was clearly a weak guy, but he was so stubborn. What he hated the most was that kind of unyielding gaze. His smile disappeared, then he raised his hand and pointed. In an instant, the sword aura suddenly exploded. A ray of sword aura let out a loud roar, then directly charged towards Su Yan. This could be said to be extremely carefree. He wanted to let Xue Xinyuan know that he was powerful and Su Yan was insignificant. If he wanted to move a woman, it was definitely a good choice to display his strength in front of her. The sword aura was dazzling as it directly charged forward. At this moment, Su Yan didn't seem to have reacted at all. He only looked at Wang Han. Wang Han sneered and said, "Kneel." This sword was aimed at Su Yan's knee. To him, defeating Su Yan wasn't difficult at all. What was really interesting was to let him know his insignificance. Just as the sword aura was about to reach him, Su Yan suddenly moved. At this moment, he seemed to have just moved his body slightly, and the sword aura directly passed by him. The sword aura directly pierced into the ground and actually created a deep hole. It was obvious how powerful this sword aura was. However, this sword aura didn't cause any harm to Su Yan in the end. "Wang Han, are your eyes crooked or your limbs weak?" Su Yan's mocking voice was heard. Wang Han's expression became even colder. However, before he could speak, Su Yan spoke again. "The sword casting convention is about to begin. I'm not interested in wasting time with you." After he finished speaking, he suddenly rushed forward. In the eyes of Wang Han and most people, Su Yan's speed was definitely not fast. If he wanted to rely on this speed to hurt Wang Han, no, even getting close to Wang Han was a fantasy. Wang Han sneered. "Trash is always." Slap. Wang Han's words were interrupted by the crisp sound of a slap. Then, his whole body flew straight out. Plop. It wasn't until the sound of Wang Han falling to the ground that the crowd woke up from their daze. Everyone was stunned. One had to know that among the younger generation of the Taihang sword faction, Wang Han was ranked among the top. At this time, he was close to the dragon realm. However, such a young expert was sent flying with a slap. More importantly, they clearly felt that Su Yan's attack was nothing at all. It could only be said to be sloppy and ordinary. What was going on? Could it be that Wang Han was going easy on him? However, no matter how they looked at it, Wang Han didn't look like someone who would go easy on him. Su Yan looked at Wang Han, who had fallen to the ground, and then said with a chuckle, "What, could it be that you've been on a woman's belly for too long recently and can't even stand? You're just too much of a piece of trash." Su Yan's merciless sarcasm made Wang Han even angrier. Although he wasn't the top figure among the younger generation, he was still respected in the entire sect. When had he ever been ridiculed like this? Moreover, he had been sent flying with a slap in front of everyone. He immediately stood up and flipped his palm. With a clang, a long sword fell into his hand. "Su Yan, you wild dog, I'll definitely kill you today." The moment the long sword was drawn, a strong murderous aura rippled out. Such a terrifying murderous aura suddenly erupted, causing the people around Zero to scatter. After all, Wang Han was an expert with a perimeter. Even if he was angry, the murderous aura he emitted was still terrifying. When Xue Xinyue saw Wang Han draw his sword, she immediately shouted, "Wang Han, how dare you kill someone?" Chapter 514. Sis Xinyue, this is a matter between men. Why should we care so much? Feng Yueyu looked at Su Yan with a smug look in her eyes. In the Taihang sword faction, she and Xue Xinyue were known as the Taihang twin moons, and they were both rare beauties. Although both of them were equally famous, their relationship was definitely not good. Especially since Xue Xinyue had recently made a breakthrough in her cultivation. For a moment, she was actually suppressing Feng Yueyu's name. Naturally, Feng Yueyu was unhappy. Originally, when Xuecheng had not returned, there were even rumors that he had become a traitor of the Taihang sword faction. This made her very proud, but with Xuecheng's return, all of this naturally fell apart. The Xue family and Wang family still maintained their calm. They seemed to have found a tacit understanding on this matter. This made her even angrier. At this moment, she was naturally happy to see Xue Xinyue embarrassed. Xue Xinyue glared at Feng Yueyu with hatred. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. Feng Yueyu, you better get out of my way, she said directly. At this moment, when her aura was revealed, Feng Yueyu actually felt fear in her heart. However, at this moment, Wang Han had already made his move. The intense sword chi quickly attracted the attention of both of them. Wang Han's sword was very fast. It was really a cold sword light. Compared to Su Yan's previous speed, it was unknown how much faster it was. The strength of the circle state was displayed vividly at this moment. Everyone felt as if they were being isolated by mountain peaks. Some of the people with lower cultivation levels even felt that they could not breathe. At this moment, the extremely powerful sword light that erupted had already passed through the front of Su Yan. The sword light was like lightning. At this moment, Xue Xinyue could no longer care about Feng Yueyu. She directly looked over. At this moment, Su Yan's lips curled slightly. He suddenly disappeared from the spot. Then, he narrowly avoided the sword light. However, he had disappeared so quickly that no one could see what had happened. It was as if Wang Han's sword light had deviated from its target. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream was heard. It turned out that the sword light had directly pierced through half of a person's shoulder. Su Yan directly shouted, Wang Han, you are really a vicious person. What kind of enmity do you have with this person that you would actually sneak attack him at this time? How can I, Su Yan, spare you? While speaking, Su Yan had already run towards Wang Han step by step. Wang Han looked at Su Yan. His eyes were like the ghostly flames of the netherworld. Although he felt that it was really inconceivable, he had already understood that this was probably related to Su Yan. He wanted to curse, but Su Yan did not give him any chance at all. He directly sprinted and then came in front of Wang Han. Then, he directly hit Wang Han's abdomen with a flying knee. Wang Han's entire body immediately curled up and instinctively wanted to fall down. However, how could Su Yan give him the chance? Just as his body was about to fall, he suddenly threw an uppercut and directly hit Wang Han's chin. Blood mixed with teeth flew out from Wang Han's mouth. At this time, he was completely stunned. Because no matter what, he did not expect that Su Yan would actually be so fierce at this time. This was completely different from what he had expected. He should be the powerful person who would directly trample Su Yan under his feet. However, now, the reality was so cruel. This was only the beginning. Su Yan would not let him off so easily. Under this attack, Su Yan viciously kicked again, directly smashing Wang Han into the ground. At this time, Wang Han was already scared. Although he didn't know why he had become so weak, or why Su Yan had become so strong, he didn't know. But at this time, he was really scared. The plot should not be like this. This was too different from what he had imagined. Under the torture of pain, he immediately thought of surrendering. Unfortunately, the current Su Yan would not give him the chance. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, Su Yan directly smashed him into the ground. Then, he directly stomped down with his foot. Ah! Intense pain came, and Wang Han only felt that his arm was directly torn off. Su Yan directly said, Wang Han, you are really stubborn. You still refuse to admit defeat at this time. After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly stomped down with his foot. At this time, the surrounding people finally could not watch it anymore. One of them directly attacked Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not care about him. The moment that person came, he directly flew out with a kick, directly sending him flying. Then, he said, Wang Han is a person who plotted against his fellow disciples. Who are you? You are the same as him. I am now competing with him in a fair fight. When Su Yan's words fell, everyone's heart turned cold. This was not a fight, but a one-sided massacre. However, everyone felt that it was strange. Su Yan's strength was clearly not strong. Logically, Wang Han should be able to win. Could it be that, as Su Yan said, Wang Han's health was not good recently? Finally, at this time, the law enforcement team came over. Their expressions were very cold. Everyone knew that the law enforcement team was inextricably linked to the Wang family. At this time, Su Yan had beaten Wang Han to the point that he did not even look human. This matter was probably not going to end just like that. This law enforcement team leader had the cultivation of a dragon. When he walked over, his whole body naturally emitted an aura of authority. Everyone could not help but take a step back. The leader walked in front of Su Yan, then directly shouted, "How dare you commit violence in the Taihang sword faction? I think you don't want to live anymore. Men, come, take him away." The law enforcement team had an extremely deep and profound authority in the Taihang sword faction. At this time, the appearance of the law enforcement team immediately caused everyone to fall silent. However, at this time, Xue Xingyue walked over. Captain Lu, Su Yan and Wang Han are absolutely fair in the faction. Everyone was invited to be witnesses. How could there be any violence? She stood directly between Su Yan and Captain Lu, staring fiercely at Captain Lu. She was a member of the Xue family, but she was not afraid of the law enforcement team. This was because the Xue family's ancestor was still alive, and the Xue family was one of the three pillar families. Seeing Xue Xingyue stand out, the captain narrowed his eyes and said, "Miss Xue, I'm just following orders." Moreover, if it was just a duel between two people, then what's going on with this person? It turned out that the person who was accidentally injured by Wang Han was still lying on the side. At this time, the disciple's friend finally stood out and said, "Captain, Lu Xing was injured by Wang Han's sneak attack." This is something that everyone saw. This person was a straightforward person. At this time, he was furious. He did not care about the law enforcement team's authority and immediately began to shout. Then, the people around him nodded and testified for him. Although the members of the three big families were powerful, it was impossible for a faction to only have disciples. Now that everyone had spoken, the law enforcement team could not say anything. After all, the law could not punish the majority. Moreover, according to the current situation, it was Wang Han's fault to begin with. Although his surname was not Wang, he was actually a member of the Wang family. He knew Wang Han's character very well. At this time, he could not help but frown. However, he was very smart and did not dwell on this issue. Instead, he asked directly, since it's a martial arts competition between fellow disciples, now that the winner has been decided, why did you have to be so ruthless? Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "Brother Wang didn't seem to admit defeat. How could there be a winner? Moreover, Brother Wang said before that he would break my arms and legs. I was afraid that he would break my arms and legs as soon as I turned around, so I could only force myself to hold on and wait until he admitted defeat." He looked at Captain Lu and said, "Captain Lu, if you don't believe me, you can ask everyone here if Brother Wang said something similar." Captain Lu's face was gloomy. In fact, he did not need to ask to know that Wang Han must have said something like that. After all, everyone knew what kind of person he was. It was just that he had met a tough opponent today. "Which elder's disciple are you? You have some skills to be able to win against Wang Han. Why haven't I seen you before?" At this time, in Captain Lu's eyes, a cold murderous intent spread out. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Su Yan directly. Could it be that you're a spy? With this question, he had already secretly channeled his spiritual power to suppress his mind. If Su Yan was a little slow, he would directly kill Su Yan for being a spy. His strength was in the dragon transformation realm, which was not inferior to Xue Cheng. Su Yan was only in the square circle realm. Even if he could win against Wang Han, would he be able to gain an advantage against Captain Lu? Today, Su Yan humiliated Wang Han, which was already offending the Wang family. Therefore, this was the way to his death. However, this little bit of pressure did not exist for Su Yan at all. He was a person who faced legendary existences like the heavenly demon and the great demonic dragon directly. He smiled lightly and said, I am a disciple of the Shui family. Miss Xinhua can testify for me on this point. When Su Yan said this, Shui Xinhua naturally said directly, Captain Lu, I don't think my Shui family needs your permission to recruit disciples, right? Shui Xinhua's words made Captain Lu speechless. This was because this was the truth. The reason why the three big families were powerful was that they had a great power of their own, which was to directly recruit disciples. As long as the disciple was willing and they had the intention, then the disciple could directly join the family. These people were not only considered members of the Taihang sword faction, but also members of their own families. Captain Lu was like this in front of him. Chapter 5:15. At that moment, a voice was suddenly heard. Lu Tianyi, are you saying that I'm old and can't see through people? As the voice rang out, everyone stepped aside to make way for him. The person was none other than Shui Cheng. No one knew where Shui Cheng had gone these past few days. He had disappeared for a few days. However, as soon as he appeared, Su Yan immediately knew that he must have received some benefits. Otherwise, he would not be so energetic. Moreover, his cultivation seemed to have broken through. His cultivation was originally between 3 and 4 dragons. However, at that moment, his cultivation was firmly at 4 dragons. He was even about to break through to 5 dragons. One had to know that cultivation was an extremely difficult path. The higher one went, the harder it was to progress. Unless one's talent was heaven-defying, or one's luck was heaven-defying. Otherwise, it would not be so easy. The fact that Shui Cheng could reach the dragon realm meant that he was strong enough. Furthermore, his aptitude was definitely not heaven-defying. Thus, it was extremely obvious that he had obtained sufficient benefits. At that moment, Shui Cheng was in high spirits. The depression that had accumulated over the past few days had been swept away. He looked at Captain Lu and continued, Lu Tianyi, do you think that your enforcers are lawless in the Taihang sword faction? Is that why you don't care about me at all? He once again put the blame on Lu Tianyi. At that moment, Lu Tianyi finally swallowed his anger and said, all right. Since you're here, Elder Shui Cheng, I have nothing to say. Since that's the case, let's end today's matter here. After he finished speaking, he directly ordered his men to carry Wang Han and left without saying a word. Seeing Lu Tianyi leave with Wang Han, Shui Cheng only smiled lightly. It was obvious that he did not care. Then, he walked to Su Yan's side and said, Brother Su Yan, you vented your anger today. However, you can't be careless. The Wang family is the most sinister. They will definitely seek revenge. However, as long as the Shui family does not fall, they won't be able to touch you. At that moment, Shui Xinhua had already walked over and asked Su Yan, Brother Su Yan, how did you and this Wang Han become enemies? Su Yan only smiled faintly and said, it's nothing. I was bitten by this mad dog back then. I'm a person who holds grudges. He answered directly, without any intention of pretending. Shui Xinhua smiled faintly, like a blossoming plum blossoming. She said to Su Yan, well, since he's a mad dog, don't think about him. Brother Su Yan, the sword casting conference is about to begin. Let's go up the mountain. With that, she walked over. After this, her attitude towards Su Yan had quietly changed. Shui Cheng naturally saw all of this, but he did not stop her. No one knew what he was thinking. There were many people who came to watch the sword casting conference because there might be many good swords produced here. Of course, it was extremely difficult to produce a divine sword, but many first-class swords were extremely lucky if one could obtain them. Moreover, this time, the elder of the Taihang sword faction found a piece of meteoric iron in the 5 counties. It was extremely hot. It was because of this that an elder who had been in seclusion for many years finally decided to personally forge a sword. This elder's cultivation was unfathomable. He was a venerable. However, he had already gone into seclusion 100 years ago and no longer cared about the affairs of the world. However, this time, with the attraction of this piece of meteoric iron, he finally decided to make a move. Since a venerable realm elder was making a move, it would naturally not be a small matter. He had already announced that this time, he would forge a divine sword. A divine sword, that was something that only existed in legends. As soon as this rumor spread, it immediately shocked everyone. If the divine sword was really forged, then the strength of the Taihang sword faction would immediately increase again. The power of a divine sword was unimaginably strong. It was almost a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Ordinary people could not even imagine how terrifying it would be. If a venerable used a divine sword, then this venerable's combat strength would immediately increase by several levels. The power of a divine sword could be seen from this. At this moment, if Su Yan were to tell others that he had a divine sword in his hand, it was likely that the experts would immediately swarm over and directly take out the sword to kill him. There was simply no other possibility. The great ancestor of the Shui family thought highly of Su Yan. He even directly recruited him into the Shui family and made him a member of the Shui family. However, if he knew about the Godslayer sword, then he would definitely snatch the Godslayer sword. It was also because of this that Su Yan had not used the Godslayer sword ever since he obtained it. Once he used it, he would be courting death. A divine sword could only be obtained, but not sought. At this moment, this great supreme elder of the sect was actually going to forge a divine sword. This was simply an unprecedented event. Sword Forging Peak was actually an extinct volcano. Therefore, as long as one walked up this sword forging peak, they would immediately feel an extremely hot energy flowing from the soles of their feet. Furthermore, the higher they went, the more they could feel the heat. Shui Xinhua led Su Yan up step by step. Each of the sword forging furnaces was emitting hot steam. Within the Taihang sword faction, there was a power that the three great families would not easily provoke, and that was the sword forging masters. More than half of the swords in the Taihang sword faction were made by sword forging masters. Therefore, if they provoked a sword forging master and were listed as unwelcome by the sword forging masters, then they would either have to find a sword themselves, or they would not have a sword to use. In more serious cases, as long as they were close to you, they would not even forge a sword for you. Therefore, as long as one was a famous sword forging master in the sect, they would be highly respected. Just based on this point alone, it was more powerful than the burial sword tomb. Within the burial sword tomb, even Ugly Uncle's status was not high. At this moment, a sudden cry of surprise was heard. "Quick, senior brother Wuya is forging a famous sword." This cry immediately attracted everyone's attention. Su Yan felt that it was strange, so he immediately asked Shui Xinhua. Shui Xinhua smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Su Yan, you don't know, but the Taihang sword faction is also a first-class existence in the Jiuzhou continent. Therefore, we have an extremely strict classification of swords." Shui Xinhua began to explain to Su Yan. It turned out that according to the quality of swords, the Taihang sword faction divided swords into 9 grades. They were divided from the most ordinary swords, to fine steel swords, to swords that could complement spiritual energy. Swords from grade 1 to grade 5 were divided according to the ordinary grade. However, swords from grade 1 to grade 6 were called famous swords. The so-called famous swords were swords that could shake the world. This kind of sword, whether in terms of hardness or coordination with spiritual energy, was a first-class existence. For swordsmen, this was something that they could only dream of. Grade 7 swords were called spiritual swords. Swords already had their own spirituality and could unleash 100% of the swordsman's strength. Grade 8 swords were called holy swords. The reason why they were holy swords was because they already had a little bit of holiness and were indestructible. However, they did not have their own divinity. Grade 9 swords were naturally the supreme divine swords. Of course, there were strong and weak divine swords, but this was already too high level. For ordinary people, being able to see a famous sword was already a blessing in life. Su Yan sighed in his heart. It seemed that the Taihang sword faction's strength was not only in terms of cultivation. In the entire sword system, the burial sword tomb was behind the Taihang sword faction. However, Su Yan also knew that there were many things that could not be done. For the 5 counties, the road ahead was still very long. Moreover, although the 5 counties were indeed lagging behind by a lot, he believed that one day, the 5 counties would catch up. As for now, it was a good time for him to take a look at this newly born famous sword. At a higher place on sword forging peak, there was a sword forging furnace. This sword forging furnace was emitting a dazzling platinum light. That was the light emitted by the newly created famous sword. At this moment, everyone was looking at this famous sword from afar. Many people were even more excited. At this moment, an extremely beautiful voice sounded. She looked at Senior Brother Wuya and said, "Senior Brother Wuya is really second to none in sword forging peak. Such a precious famous sword can only be born in Senior Brother Wuya's hands." This person was none other than Feng Yueyu of the Taihang Twin Moons. Seeing Feng Yueyu walking towards him, Wuya's sweaty face finally revealed a smile. He then said, "Junior sister Feng, don't praise me. If Master heard this, he would probably scold me." It was obvious that he had already forged a famous sword and attracted the attention of all the disciples. However, this person did not seem to be satisfied. Feng Yueyu said, "Senior Brother Wuya, I naturally know that you are ambitious and want to forge a first-class spiritual sword or even a holy sword. However, according to my way, the path of sword forging requires time and polishing. In fact, Senior Brother Wuya is already a genius to be able to forge a famous sword at such a young age. My cultivation has improved and I have been looking for a famous sword. Today, this sword has been born and I dare to ask for a sword. Senior Brother Wuya, please tell me what you want. As long as I can give it to you, I will definitely promise it to you." Feng Yueyu was one of the Taihang Twin Moons. Her beauty was unparalleled. Now that she had personally asked, some people were already thinking that even if this sword was given away for free, they would not complain. However, at that moment, Wuya suddenly shook his head. After that, he said, "Junior Feng, originally, since you've already asked, I should give you this sword. Unfortunately, before I forged this sword, I had already promised someone else." Chapter 5:16. The smile on Feng Yueyu's face immediately froze. At this moment, Senior Brother Wuya's gaze suddenly fell on a person. He held the newly forged sword and walked towards her. Everyone looked in the direction he was heading and discovered that this person was none other than the other moon, Shuexinhua. At this moment, Feng Yueyu's eyes were filled with anger. That Wuya had actually directly refused him, and instead wanted to give the sword to Shuexinhua. Sure enough, at this moment, Wuya had already walked in front of Shuexinhua. He smiled and said to Shuexinhua, "Junior sister Xinhua, before I forged the sword, I already said that if I forged a famous sword, would give this sword to you. Now, I've finally fulfilled my promise." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Senior Brother Wuya actually forged a sword for Shuexinhua. Everyone's gaze fell on Shuexinhua. Shuexinhua was already extremely beautiful, and at this moment, her cheeks were dyed red, making her even more radiant. She said softly, "Senior Brother Wuya, I was only joking at that time. How would I dare to covet such a divine sword? I think you should give this sword to Senior Sister Feng Yueyu." Hearing Shuexinhua's words, everyone was stunned. One had to know that divine swords were very precious items. If someone gave them a divine sword, they would probably jump with joy. However, at this moment, Shuexinhua had rejected this famous sword. This was, of course, extremely surprising. At this moment, Senior Brother Wuya's expression was somewhat gloomy. Although he was giving this sword, in reality, it was also to express his intentions. However, at this moment, he was mercilessly rejected. This was too cruel. He forced a smile and said, "Junior sister Xinhua, accept it. I know that your cultivation has recently reached the level of the 5 mountains. This sword is suitable for you. I've even thought of a name for this sword. It'll be called Mu Yu." When everyone heard this, they all sighed with emotion. This person was truly an infatuated person. Mu Yu, isn't this the meaning of loving Mu Xinhua? However, Xianyu shook her head and said, Senior Wuya, I appreciate your good intentions. However, this sword is truly too precious. I am unable to take out anything to exchange for it. It's better that you give this sword to Senior Feng Yueyu. Xianyu took a few steps back. At this moment, Wu Ya's face showed his unwillingness to accept this result. Being rejected was always so painful. Ever since Wu Ya had joined the Taihang sword faction, he had been focusing on the art of sword forging. For the sake of forging swords, he had already gone crazy. However, there was one time when he met Xue Xinyue. Her smile was so sweet and ethereal. At that moment, he felt that there was actually such a beautiful existence in this world. From that day onwards, he swore that he would forge the best sword for her. Later on, he finally had the chance to talk to her. Gradually, the two of them became closer. Hence, he told her that if he could forge a famous sword, he would definitely give it to her. Finally, he, Wu Ya, had waited for this day. He named this sword Mu Yu because he loved Mu Xinyue. Then, he gave this sword to her in front of everyone. Wu Ya did not ask for much. As long as he could get a smile from Xianyu, he would be very satisfied. However, he never expected that she would reject him. Moreover, she rejected him in front of everyone. At this moment, his heart was about to break. Because his heart was broken, he approached Xue Xinyue and said to Xue Xinyue, Xinyue, take it. This sword was made for you. Take it. He smiled bitterly and handed the sword to Xue Xinyue. Xue Xinyue suddenly felt a little scared. Because at this moment, he, Wu Ya, was really a little crazy. Yes, she saw madness in Wu Ya's eyes. Therefore, she took 2 steps back. However, Wu Ya was completely dazed by this kind of heartbreak. He actually reached out to grab Xue Xinyue. At this time, Su Yan finally couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and blocked Xue Xinyue's path. Then, he said indifferently, Brother, I think we should all show our poise. That's right. Wu Ya only had Xue Xinyue in his eyes. However, at this moment, Su Yan blocked in front of him. His expression immediately turned cold, and he shouted, Scram. As soon as these 2 words fell, he directly punched towards Su Yan. The power of this punch was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was even accompanied by a blazing flame aura. Wu Ya was extremely famous in the entire Taihang sword faction. This was not only because of his outstanding swordsmithing skills, but also because of his combat strength. His combat strength was so strong and terrifying that it could be compared to the top few people in the 3 big families. Of course, it should be said that it was the 2 big families. This was because in this generation of the Xue family, there was no one who could truly support them. Wang Kunlun of the Wang family and Feng Haichan of the Feng family had both reached the dragon realm. Moreover, their combat strength was even more terrifying. However, this swordsmithing master's combat strength was comparable to both of them. It was obvious how powerful he was. At this moment, he was attacking in a frenzy. Naturally, he would not hold back at all. This punch was like a hammer, ruthlessly smashing towards him. Many people could even feel the majesty of this mighty punch. The dragon realm, it's the dragon realm. Someone exclaimed. Although they had already guessed it, seeing it with their own eyes still made them feel incredulous. The dragon realm was a new height. In the entire Taihang sword faction, there were not many strong people who could reach the dragon realm. Moreover, these strong people had already become elders. And this Wu Ya had actually reached the dragon realm. At this moment, everyone felt that Su Yan would definitely be extremely miserable. After all, he had offended a strong person in the dragon realm. Everyone was watching the scene of Su Yan being defeated so miserably. Boom! A dull sound was directly heard, like a muffled thunder. Just how terrifying was this attack? It actually produced such a rumbling sound. This was already enough to shock everyone. Everyone's gaze fell on the spot in the air where Su Yan and Wu Ya's fists met. They could not believe that this guy had actually taken Wu Ya's attack. Su Yan had previously fought with Wang Han and even provoked the enforcement team. Therefore, everyone could still recognize him. Previously, there were people who felt that Su Yan's victory over Wang Han was due to luck. This was because from the aura that he had displayed, it was clear that he was only around the second mountain of the boundary and boundary state. However, at this moment, he had directly blocked Wu Ya's punch. At this moment, no one thought that Su Yan's victory was due to luck. Their gazes towards Su Yan were now filled with reverence. Respecting the strong was a human instinct. When Wu Ya saw that his attack had been blocked, he felt even more embarrassed. The famed sword in his hand, Mu Yu, suddenly turned and slashed towards Su Yan. Suddenly, the sword flashed, and an extremely dense murderous aura erupted, locking onto Su Yan. Everyone felt that Wu Ya's murderous aura was like a vast ocean, and Su Yan was just a small boat drifting in the ocean. In the face of such power, Su Yan would definitely die. At this moment, Su Yan's expression became more serious. This was because he knew very well that if he was hit by such a sword, he would definitely die. At this moment, he waved his hand and directly attacked with the awakening celestial sword. He had not used the awakening celestial sword for a long time. This was because as his cultivation increased, the sword could no longer bear all of his power, especially after he used the power of the demonic dragon. However, Su Yan had his own thoughts now. He did not dare to take out the scorching sun sword. This was the Tai Hang sword faction, and there would definitely be people who knew the value of the sword. Not to mention the others, just the Supreme Elder who was preparing to forge the sword today was enough to make Su Yan extremely wary. After all, according to the Tai Hang sword faction's classification, the scorching sun sword was a sacred sword. As soon as the awakening celestial sword was taken out, it immediately erupted with an extremely powerful sword light. This sword light actually directly cut through the boundless murderous aura, as if it directly tore apart the whirlpool of waves. Clang! At this moment, the long sword trembled and let out a roar. At this moment, the two swords directly collided. Boom! When the awakening celestial sword and the Mu Yu sword came into contact, it actually triggered a small flash of lightning. Everyone was shocked by Su Yan's strength and was surprised that he could actually use such a stunning sword. However, what happened next made them even more dumbfounded. This was because at this moment, the dazzling Mu Yu sword actually let out a mournful cry, and then directly broke. Half of the blade directly fell and pierced into the ground. A famed sword, broken. Wu Ya was completely stunned, and so were the others. Without a doubt, the Mu Yu sword was definitely a famed sword. The light that it brought out when it was completed had already explained everything. However, at this moment, such a famed sword was actually directly cut in half. Broken, broken. Wu Ya was in a daze. The meaning of this sword to Wu Ya was more than just a famed sword. It was also entrusted with his thoughts. However, at this moment, this sword actually broke. At this moment, his eyes were instantly filled with blood vessels, and there was even a faint trace of madness in them. He looked at Su Yan and then said in a hoarse voice, "I will kill you, I will definitely kill you." At this moment, he no longer had half a shred of rationality. An intense murderous aura was released, and he wanted to directly behead Su Yan. Chapter 5:17. Hearing this voice, Wu Ya's face suddenly stiffened, and then he stood there in a daze. After a while, he calmed down. At this moment, his eyes were lifeless. However, in the next moment, he regained his senses. His gaze was still fierce, but he had calmed down a lot. This process lasted for an extremely short period of time, almost in the blink of an eye. However, Su Yan saw all of this with his own eyes. Strange. That was the only thought in his mind. Although it was only for a short moment, what was displayed just now was really too strange. Wu Ya was originally so angry, but he calmed down in an instant. Moreover, that sluggish look in his eyes made Su Yan feel even more strange. No matter how afraid a person was of another person, they would not be able to calm down in an instant. Moreover, the moment he calmed down, there was no light in his eyes. It felt like he was a puppet. When Su Yan had suppressed Grandpa Puppet, he had obtained the method of controlling puppets. In that instant, Boundless' reaction was too similar to that of a puppet. However, Su Yan did not dare to say this out loud. He could imagine that this was an extremely important secret. If he revealed it, he was afraid that he would be killed immediately. Moreover, this matter did not seem to have much to do with him. Therefore, he naturally would not interfere in other people's affairs. He, Su Yan, was just a person who struggled bitterly in this world. What right did he have to bear the responsibility of saving others? At the end of the day, everyone's fate in this world was tragic. At this moment, everyone was silent because they all knew what kind of existence this person who could call Wu Ye back with a single shout was. Without a doubt, this person was the main character of the entire Tai Hang sword faction today. At this moment, at the peak of sword crafting peak, an extremely bright light exploded and shot into the sky. It was a flame that shot up to the sky. The strength of this flame simply made people's hearts tremble in fear. At this moment, it was as if the entire volcano had come to life. If this volcano really came to life, then everyone would die here today. Of course, everyone knew that this was impossible. After all, the Tai Hang sword faction had been established here for countless years. It was impossible for it to collapse overnight. Right at this moment, a huge power directly manifested. This power was simply frightening to the extreme. He actually forcibly suppressed this flame. What kind of terrifying power was this? At this time, another extremely powerful force appeared in the sky. The arrival of this power caused the countless clouds in the sky to disperse. A venerable one. To be able to have such a powerful person, he could only be a venerable one. Senior brother Haichuan, it's really a blessing for the Tai Hang sword faction to refine your sword today. The voice sounded like the descent of a god. Su Yan was shocked when he felt the powerful aura. He knew very well that only venerables could possess such power that was close to that of heavenly gods. The powerful force did not shackle his soul. Instead, it made him even more determined. Become stronger. I must become stronger. Su Yan had a feeling that in the future, he would definitely fight against a venerable one, or even someone stronger than a venerable one. This was because he shouldered the mission of the Stupa sect. Unless he was willing to let go of everything and quietly end his life. If he still had the slightest bit of hope in his heart, then he would have to face all of this. Haichuan's reopening of the sword furnace has alarmed Brother Wang. I'm ashamed. This venerable one's surname was Wang, so there was no need for Su Yan to say anything more. He must be a member of the Wang family. Because of Wang Han, Su Yan knew that he and the Wang family would be enemies. Therefore, he was quite wary of this venerable one. At this time, another voice was heard. Senior brother Haichuan's reopening of the sword furnace is a grand occasion for the Tai Hang sword faction. Naturally, I'm here to watch. At this moment, the Shui family's venerable ancestor arrived as well. A moment later, the Feng family's venerable ancestor arrived as well. Among the three venerable ancestors, the Shui family's venerable ancestor had the highest cultivation base. This was a well-known fact. Apart from the mysterious leader of the Tai Hang sword faction, no one else was a match for the Shui family's venerable ancestor. However, the Shui family's venerable ancestor was also the oldest. At this moment, the venerable elder named Haichuan laughed loudly and said, "It's a great honor to have so many old friends here. Since that's the case, I'll begin the sword forging now." Wu Ye. Wu Ye was his disciple, as well as his right-hand man. This time, Wu Ye played a crucial role in the sword forging. Hearing his master's call, Wu Ye didn't say anything and went directly to the furnace. Then, without wasting any time, he began to use all of his strength to pull the bellows to fan the flames. Bellows were essential when forging a sword. Of course, if one wanted to forge a sacred sword, or even a divine sword, the bellows had to be specially made. It could produce an extremely special wind force that was then combined with an extremely powerful flame. Su Yan had been taught the art of sword forging by Uncle Cho. Naturally, he knew this very well. At this moment, his gaze fell on the bellows with a serious expression. Just this bellows alone was not simple. Generally speaking, if one didn't have the strength of a dragon realm cultivator, it would be impossible to fan the bellows. At this moment, the bellows began to burn and a powerful wind force blew fiercely. That terrifying rumbling sound was simply horrifying. Xue Xingyue said to Su Yan, "Brother Su Yan, this is one of the most precious treasures of the Taihang sword faction, the wind and thunder bellows. Although this item can't be used in battle, it's an absolute treasure when it comes to forging swords. It's extremely famous even in the entire Jiuzhou continent." Su Yan already had an idea in his heart. When Xue Xingyue said this, he understood even more. At this moment, an extremely bright light suddenly bloomed in the sky. It was like an extremely dazzling flame lotus. In this blazing light, a mysterious piece of meteoric iron slowly appeared. Su Yan naturally recognized this item. It was the item that they had transported over. Back then, Su Yan had been tempted by this item. However, in the end, he extinguished this thought. Of course, although he did not obtain the meteorite, he obtained the nether spiritual ice. Of course, Su Yan had also studied the nether spiritual ice. However, he did not directly refine it. This was because he did not believe that Duan Mulonghu had not tampered with it. Before he had enough confidence, he did not want to act rashly. At this moment, the patriarch finally made his move. The wind and thunder bellows exploded with an extremely terrifying force of wind and lightning. It immediately stimulated the flame and caused it to expand. That flame was originally the flame of the volcano. It possessed an extremely terrifying amount of heat. At this moment, it became even more terrifying after being stimulated by the wind and thunder bellows. The entire mountain range was constantly trembling as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone's breathing stopped. They all watched and did not dare to be careless. For them, especially the disciples of Swordcasting Peak, this was simply a great opportunity. If he could learn something from this swordsmithing, then it would really be an endless source of knowledge. Dong! A dull sound was heard. It turned out that the meteorite had directly landed on the swordcasting platform. The Great Elder named Hai Chuan screamed at this moment. Previously, Great Elder Hai Chuan was an old man in his twilight years. He looked a little hunched. However, at this moment, his entire body straightened up. The muscles all over his body stood up one by one in an instant. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This was simply rejuvenation. This was a heaven-defying technique. Everyone stared blankly at Great Elder Hai Chuan. At this moment, Hai Chuan picked up the heavy hammer and smashed it down hard. Dong, dong. An ear-piercing sound exploded. The terrifying sound seemed to be tearing everyone's ears and eyes apart. Many disciples could not bear it and directly covered their ears. As for those with lower cultivation bases, they directly vomited blood under the impact of the sound waves. Su Yan was entranced. For him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He knew that Great Elder Hai Chuan was currently removing the impurities from the meteorite. This kind of tempering method was also very particular. Every strike of the hammer probably had the force of 5,000 kilograms or even more. Only a venerable realm cultivator could support it. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, temper it 1,000 times. Great Elder Hai Chuan suddenly shouted. The violent sound of the hammer became even more violent. At this moment, the Xue family patriarch and the Wang family patriarch both changed their expressions at the same time. They knew that if this continued, more than half of the disciples here would be killed or injured. The two of them acted at the same time and set up a barrier around the sword-casting furnace. At the same time, they shouted softly, "Those with low cultivation levels, get out of here." As soon as they said that, countless people retreated one after another. This scene was truly terrifying. Although most of the sound of the hammer had been blocked, the horrifying vibration still existed. Those who forced themselves to stay with low cultivation levels would probably die without a doubt. Moreover, it was not just the sound of the hammer. Great Elder Hai Chuan's movements also contained deep Taoist rhymes. If one forced themselves to watch, they would only get themselves killed. At this moment, Wu Ya was desperately pumping the bellows. Chapter 5:18. At this moment, Wu Ya's power was fully displayed. Everyone could see how strenuous it was for him to pull the wind and thunder box. That powerful and berserk power simply shook one's mind. Every time he pulled, he could see faint electric sparks flashing in the air. These electric arcs were not just for decoration, they were the real power. If an ordinary person was hit by these electric arcs, he or she would die immediately. Even for those with higher cultivations, they would not be able to withstand such enormous power. At least, if one's cultivation level had not reached the level of 5 mountains, he or she would only be seriously injured by such power. However, Wu Ya was able to withstand such a powerful power, and he was even using his strength to move the wind and thunder box. Everyone was amazed by his power. Although Grand Elder Hai Chuan was the main character at this moment, his performance had already caught everyone's attention. At this moment, Grand Elder Hai Chuan continued to swing the sword-casting hammer. Every time it landed, it would explode with a terrifying sound like a thunderclap. Raging fire. At this moment, Grand Elder roared again. Wu Ya did not answer. He only tried his best to move his body fiercely, and then he started to follow Grand Elder's rhythm. Su Yan looked at Grand Elder wielding the giant hammer, and his expression became solemn. Because at this time, he suddenly realized that the rhythm of this Grand Supreme Elder was somewhat familiar. He was not mistaken. This was one of the sword-casting techniques that Ugly Uncle had taught him, the wind and thunder sword-casting technique. This sword-casting technique was to use the power of wind and thunder to cast the sword. Once such a sword was cast, it would have an extremely masculine aura. It was indeed a top-notch sword-casting technique. Su Yan was naturally grateful to Ugly Uncle, who had taught him his lifetime's lost knowledge even though they had not known each other for long. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Ugly Uncle must have come to the Jojo continent before. If not, where did this sword-casting technique come from? Of course, at this moment, he was looking at Grand Elder Hai Chuan more attentively. After all, although he had learned Ugly Uncle's experience, he had been in a hurry back then. Moreover, he had been busy fighting for such a long time that he did not have time to cast a sword. This was a rare opportunity for him. Gradually, he realized that Great Elder Hai Chuan's cultivation was indeed impressive, but in terms of sword forging, he seemed to be inferior to Uncle Cho. Needless to say, Ugly Uncle was much better at removing the impurities. Of course, Hai Chuan's cultivation was truly powerful, so he could use his supreme cultivation to refine the metal. At this time, his strength had become even more powerful, and this kind of terrifying impact and vibration power had become even more terrifying. The Xue and Wang family patriarchs couldn't help but frown. To them, this was naturally nothing. However, to those who were still watching, this was practically a calamity. Even with the barrier of the defensive power, they began to tremble. Merely, they had already warned those people to leave. Thus, it was only natural that they chose not to leave. That was their own choice. At this moment, both of their gazes turned solemn. Supreme Elder Hai Chuan was an expert of the same level as them. Although they were all members of the Taihang sword faction, there were more or less conflicts between them. To put it bluntly, they were both companions and opponents. At this moment, it was the best time to understand Supreme Elder Hai Chuan's strength. Supreme Elder Hai Chuan seemed to have forgotten everything at this moment. His eyes had already changed, and he was no longer peaceful. It was just a kind of madness. A huge sound rang out. This sound was much more terrifying than any of the previous ones. After hearing this sound, many young experts began to vomit blood. Even a powerhouse like Xue Xinyue, who was from the 5 mountains, couldn't bear this terrifying sound. At this moment, there were only a few people watching at the top of the mountain. Su Yan noticed Xue Xinyue's condition and said, "Miss Xue, are you okay? If you can't bear it, you can leave first." However, after hearing Su Yan's words, Xue Xinyue shook her head faintly and said, "Although I don't know the way of sword forging, I feel that I will definitely be able to comprehend something after observing this sword forging. Perhaps it will be able to improve my cultivation." Su Yan smiled faintly. This Miss Shui was a stubborn person. However, it wasn't surprising. Otherwise, her cultivation wouldn't have been so outstanding among the younger generation of the Shui family. Shui Xingyue had been taking care of him for the past few days, so he naturally couldn't watch this stubborn girl get hurt. He directly held Shui Xinyue's hand. Shui Xinyue had a complicated look in her eyes when she saw Su Yan's sudden action. However, in the next moment, she realized that there was a warm spiritual energy being transmitted to her. When this spiritual energy entered her divine body, it immediately dispelled the discomfort in her divine body. She immediately understood that Su Yan was helping her. At this moment, she was very surprised. Of course, she wasn't surprised that Su Yan would help her, but she was surprised that Su Yan still had such strength. She was under such pressure, so was Su Yan. However, she was at the 5 mountains boundary, while Su Yan was only at the 2nd to 3rd mountains boundary. She couldn't bear it anymore, but Su Yan still had the strength to take care of her. She clearly knew that Su Yan wasn't forcing himself, but he really did have such strength. Unknowingly, her beautiful eyes stared straight at Su Yan, as if she wanted to see through Su Yan. Don't be distracted. Since you said that it would be of great benefit to you, then focus on observing. Su Yan's voice sounded out. Only then did Shui Xinyue's face turn red. She then continued to observe. At this moment, the great elder's strength became even more hurried. The more hurried he hammered, the more demanding the power of wind and thunder was. Wuya continued to circulate his strength, cooperating with the great elder. At this moment, his entire body was bathed in sweat, and his eyes even revealed a crazed look. Senior brother Wuya is really amazing. Even with such strength, he can still move the wind and thunder box. It had to be said that this praise came from the heart. This was because the current strength was already very terrifying. Although he was a Dragon Realm expert, it didn't mean that every Dragon Realm expert could withstand such violent strength. However, an unforeseen event happened at this moment. At this moment, a beautiful voice suddenly sounded. Little sister Shui is really in the mood to hold hands with her lover. It seemed like a casual teasing, but it attracted everyone's attention. One had to know that Shui Xinyue was one of Taihang's twin moons, so naturally, she was admired by many young people. At this moment, when everyone saw Su Yan holding her hand, their gazes were naturally unfriendly. One had to know that those who were able to stay here at this time were not easy to deal with and had a high cultivation base. Arousing the enmity of these people was absolutely not a good thing for Su Yan. Su Yan coldly glanced at Feng Yueyu. Although this woman was beautiful, she liked to cause trouble too much. If there was a chance, Su Yan definitely wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. However, now was not the time. Su Yan ignored the crowd and continued to look at the place where the sword was being forged. Of course, the crowd did the same. After all, the most important thing now was to observe the sword forging in order to seek the Tao. As for Su Yan, everyone just remembered him in their hearts. Some things could be slowly settled in the future. At this moment, Wu Ya's expression changed. It turned out that when Feng Yueyu was speaking earlier, she had attracted his attention. Although Feng Yueyu's voice was not too loud, Wu Ya's cultivation base was in the Dragon Realm. In addition, he paid a lot of attention to Shui Xinyue. When he saw Shui Xinyue and Su Yan holding hands, he was furious. At this moment, when the sword was being forged, the most important thing was to be distracted. At this moment, the situation was very bad. With this distraction, he could no longer keep up with Grand Elder Hai Chuan's rhythm. Although he forcefully circulated his cultivation base to keep up, he could no longer hold on. Finally, when Grand Elder Hai Chuan's hammer came down again, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Everyone was in an uproar. They never thought that this would happen at this moment. Grand Elder Hai Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, then he shouted in a low voice, "Trash!" At this moment, he had no choice but to stop hammering. Because the wind thunder box had stopped, without the help of the wind thunder force, hammering would not only be a waste of time but would also damage the meteorite. Wu Ya's face was full of fear and he wanted to get up again. However, he was directly injured by the wind-thunder force. How could it be so easy for him to get up? At this moment, Grand Elder Hai Chuan's face was indescribably gloomy. In the entire Taihang sword faction, there were indeed many people whose cultivation base was higher than Wu Ya's. However, Wu Ya was the only one who was proficient in the wind-thunder sword forging technique and could move the wind-thunder box. Was the sword forging going to stop like this today? This was a situation that he never expected. At this moment, the Shui family patriarch also frowned and asked, "Who can help Brother Hai Chuan continue forging the sword?" In fact, he already knew that it would be difficult to forge a divine sword today. It would be impossible for it to even be a sacred sword. At most, it would be a famed sword, but he still asked symbolically. As soon as he finished, no one answered. Chapter 519. As he spoke, Su Yan had already rushed towards the furnace. He knew that this was definitely not the time to decline because the longer the sword was stopped, the greater the damage to the sword would be. The sword was currently being calcined in a raging fire. However, without the power of wind and thunder, the raging fire could only damage the sword. Su Yan did not want to see the meteoric metal that had the potential to become a sacred sword or even a divine sword turn to scrap. Moreover, he had not had the opportunity to practice the sword after obtaining Cho Bo's inheritance. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of modesty. Instead, he directly refused to accept it. After speaking, he did not wait for Hai Chuan's reply and directly rushed into the furnace. It was obvious that Su Yan's cultivation was only at Feng Yuan's level. Many people could see the aura he exuded at a glance. Some people were already mocking Su Yan for overestimating himself. After all, even if he wanted to watch, he would need Xue Xinyue's help. Everyone thought so. After all, Xue Xinyue was one of the Taihang twin moons. Although her cultivation level was not as high as Feng Yueyu, who had reached the dragon realm, she was still young and her talent was above Feng Yueyu. Hence, if she had such power, no one would find it strange. Su Yan did not care about the gazes of the crowd. He directly rushed to the side of the furnace. To be honest, being able to rush into the furnace itself was a testament to one's strength. After all, the terrifying temperature of the furnace was no joke. Su Yan walked to the wind and thunder box, took a deep breath and was about to put it on. At this moment, Wu Ya had already stood up and shouted coldly, "Get out of my way. Do you want to ruin my master's plans? Someone like you wants to show off." Although Wu Ya and Su Yan did not know each other, at this moment, Wu Ya felt an extreme hatred towards Su Yan. If it was not for Su Yan, he would not have been distracted and would not have ended up like this. However, Su Yan ignored him and looked at Supreme Elder Hai Chuan. He knew that Wu Ya wouldn't be able to decide anything. The one who really made the decisions was Great Elder Hai Chuan. Supreme Elder Hai Chuan said calmly, "Then you can try." He also knew that at this time, he was already treating a dead horse as a living one. It was no longer possible to rely on Boundless. After getting Hai Chuan's nod, Su Yan suddenly put his hand on the wind and thunder box, and then began to move it. At this moment, everyone was surprised to find that Su Yan had actually pulled the wind-thunder box. One had to know that there were still countless bolts of lightning roaring. Surprise flashed across Elder Hai Chuan's eyes. Because he didn't expect that there would actually be someone who knew the wind and thunder sword forging technique. But at this time, since someone was helping him with the bellows, it was naturally the best thing for him. He suddenly let out a low roar, and then began to forge swords in a frenzy. Along with the usage of his crazy power, the terrifying sound roar also became extremely terrifying. The impact of this power on Su Yan was naturally very terrifying. Soon, there was a layer of dense sweat on Su Yan's body. Su Yan's power surged crazily, and such a powerful and terrifying power kept gathering in his hand. He was indeed not an expert in the dragon realm, but the aura he displayed at this moment was extremely profound, and it was actually not inferior to Boundless at all. At this time, Hai Chuan suddenly said in a deep voice, 5 mountains in a radius? It was this old man who made a mistake. Then, he wholeheartedly devoted himself to forging swords. At this time, a trace of pride flashed across the face of the Shui family's great ancestor. He originally knew that Su Yan must have hidden his power, but at this moment, he was still pleasantly surprised by it. He was prepared to invest in Su Yan from the beginning. However, at this time, he found that the person he invested in had more potential than he originally thought. More importantly, as a venerable realm expert, he actually didn't see how strong he was at the beginning. At this time, the sound of wind and thunder roared. Boundless silently looked at Su Yan, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that this damned guy actually had the ability to activate the wind thunder box. Then, what was he? A clown? Originally, he thought that he was a person above others, at least among the younger generation. No one could compete with him. He liked Shui Xinhua, and he even forged a famous sword for her. However, she actually rejected his famous sword. More importantly, the love rival that he looked down on actually had the power to compete with him. More importantly, the other party was younger than him, and his cultivation level was lower than his. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that the other party's talent was definitely above his. From another point of view, this meant that in the future, he would definitely not be his opponent. When he thought of this, the fire in his heart burned even brighter, and he only wanted to directly kill Su Yan. However, at this time, he didn't dare to do so no matter what. Not to mention killing Su Yan, even if he just interfered with Su Yan, he was afraid that he would incur the wrath of his master. When that time came, he would definitely die. Time passed by, second by second. The art of sword forging was truly unfathomable. Fortunately, Su Yan's coordination was terrifyingly strong, and his strength was also very strong, which was why he was able to hold on until now. If his strength was not strong enough, he would have died right at the beginning. Another violent sound was heard, and then the sound of wind and thunder reached an unprecedented level. The entire mountain began to tremble with this loud sound. At this time, everyone knew that this sword was finally going to be completed. This sword forging was full of twists and turns, but everyone was looking forward to it. If this sword could become a divine sword, it would be extremely important for the Taihang sword faction. Even if it was a divine sword, it could also increase the strength of the Taihang sword faction. Endless light flashed, and Grand Elder Hai Chuan's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. Boom! Thunder exploded, and countless flashes of lightning flickered on the sword. At this moment, this sword was finally completed. In an instant, the sword lights soared to the sky. The Muyu sword that Wuya forged was also considered a sharp sword light, but compared to this sword, it paled in comparison. Vaguely, the sound of wind and thunder became even more deafening, and what was even more unbelievable was that this sound came from the long sword. The sword moved like thunder. At this time, everyone was excited. Could this divine sword be the legendary divine sword? Perhaps, only the legendary divine sword could have such a strong power. Finally, all the commotion disappeared. Not only the disciples, but even the two grand elders' eyes were filled with anticipation. One must know that divine swords were extremely precious. Fang Yan and the entire Taihang sword faction. Apart from the Taihang divine sword, there were no other divine swords. In the entire Jiuzhou continent, there were definitely no more than 5 divine swords. If the sword that Grand Elder Hai Chuan forged was truly a divine sword, then it was definitely a blessing for the Taihang sword faction. Of course, for the two Grand Elders, if they could obtain this divine sword, their strength would naturally increase. If they could even comprehend the Tao from the divine sword, their cultivation would improve even further. This was especially so for the Grand Elder of the Shui family. At this time, his cultivation had definitely reached an unprecedented level. However, the current him was at a very high level, and it was difficult for him to make any further progress. His lifespan was about to come to an end, which was why he was so worried. Without his support, although the Shui family would not be removed from the Taihang sword faction, it was inevitable that they would decline in a short time. However, if this sword was a divine sword, then it would be a different story. Therefore, at this time, he, more than anyone else, hoped that this sword could become a divine sword. The Taihang sword faction was a divine item used to guard the sect, so it could not be given to him. Therefore, he urgently needed another divine sword. Su Yan was completely exhausted at this time. He never thought that forging a divine sword would be so tiring. Even with his abundant spiritual energy, he could barely hold on. However, he knew that this time, it would not become a divine sword. Although he had never forged a divine sword before, he had the god-slaying divine sword and the scorching sun divine sword. He was all too aware of the difference between them. Although this sword was thunderous, it was at most on the same level as the scorching sun divine sword. If he wanted to make it into a divine sword, it was still too far away. At this time, Grand Elder Hai Chuan also spoke. It's a pity that there is no innate divine fire this time. Otherwise, there would be a chance to forge a divine sword. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone already knew the outcome of this battle. Although it was a pity, they all understood that it was not that easy to forge a divine sword. At this time, the great ancestor of the Shui family said coldly, if it weren't for some people being so selfish, I'm afraid that the Taihang sword faction would have another divine sword. When the great ancestor of the Wang family said this directly, the expression of the great ancestor of the Wang family immediately darkened. This was because, to be honest, he did not expect Wang Yuan to do what he did. It was also because of this that Wang Yuan had been locked up long ago. The Wang family was also very wary of the Shui family. Even though Wang Yuan was severely injured by Su Yan, Zhuo Fenglai was only a formality. Grand Elder Hai Chuan's expression was also very ugly, because the loss of the innate divine fire was the most infuriating thing to him. As a swordsmith, if he could obtain such an innate divine fire, he was confident that his strength would improve further. Chapter 520. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Su Yan. They were all envious. Although Great Elder Hai Chuan had made it sound simple, it was still a holy sword. Even for a venerable one, this holy sword was enough to be a handy weapon. Whether it was the Shui family patriarch, the Wang family patriarch, or even Great Elder Hai Chuan, they all had holy swords. To a Dragon Realm martial artist, such a sacred sword was an extremely powerful weapon. And now, Great Elder Hai Chuan had casually given the sword to Su Yan. How could they not be envious? Su Yan took the long sword in his hand, but he felt a little flattered. However, he did not dare to ignore Great Elder Hai Chuan. He immediately said, Junior Su Yan thanks Great Elder for the gift. Great Elder Hai Chuan looked at Su Yan and chuckled. He said, You're a talent. Do you have a master? Why don't you come under my tutelage? I'm surprised that you know about the wind and thunder sword forging technique. Who taught you this? Su Yan was slightly shocked by the Great Elder's question. After all, they were in the Taihang sword faction. He would not tell anyone about Uncle Cho. Therefore, he only said, Elder, I came from the continent of the 5 counties. I've been forging swords with my grandfather since I was young. My grandfather said that the wind and thunder sword forging technique was a technique that my great-grandfather obtained by chance in the Jojo continent. It has been passed down from generation to generation. Great Elder Hai Chuan nodded slightly at Su Yan's words. Su Yan naturally did not know what he was thinking. However, Su Yan did not expect him to believe him. Like I said, are you willing to become my disciple? Hai Chuan asked again. Everyone looked at Su Yan with envy. How lucky was it to be defeated by a Grand Elder? One had to know that Supreme Elder Hai Chuan's cultivation had already reached the Venerable Realm. Although he did not know what level he was at, it was definitely enough for Su Yan to become one of the most powerful people in the Taihang sword faction. To be honest, even Su Yan himself was a little moved. Putting everything else aside, just based on his sword forging skills alone, he was definitely a top-notch expert. If he could receive his guidance, then Su Yan's sword forging skills would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, when Su Yan thought of Wu Ya's strange puppet-like appearance, he was secretly shocked. He knew that the reason Boundless was acting this way was most likely related to this ocean. As a result, he immediately extinguished that thought and said to Great Elder Hai Chuan, Thank you for your kindness, Great Elder. However, I've already promised Ancestor Shui a few days ago to become a disciple of the Shui family. After saying that, Su Yan stopped talking. At this moment, the Shui family's elder smiled in satisfaction and said to Hai Chuan, "Brother Hai Chuan, this fella has already been defeated by me. If you want to take him in as a disciple, you'll have to choose someone else." Ha ha ha. The Shui family's great ancestor did not say anything earlier because he wanted to see Su Yan's choice. If Su Yan directly defeated Hai Chuan, the Shui family's great ancestor would definitely hate him because such a fickle person would not benefit the Shui family at all. The Shui family's great ancestor was at the end of his life, so everything he did was for the sake of the Shui family's future. If Su Yan really did that, the great ancestor would definitely think of a way to get rid of Su Yan. Su Yan did not know that unknowingly, he had already walked one round around the gates of hell. Since the Shui family's great ancestor had spoken, Hai Chuan did not say anything else and only said, "Let's disperse for today." This sword forging peak was originally his territory. Since he had already spoken, there was naturally no reason for everyone to stay here and they all dispersed. At this moment, Shui Xingyue walked over to Su Yan and asked, "Big brother Su Yan, are you alright?" Su Yan shook his head. He was naturally fine, but he had used up too much energy. At this moment, Shui Xingyue walked over to Wu Ya and asked, "Senior brother Wu Ya, how are you?" If it was in the past, Wu Ya would definitely be very happy that Shui Xingyue was concerned about him. However, at this moment, he felt like a beggar who was being given alms. No matter what, he couldn't accept such alms. His expression became very cold, and he said directly, "I'm not dead yet, and I don't need your sympathy." The more in front of Su Yan, the more Wu Ya did not want to be pitted by Shui Xingyue. He climbed to his feet and walked away. This time, Su Yan's outstanding performance naturally made the Shui family happy. However, the expressions of the Wang clan's people were extremely ugly. Before this, Su Yan had a conflict with Wang Han. Furthermore, he had beaten Wang Han to the point of vomiting blood. He had almost turned Wang Han into a cripple. However, not only did the Wang family not do anything to him, but Su Yan was also safe and sound. Furthermore, he had accepted the sacred sword forged by great elder Hai Chuan. However, at this moment, no one could say anything. Even the great ancestor of the Wang family could not say anything. After all, this sword had become a sacred sword because of Su Yan's participation. Those who were on good terms with the Shui family had already started to make peace with Su Yan. Of course, there were also people who had started to use their connections to exchange for the sacred sword in Su Yan's hands. Everyone knew the value of a sacred sword. Therefore, one had to pay a huge price to obtain this sacred sword. However, Su Yan rejected all of them. This sword was on the same level as the Scorching Sun sword. Su Yan could use the Scorching Sun sword, but he gave this sword to Shui Xingyue. Su Yan did not have any ulterior motives for Shui Xingyue. Instead, he was expressing his sincerity to the great ancestor of the Shui family. He was telling the great ancestor that he was on the same side as the Shui family. He had even given such a precious sword to the great ancestor. How could he be disloyal? When Su Yan gave this sword to Shui Xingyue was still standing there in a daze. She was in disbelief. One had to know that this was an extremely precious sacred sword. Even if there were 100 famed swords, they would not be able to compare to a single sacred sword. However, at this moment, Su Yan gave this sacred sword to Shui Xingyue without hesitation. As a result, the relationship between Su Yan and Shui Xingyue was instantly spread throughout the sect. Su Yan's aura was not that big of a deal. After all, he was just a small figure. However, the key point was that Shui Xingyue was one of the two moons of the sect. She rejected Wu Ya's famed sword but accepted Su Yan's sacred sword. This seemed to be enough to explain a lot of things. Wu Ya naturally heard the news as it spread throughout the sect. His entire body trembled when he heard the news because it was truly a great insult to him. This time, it could be said that he had lost all his face. First, it was Shui Xingyue's rejection. Then, it was his own mistake when he was forging the sword. It made him feel that he could not raise his head. Although no one would say anything in front of him, he always felt that everyone was looking at him with a strange gaze. Thus, Wu Ye chose to go into seclusion. He wanted to make himself stronger. This was because the sect's sword battle gathering was in 2 months. The sword battle gathering was definitely a big event in the sect. This was because every sword battle gathering would determine the top 10 in the sect. It was known as the Taxing 10 Swords. Once one became one of the Taxing 10 Swords, they would receive the full cultivation of the sect. This kind of full cultivation was definitely not a joke. One could obtain unimaginable benefits. After the sword battle gathering ended, this gathering had attracted everyone's attention. Those who were confident in themselves began to cultivate crazily. This was because even if they could not become one of the Taxing 10 Swords, as long as they broke into the top 100, they would still be able to obtain a lot of resources. After a few days, Xuecheng found Su Yan. Xuecheng's sudden visit made Su Yan a little surprised. "Uncle Xue, did you come to find me because you already have news about the Devil Sect?" This matter was something that Su Yan asked Xuecheng to inquire about. One had to know that he was unfamiliar with the 9 provinces continent. If he went to inquire about the news, he was afraid that he would not even know where the Devil Sect was. Xuecheng drank a mouthful of water and said, "There is indeed some news." After asking around, a Devil Sect's devil's son, Shengguansheng, brought back an unfamiliar woman. "This woman should be your sister, Su Tian. But don't worry, I heard that this Shengguansheng takes great care of this unfamiliar woman. He does not allow her to be harmed at all." When Su Yan heard this news, he immediately felt relieved. Although Su Tian and he were not very close, she was still his sister. If something really happened to her, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. However, he immediately asked, "Uncle Xue, is there any news about a woman called Lu Lan?" At the mention of Lu Lan, Xuecheng frowned and said, "Su Yan, you have to know that this matter is definitely an absolute secret of the Devil Sect. It is definitely not easy to find out about this matter. However, I already know that the Devil Sect's actions have become extremely strict in Pan Province. If I'm not wrong, the Lu Lan you mentioned is in Pan Province." Hearing this, Su Yan's entire body became dignified. Pan Province. According to Duan Wulonghu, the cultivation of demons was really a big matter for the Devil Sect. If Pan Province was a place that was heavily guarded by the Devil Sect, then it was very likely that Lu Lan was brought to Pan Province. At this time, Xuecheng suddenly said, "Brother Su Yan, you don't need to be anxious. According to what you said, the ceremony to cultivate demons will probably take half a year to a year. You still have enough time, so I suggest that you become one of the 10 Taxing Swords first." Chapter 521. Seeing Su Yan's confused expression, Xuecheng knew that Su Yan had no intention of becoming one of the 10 Taxing Swords. Thus, he said, "Of course, the reason why I said that is because I have my own selfish motives. There are almost no geniuses in the younger generation of my Xue family. Although Xinue is not bad, she was only ranked 11th last year. This time, her cultivation has improved greatly and she has obtained your Wind and Lightning Sword. There is some hope. However, there's only a little bit of hope. Su Yan, I know that your strength is definitely stronger than I imagined. If you take action, there is a 90% chance that you will become one of the 10 Taxing Swords and earn a reputation from my Xue family." He smiled bitterly and continued, "Of course, this matter is also beneficial to you. Once you become one of the 10 Taxing Swords, you will be able to obtain the opportunity to go to the Sword Dispelling Pool. You must know that that is the place where the seniors of the sect died. There is a great opportunity there. If you can obtain it, your cultivation will definitely improve greatly. This is definitely a good thing." If Su Yan did not care about it before, then this sentence had undoubtedly stirred up his heart. Although Xuecheng did not say it clearly, Su Yan knew that his current strength was still too weak. Within a radius of 5 mountains, it was enough to fight the 3 dragons of the Dragon Transformation Realm or even stronger experts. But this was far from enough. Because the strength of his enemy was far beyond his imagination. One must know that his enemy was the Devil Sect. How many experts were there in the Devil Sect? Just that hydralisk alone was dangerous enough. And although he and Duan Mulonghu were in a cooperative relationship, he was a poisonous snake. If he was not careful, he would directly bite him and make him suffer. Su Yan wanted to gain a foothold in the world of the 9 provinces and save Lulan. The most important thing was his own strength. Without strength, everything was empty talk. After thinking for a while, he immediately nodded and agreed. Then, he said, "Senior, don't worry. I know what to do." Hearing Su Yan's words, Xueqing knew that this matter was settled. Then, he said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, I know that you are strong, but there are some people that you have to be careful of. After all, they are experts of the dragon transformation realm. Wuya is one of them. Last time, you made Wuya lose so much face, I'm afraid that he will not let this matter rest." Su Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. He already knew what to do. But many things, when he wanted to come, even if you wanted to escape, you would not be able to escape. Although Wu was in the dragon transformation realm, he was not afraid of him. Xueqing continued, "Actually, Wuya is not bad. Last time, he was only ranked 8th in the Taihang 10 swords. The ones who have the idea are the 7 people in front of him. These 7 people are extremely strong. Among them, 3 are from the Wang family, 2 are from the Feng family, and the last 2 are independent experts." Xueqing explained to Su Yan what to pay attention to, and Su Yan listened carefully. The Taihang sword faction was so famous in the 9 provinces that it had a strong foundation. The person ranked first was Wang Baichuan. He was an extremely outstanding genius from the Wang family. Last time, he had already reached the dragon transformation realm with 3 dragons. Xueqing did not mince his words. Even if he were to face him, he would definitely not be his opponent. Most importantly, he was Wang Yuan's grandson. His father had died in battle when he was young, and Wang Yuan had taken care of him since he was young. However, because of the loss of the innate god fire, and Wang Yuan's involvement with the Devil's sect, he had been placed under house arrest by the sect. He would definitely hold a grudge and would not have a good impression of the Xue family. As for Su Yan, who was involved in this matter, he would probably have a killing intent. Although it was forbidden to kill during the sword battle gathering, there were still deaths in the Taixing 10 swords competition over the years. Xueqing said, "Su Yan, give me a definite answer. How strong are you now?" Xueqing was not the only one curious about this. Even the Xue family's ancestor was curious about this. After all, last time, when he was forging the sword, he found out that Su Yan was hiding his strength. One had to know that the Xue family's ancestor was an incredible venerable, but even he could not see through Su Yan's hidden strength. This meant that Su Yan's method was very amazing. Su Yan said, "To tell you the truth, my cultivation level is in the 5 mountains. Although it's low, it's definitely not easy for Wang Baichuan to defeat me." Xueqing was surprised to hear this. Of course, he did not think that Su Yan was boasting. He just did not expect Su Yan's combat strength to be so abnormal that he could fight across so many realms. Such a person was truly perverted. But in the end, he still said, "Su Yan, although you're confident, this is a serious matter, so you can't be careless. Our Xue family? Jealous? Major? Dondi? Serval? Which one? Fawning over the evil spirits and harming the evil spirits? Charming? Locusts? 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 Traveling in a hurry and supporting Mo. Locusts? Chivalrous? A Min Tu offering his widow for Zhuang Mo? Alliance? Yearning? Locusts? In the end, he added, "You, is cultivating there now." With that, he left in a hurry without waiting for Su Yan's reply. Looking at his departing figure, Su Yan seemed to be deep in thought. Since Xueqing had placed so much importance on the battle of the 10 Taixing swords, it meant that the battle of the 10 Taixing swords was extremely important to the Xue family. Nevertheless, he did not take it to heart. After all, there were many things that he knew. Although the Xue family treated him well, he was not a real scholar. Of course, because he gave the sacred sword Tempest to them, the Shui family treated him extremely well. Nevertheless, it was not very useful. It was very difficult for something like bloodline to be replaced by external things. Of course, at this time, he was valuable enough to the Shui family, so the Shui family's ancestor would try his best to win him over. He believed that he would be allowed to enter the Shui family's ancestral land to cultivate. Su Yan's guess was right. Soon, a Shui family disciple arrived. It was an extremely handsome young man. He was about the same age as Su Yan, but he was very handsome and looked like a scholar. He walked in front of Su Yan and asked respectfully, "Young Master Su, I'm here on Uncle Shui's orders to bring you to the ancestral land." This person's tone was more respectful, but there was a trace of disapproval in his eyes. Of course, he concealed this trace of expression extremely well, and Su Yan was completely unable to see through it. Since it was Shui Cheng who called him over, he naturally didn't care too much and left with him. That person led Su Yan all the way. After walking for about half an hour, Su Yan suddenly stopped. The person was startled at first, then said, "Young Master Su, we haven't reached the ancestral land yet. Why did you stop? Are you tired?" Looking at the young man who was looking at him with a smile, Su Yan said, "Tell me, where do you want to take me? Don't tell me that the Shui family's ancestral land is in such a barren place." Su Yan mocked directly. The ancestral land of any big family would not be in such a barren place. It would definitely be in a place with good feng shui. However, this place was clearly extremely remote. Furthermore, the surroundings were spacious and overgrown with weeds. This person was a little flustered by Su Yan's stare. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he seemed a little nervous. After all, he had heard that Su Yan directly beat up Wang Han that day. Wang Han was a powerhouse in the surrounding 5 mountains. To him, he was already a godlike existence. His own cultivation was still in the spiritual sea realm. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Shui Dong, why are you so slow? We have to come here ourselves." At this moment, a few figures appeared. Seeing these people arrive, the young man named Shui Dong immediately had a happy expression. He directly ran over and said, "Cousin, it's this kid who discovered the situation and refuses to go over." That person ignored Shui Dong and walked to Su Yan. He was very tall, more than half a head taller than Su Yan, so he could be considered to be in a commanding position. He directly said to Su Yan, "I know that you are very close to Xinyue, and even Uncle Shui wants you to enter the ancestral land to cultivate with Xinyue. However, Xinyue is after all, and you were lucky enough to save Uncle Shui, so they may be fooled by you. However, I am not, so I still hope that you have some self-awareness and leave the Taihang sword faction." This person was truly arrogant. He actually dared to shout at Su Yan like that. Before Su Yan could speak, he spoke again, "Oh right, I almost forgot. I know that you have a famed sword in your hands. Back then, it could compete with the famed sword forged by Wu Ya. Leave this sword behind." These words made Su Yan speechless. He stared straight at this person and suddenly chuckled. This person immediately became angry and directly scolded, "Damn it, what are you laughing at?" A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he was very unhappy right now. Su Yan shook his head and finally said, "Now I finally know why the Shui family is so unbearable. A person like you really makes people not know whether to laugh or cry." After saying this, Su Yan did not wait for a reply and turned to leave. Arguing with such a person showed how ignorant he was. Everyone was immediately furious and directly attacked with a punch. This person's cultivation had already reached the dragon realm, which was why he was so arrogant. However, he did not know that one's cultivation realm did not represent one's combat power. He was just a piece of trash after all, thinking that he was invincible because he had reached the dragon realm. Chapter 522. A ferocious punch came straight at him. After all, he was in the dragon realm. His powerful aura caused the surrounding people to retreat. This person's name was Shui Mingyuan. Among the younger generation of the Shui family, his talent was considered good. Therefore, he could not help but be a little arrogant. After all, many people said that he was the strongest person in the Shui family other than Shui Xingyue. Now, he knew that Shui Xingyue had not entered the dragon realm yet, but he had. Therefore, he was naturally arrogant and thought that he was strong enough to do whatever he wanted. In this sword competition, he did not have any hopes of winning, but he was determined to win the Taixing 10 swords. However, Su Yan's arrival seemed to have stolen his limelight. Even a genius like him, the seniors of the Shui family did not place any hopes on him. Instead, they had to rely on an outsider. This made him extremely unhappy. He should be the man who saved everything. All hope should be placed on him. These old guys must be confused. However, he also understood that if he wanted to replace Su Yan, he had to prove his worth. The best way was to defeat Su Yan. It was also because of this that he had bribed Shui Dong to bring Su Yan to this place. Here, he could defeat Su Yan and make him lie on the ground like a dog. As for himself, he would go to the ancestral land. He believed that these old guys would not say anything. They would even be very happy. Unfortunately, many things were not as beautiful as he imagined. Although his fist was ferocious, it paused in midair. His fist could not move an inch forward. Naturally, someone had borrowed his fist. Su Yan only reached out one hand and grabbed his fist. Originally, he did not want to bicker with him. After all, he was also a member of the Shui family. However, Su Yan was not someone who would be bullied. This guy actually attacked him without saying a word. This was too much. Su Yan looked at him and said calmly, "Do you really think that you are invincible after reaching the dragon realm? Hehe, do you really think that your ancestors are blind and can't see a talent like you? Originally, I didn't want to bicker with you, but many times, people think that they are invincible when they don't suffer losses. So today, I will teach you a lesson. Suffering losses in my hands is better than suffering losses in the hands of others." After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly pulled with his palm. Shui Mingyuan immediately found that there was a huge force directly transmitted to him. He couldn't even stand straight and directly fell towards Su Yan. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Yan suddenly leaned forward and directly sent a flying knee into his abdomen. In an instant, Shui Mingyuan felt his entire body tremble. It was as if his soul was about to be separated from his body. Fortunately, Su Yan did not use all his strength this time. Therefore, although he was in pain, he did not lose consciousness. However, his perception was very blurry. Su Yan continued, "I have to say, for you to have such a realm at such a young age, it is indeed not bad. However, it is a pity that your realm is not obtained through hard work, and there is no actual combat. You want to challenge the Taixing 10 swords with such a strength? This is a big joke. If the Taixing 10 swords of the Taixing Sword School only has this much ability, then there is no need for you to stay here." After Su Yan finished speaking, he ignored this guy and said to Shui Dong, "I don't like to waste time, but now that you have wasted a lot of my time, you better bring me to the ancestral land. If you dare to delay, I don't mind making you lie on the ground." Although Su Yan's words were calm, when they landed in Shui Dong's ears, his entire body began to tremble. His legs were constantly trembling, deeply afraid that Su Yan would suddenly go berserk and directly beat him up at this time. Shui Dong was now filled with regret. He should not have accepted Shui Mingyuan's benefits back then. He said directly, "Brother Su, don't worry. I won't dare to do it again. But, what about my cousin?" Although he was very afraid, he was not a heartless person. He was also worried about his cousin. Su Yan said directly, "Don't worry, I didn't use too much strength. He will recover soon. Moreover, this is your Shui family's territory. Nothing will happen." Hearing Su Yan's answer, Shui Dong immediately nodded and said, "Okay, that's the best. Brother Su, I will lead the way." After speaking, he directly walked forward. As he walked, his heart was still trembling. After knowing that his cousin had reached the dragon realm, his admiration for Shui Mingyuan could not be any higher. He even felt that Shui Mingyuan was the strongest existence among the younger generation. It was also because of this that he agreed to Shui Mingyuan. After all, he was only in the spiritual sea realm. Compared to Shui Mingyuan, the difference was too great. However, he never expected that the strong Shui Mingyuan would be so weak in front of Su Yan. He was directly defeated and did not even have the strength to fight back. The difference between the two was actually so great. But, wasn't his cousin in the dragon realm? From what he knew, this guy called Su Yan was only in the square circle realm. After walking for a while, probably because he saw that Su Yan did not do anything to him, his courage gradually grew. He then asked, "Brother Su, logically speaking, my cousin is also a strong person in the dragon realm. How could you defeat him so easily?" This was something that he could not understand. His cousin was in the dragon realm. His strength was as deep as the ocean to him. However, in front of Su Yan, he did not even have the strength to fight back. He could see that the fighting strength of the two was not on the same level. Su Yan glanced at him and then said, "It's very simple. Realm is just a realm, but it doesn't represent combat power. It's like two people in their 20s, but one exercises every day and has strong muscles, while the other eats and drinks every day to waste his time. Do you think these two people are the same?" This sentence was very simple and easy to understand. When he heard this, he finally sighed. He already understood what Su Yan meant. At the same time, his heart was filled with respect for Su Yan. This young man who was able to be chosen by the elders in the family naturally had his own extraordinary points. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Shui family. The ancestral grounds of the Shui family was a rare place of feng shui. There was an extremely tall mountain here, and the ancestral grounds were in this cave. As they approached, Su Yan could feel an awe-inspiring aura. This was the burial place of the strong warriors of the Shui family. The Taihang sword faction was famous in the Jiuzhou continent for thousands of years. The Shui family was one of the families that founded the faction. There were so many talents in the family that it was hard to imagine. Even if there was a shortage of young people in this generation, the overall strength of the family was still terrifying. It was hard to imagine. Those who were able to be buried here were all talents of the Shui family. Therefore, although this was a graveyard, there was an extremely shocking sword aura. If one's cultivation base was insufficient, they would be struck by the sword qi and would only be left with half a life. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were shining. His gaze became unusually clear. Shui Cheng was already waiting for him. When he saw that Su Yan had finally arrived, he asked, "Su Yan, why are you so late? Didn't I ask Shui Dong to call you?" As Shui Cheng asked, he looked at Shui Dong. Shui Dong was scared out of his wits. If it was really according to his cousin's plan, then there would be no problem. However, it was different now. His cousin was directly defeated by Su Yan. If this matter was known to him, he would probably lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. He began to mourn for himself in his heart. However, at this moment, Su Yan said, "Uncle Shui, I just happened to have something to do, so I was delayed for a while." Shui Cheng nodded, "So that's how it is. However, Su Yan, this is the ancestral land of my Shui clan. Sword qi soars to the heavens. After you enter this place, you must not show any disrespect. Of course, Xian Yu is inside. You can cultivate together with her. As for food, I will prepare it for you." Shui Cheng gave Su Yan a few more instructions, then finally brought Su Yan into the ancestral land. After going around the ancestral hall, they entered the tomb. Inside the tomb of the Shui family, there were rows of enshrined. Incense smoke lingered, but not only did this place not have the slightest sense of gloominess, but it also had a strong aura. No matter what, just based on this aura alone, Su Yan had a sense of respect in his heart. When he finally stepped into the tomb, he finally understood Shui Cheng's words. At this moment, there was a heavy oppressive force in the tomb. This force could sense one's soul. If one had evil intentions, one would immediately be attacked by the endless sword qi here. Moreover, such an attack would definitely be very powerful. It was definitely not something that Su Yan could withstand. Even if a venerable one were to come, he would suffer a great loss. The Shui family was able to exist for such a long time. Sure enough, they had a deep foundation. Xueqing said, "I won't go in. Shui Xingyue is inside. You can go in." After saying that, Xueqing turned around and left. Su Yan did not have any other thoughts and directly walked in. Chapter 523. Shui Xingyue did not seem to notice Su Yan's arrival. She was currently placing the sword of gale and thunder between her knees. One had to admit that Shui Xingyue was truly a beautiful woman. She, who was cultivating seriously, had an indescribable charm. The faint power of gale and thunder surrounded her body. Su Yan realized that her aura was much stronger than before. Obviously, the sword of gale and thunder had brought her enough benefits. However, Su Yan soon realized that something was amiss. He realized that the woman in front of him seemed to be in a rush when she was cultivating. She had not even stabilized her strength yet, but she had already started to advance to a higher realm. Now, she had already become a powerhouse in the surrounding 6 mountains. This was the result of her seclusion for the past few days. To be able to advance to a higher realm in just a few days was proof of her great talent. Even with the help of the sword of gale and thunder. However, after reaching the realm of the surrounding 6 mountains, she did not seem to be satisfied. Instead, she started to advance to a higher realm. Of course, Su Yan knew that Shui Xingyue was ranked 11th last year. No one in the entire Shui family could enter the Taxing 10 swords. Although the Shui family was still a huge force because of the Shui family ancestor and the various elders, compared to the past, the Shui family had already declined. She naturally knew the worries of the elders in the family. Therefore, this time, she had to advance to the Taxing 10 swords. Moreover, Su Yan had given her the sword of gale and thunder, which made the girl's desire to advance even stronger. Therefore, after entering the realm of the surrounding 6 mountains, she had not even stabilized her cultivation before she started to advance. Her idea was good, but in the path of cultivation, the greatest taboo was to achieve something in one go. At this moment, she had just entered the realm of the surrounding 6 mountains. Her foundation was already unstable. However, at this moment, she wanted to use the sword of gale and thunder to advance to the dragon realm. There was only one result. She would not be able to withstand the terrifying power of gale and thunder, which would cause her to suffer a backlash. If the situation was more serious, she might even die. Su Yan frowned and finally shook his head. That's too reckless. In the end, he couldn't bear to see this beautiful and adorable girl in front of him get hurt. Thus, he directly gathered his strength and gently placed his palm on her back. Then, the spirit qi began to fuse with the vital qi in her body. At this moment, Shui Xingyue was suffering unimaginable pain and torment. Suddenly, she felt a surge of energy enter her body. This made her feel surprised. At this moment, Su Yan's voice sounded, "Don't be distracted. Cooperate with me and quietly circulate your energy." For some reason, Shui Xingyue immediately calmed down after hearing that it was Su Yan. She no longer felt restless. She didn't open her mouth but followed Su Yan's instructions. Su Yan consumed his true qi and directly guided her power to circulate. After an unknown amount of time, the power finally calmed down. Su Yan exhaled and opened his eyes. At this moment, Shui Xingyue was still circulating the energy in her body. Su Yan had already helped her. Now, it was up to the girl herself. However, since he had already guided her energy back, there shouldn't be much of a problem. After a while, Shui Xingyue trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, she fell limply to the back and leaned into Su Yan's arms. Su Yan knew that she had forcefully circulated her energy in an attempt to break through to the dragon realm with the help of the wind and thunder sword. This was to expel the blood clots in her lungs. If she hadn't spat out the blood clots, it would have been a terrible thing. However, since she had already spat out the blood clots, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Shui Xingyue's face was slightly red. Fortunately, the secret room was somewhat dark. "Brother Su Yan, thank you so much." she said sweetly. Su Yan shook his head and said, "You're welcome. It's just that Xinhua, you were too reckless. You should know that if it wasn't for your luck, you would have suffered internal injuries." Shui Xinhua pouted her lips and acted like a spoiled little girl. "I know that too. It's just that the Taihang 10 Swords competition this time is too cruel. If my Shui family can't get a spot, many of the resources that originally belonged to my Shui family will be taken back by the sect. This will be a huge blow to my Shui family." The Taihang 10 Swords competition was nurtured by the sect. This wasn't just for the disciples, but also for their families. In the previous competition, the Shui family had a genius called Shui Xingchuan, who was the leader of the Taihang 10 Swords. At that time, the Shui family was extremely glorious. Whether it was the Wang family, the Feng family, or even the sect master's bloodline, they all gave in to the Shui family. Unfortunately, during one of the sect's missions, this Shui Xingchuan actually didn't return. Since then, there had been no news of him. Almost everyone thought that he was dead. The strongest member of the Shui family's younger generation had withered. In the previous competition, only Shui Xinhua was left to hold the fort. This time, if they couldn't perform the Taihang 10 Swords, then the sect would take back many of the resources given to the Shui family. Although the Shui family was considered wealthy, compared to the entire sect, it was still too lacking. Without the support of resources, everything would become empty words. This was why the Shui family was so anxious. Su Yan sighed and said, "The Shui family's fate should be shouldered by everyone, but it shouldn't be on your shoulders alone." Shui Xinhua didn't say anything. She only remained silent. However, after a while, she said, "Big brother Su Yan, let's not talk about this for now. I'm no longer important. This place has the sword intent left behind by the Shui family's seniors, and it also has extremely dense sword qi. I think big brother Su Yan will definitely be able to benefit from it." Su Yan smiled. Because Shui Xinhua had just been injured, her body was still a little weak. Therefore, he hugged her in his arms. However, the way they were hugging made it seem a little ambiguous. Although the Sublime Flow Sword sect had already spread rumors about the relationship between the two of them, they themselves understood that there was no relationship between the two of them. Shui Xinhua might have some feelings for Su Yan, but Su Yan didn't dare to take on any more emotional debt. At this moment, he could also cultivate to cover up his awkwardness. The secret room quieted down again. Su Yan closed his eyes and began to concentrate. When he calmed down completely and began to cultivate, he immediately heard waves of voices ringing in his ears. These sounds were like the roar of heavenly thunder, and they were extremely heavy. It was a very heavy voice, but it seemed very ethereal. He immediately understood that they were formed by the remnant soul's thoughts. If he could understand the meaning behind these sounds, he might even be able to obtain the senior's inheritance. At this moment, the calmer Su Yan's heart was, the stronger the whistling sounds were. The dense spiritual qi in the Shui family's ancestral land was only secondary. The most important thing was the soul's thoughts. Su Yan's cultivation had already reached the level of the 5 mountains. If he wanted to make a breakthrough in a short period of time, the accumulation of spiritual qi wasn't the best choice. More importantly, he had to have a certain level of epiphany and understand the key points. After all, it wasn't easy for him to make a breakthrough last time. Gradually, Su Yan realized that the howling sounds here were almost like the sound of a sword. He tried to use the will of the regal sword mantra to communicate with the cries of the souls. Gradually, his consciousness began to become empty. At this moment, he immediately understood that he had begun to communicate with the cries of the souls. He had even begun to fight them directly. This was a very inconceivable thing in itself. At this moment, his violent strength began to erupt, and his entire body's strength rose steadily. His valiant aura was displayed incisively and vividly at this moment. The regal sword soul automatically followed Su Yan and began to fight with the remnant souls. Although they were only remnant souls, they were qualified to be buried here. Every one of them was an outstanding figure of the Shui family. It was indeed a great opportunity for Su Yan to be able to fight with them. At this moment, Xue Xingyue had finally recovered. She looked at Su Yan with her beautiful eyes. Under the weak light of the fire, Su Yan looked very resolute. At this moment, she suddenly realized that there seemed to be a powerful aura rising around Su Yan's body. This was an extremely strange aura. She had occasionally sensed it. As the most outstanding genius of the Xue family, she had the right to cultivate here. Sometimes, she would also sense it, as if an elder was guiding her cultivation. However, this feeling could only be obtained by chance. However, at this moment, Su Yan had entered this state for the first time. Moreover, it seemed that this state was deeper than hers. She said softly, "Big brother Su Yan is really a genius. He actually comprehended it on the first time. The ancestor has made a wise decision this time. To be able to marry such a person, I'm afraid it's my life's happiness." Thinking of what the old ancestor had once said to her, her complexion became even more rosy, and her entire person became indescribably beautiful. The Taihang twin moons really lived up to its name. However, Su Yan was completely unaware that he had completely fallen into a battle of souls. At this moment, he was not just cultivating. He was truly fighting with these remnant souls. If he was not strong enough, he would be killed by the remnant souls here. Chapter 524. It was another sunny and windy day. The sun rose from the east as usual. When the sun shone on the peak of the Taihang sword faction, countless disciples were already walking towards the training grounds at the heart of the Taihang sword faction. According to legend, this place used to be a huge mountain peak. Later on, it was sliced off by the patriarch of the Taihang sword faction and became the training grounds of the Taihang sword faction. To be able to slice off a mountain with a single slash, this kind of power was naturally incomparably great. From this, it could be seen how powerful the faction leader of the Taihang sword faction was. Today, almost all the disciples of the faction were heading towards this place. Because today was the day of the sword battle tournament. To put it bluntly, the sword battle tournament was a selection of the most outstanding disciples. There was not a single disciple of the Taihang sword faction who did not want to become one of the Taihang 10 swords. This was not only a great opportunity, but also a great honor. However, there were so many disciples of the Taihang sword faction, and it was not easy to stand out among them. Moreover, in order to participate in this tournament, one had to be at least of the spiritual sea realm. Just this condition alone was enough to cause countless disciples to sigh in despair. Although the world of the 9 prefectures was rich in spirit energy and the Taihang sword faction was full of talents, it was still extremely difficult to reach the spiritual sea realm. Without extraordinary talent, it was impossible to reach this realm. In the entire Taihang sword faction, there were only about 200 people who had reached the spiritual sea realm. In fact, for the Taihang sword faction to become one of the most powerful factions in the world of the 9 prefectures, this number was already very frightening. One had to know that if this number was placed in the 5 prefectures, it would be enough to sweep through the entire 5 prefectures without any suspense. Among these 200 people, a portion of them were powerful warriors, and the most outstanding ones had even reached the dragon realm. The tournament officially started today. Of course, the Taihang 10 swords from the previous tournament did not need to participate. If someone felt that they could defeat them, they could directly challenge them. If they succeeded, they would replace their position. Apart from these 10 people, there were a total of 217 disciples participating in the sword battle. These 217 disciples were divided into groups by the elders of the sect. Then, they would compete and be ranked. At this moment, Xue Xingyue was standing on the stage. Her opponent was a disciple of the Feng family. This disciple of the Feng family was not weak. He already had the strength of the circumference realm, which was enough to surpass the others. However, at this time, he met Xue Xingyue. He could only sigh at his bad luck. Because he was very clearly aware that while his strength wasn't bad, Xue Xingyue who stood before him was a true expert. She'd been ranked 11th in the last sword battle. He was only one step away from becoming one of the 10 Taixing swords. This was one of the Taihang twin moons. Not only was she extremely beautiful, she also had an extremely powerful cultivation base. Moreover, he heard that Xue Xingyue directly comprehended the Saint's sword after receiving the Wind and Thunder sword from Su Yan. She even went into seclusion in the Xue family's ancestral land. Her cultivation base even improved. Of course, even though his opponent was very strong, it was still impossible for him to admit defeat directly. At least, he was a real man. How could he give up so easily? Junior sister Xue, Feng Buping, would like to ask for your guidance. I hope you can go easy on me, Xue Xingyue smiled at him. The two of them fought, and the outcome was quickly revealed. Xue Xingyue did not even use her sword, and easily defeated Feng Buping. This battle naturally attracted the attention of many people. Of course, this was not the only thing that attracted people's attention. The other Taihang twin moons, Feng Yueyu, actually won without a fight. Her opponent was a circumference realm expert from the Wang family. However, he chose not to attack, and instead admitted defeat in an extremely elegant manner. This was something worth pondering over. After all, this Wang family expert's strength had reached the circumference realm of the 5 mountains. His combat strength was also very strong, enough to fight with Feng Yueyu. However, he directly gave up. One had to know that in this sword battle, every advancement in the ranking was a benefit. However, he actually gave up just like that. If there was a huge difference in strength, it would be fine. However, he clearly had a chance to win, but he directly gave up. Feng Yueyu was naturally extremely beautiful. However, it was not realistic to say that this Wang family disciple was after Feng Yueyu's heart. After all, this Wang family disciple was a man with a family. Therefore, whether the Wang family and the Feng family had some kind of agreement was something worth thinking about. What happened next was actually not much. It was just the powerhouses continuously winning. At this time, Su Yan met his first opponent. This was someone from the Wang family. After seeing Su Yan, he directly attacked without any nonsense. It was obvious that they hated Su Yan to the core. However, since Su Yan knew that the opponent was from the Wang family, he definitely would not show mercy. He did not say much at all and crippled this disciple. This disciple was considered to be extremely talented. However, after the battle with Su Yan, he probably could not even cultivate and became a complete cripple. Everyone was reprimanding Su Yan's ruthlessness. However, Su Yan did not care at all. Because some hatred was already destined. Although it was indeed very cruel to that Wang family disciple, he was from the Wang family and was definitely an enemy of Su Yan. Since that was the case, Su Yan definitely would not show any mercy. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Su Yan deeply understood this principle. In the next few matches, as long as he met someone from the Wang family, Su Yan definitely would not show mercy and would directly attack ruthlessly. This made the Wang family members grit their teeth in hatred. However, they could not do anything to Su Yan. They could only hope that the powerhouses of the Wang family would meet Su Yan sooner. Of course, Su Yan did not care about this at all. The Wang family members were looking forward to him meeting the powerhouses of the Wang family sooner. Was he not the same? As for Wang Han, his arm was directly crippled by Su Yan last time. However, this time, he had completely recovered. Moreover, it seemed that he was courageous after being humiliated, and his cultivation level had increased again. However, Su Yan did not care about this at all. Wang Han might have been a powerful enemy in the past, but now, Wang Han could only be a clown who could not stir up any waves at all. After 5 days of battles, the top 10 were finally selected. Su Yan, Xue Xingyue, and Feng Yueyu were all among them. These 10 people were already qualified to challenge the previous Taixing 10 swords. If they could win, they would naturally become the new Taixing 10 swords. Then, after the challenges were over, a new top 10 would be selected from these 20 people. At this moment, Xue Xingyue was the first to step forward. She said to the Grand Supreme Elder, disciple Xue Xingyue would like to challenge senior brother Luo Xiaoyuan. It was not surprising that she was the first to step forward. After all, in the previous competition, she was ranked 11th, and Luo Xiaoyuan, the person she was going to challenge, was ranked 10th. Back then, Xue Xinyue was defeated by Luo Xiaoyuan. This time, Xue Xinyue's cultivation level had increased, so there was nothing much to say about it. Luo Xiaoyuan was not a disciple from a big family, but he was still able to reach this stage step by step. This showed that his talent and character were very outstanding. Faced with Xue Xinyue's challenge, he was neither servile nor overbearing and accepted the challenge directly. Then, the battle between the two immediately began. Faced with this strong opponent from the previous competition, Xue Xinyue did not underestimate him at all. She immediately took out the Zephyr Thunder Sword. Then, she directly attacked. The Xue family's ancestral sword technique was very exquisite, and the Zephyr Thunder Sword was a first-class sage sword. At this moment, they complemented each other and displayed a very strong power. At this moment, the advantage of being a disciple of a big family was displayed. Xue Xinyue's technique was more powerful, and she had been in seclusion recently. Her cultivation level had also finally broken through. Of course, since Luo Xiaoyuan was able to become one of the Taixing 10 swords, his cultivation level was not bad. He was already in the Dragon Realm. But what was unexpected was that Xue Xinyue had also entered the Dragon Realm. Both of them were in the same realm, but regardless of technique or weapon, Xue Xinyue had the advantage. Therefore, she finally defeated Luo Xiaoyuan and became one of the Taixing 10 swords. Although she was only ranked 10th, it was still one of the Taixing 10 swords. This was what she wanted. As for challenging those who were ranked higher, she naturally had this thought. But she understood that the people in front of her were definitely more powerful than Luo Xiaoyuan, and she might not be able to win. If she did not win after the challenge, she would be in danger of being defeated. Therefore, she might as well hold on to the 10th place. As if wanting to compete with Xue Xinyue, after Xue Xinyue succeeded in her challenge, Feng Yueyu directly challenged the person ranked 9th. Although the person ranked 9th did not have the surname Wang, he belonged to the Wang family. This person did not surrender immediately. Instead, he fought with Feng Yueyu, but he was still defeated in the end. This battle was very exciting, but those who were observant still noticed the meaning behind it and felt that something was wrong. Although the battle was exciting, it was only exciting. Of course, everyone had a tacit understanding of this, and they were even more certain of their guesses. Then, one by one, people started to challenge. But the next 7 people did not succeed in their challenge. This was very surprising, but the crowd did not find it strange because the Taixing 10 swords must be the Taixing 10 swords. They had killed their way up and had obtained enough resources. How could it be so easy to defeat them? In the end, Su Yan was the only one who hadn't challenged him yet. Chapter 525. I am Su Yan from the Xue family, and I challenge Wang Baichuan of the Taihang sword. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Previously, all 10 of them had participated in the challenge, but only Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinyue had succeeded. Some of them had even challenged the 2 girls, but all of them had failed. Su Yan was the last person to challenge them. Many people thought that he would not make a move and give up. Even if he did make a move, he would choose Feng Yueyu or Li Mingyi, who was ranked 7th. However, no one expected Su Yan to be so domineering as to directly challenge Wang Baichuan. That was simply audacious. Who was Wang Baichuan? He was a true powerhouse of the Wang family, and his cultivation had reached the Dragon Realm with 3 dragons. No, there were even rumors that he had reached the Dragon Realm with 4 dragons. Xueqing had said that he was not a match for Su Yan, but now, Su Yan had directly challenged him. That was like a bomb, and many people even suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. That was why they did not hear it clearly. However, Su Yan did not care. He only looked at Wang Baichuan, who was known as the number 1 of the younger generation in the Taihang sword faction. At that moment, Wang Baichuan smiled and said, "I agree." That one word immediately showed his strong confidence. He agreed. Everyone knew that Su Yan and the Wang family had a grudge. From Su Yan's battle record, it was clear that all the Wang family members had met with miserable ends in Su Yan's hands. Although they did not die, they were directly crippled. His actions were crazy. After all, the Wang family was one of the three major families in the Taihang sword faction. Their power was unimaginable. Even if Su Yan had the support of the Shui family, he would still be courting death. However, Su Yan didn't care at all. He slaughtered his way down, causing the people of the Wang family to tremble in fear. And that wasn't all. He was actually challenging the number one member of the Wang family. Could it be that he really thought he had defied the heavens and wanted to cripple the number one member of the Wang family? Not to mention the others, even Shui Xinhua and Shui Cheng's expressions changed when they heard Su Yan's words. They knew how strong Wang Baichuan was. Such a person was simply abnormal. However, Su Yan actually challenged him directly. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? At this moment, an elder of the Wang family suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. "Brother Shui, your Shui family has really taken in an amazing person." This laugh was already an extremely gloomy and cold laugh. He continued, "I just hope that this little guy can keep living. Otherwise, it'll be too boring." When he said that, his killing intent was overflowing. "Baichuan, remember the sex rules. Don't kill people without reason," he said calmly and left. At this moment, someone from the sect naturally announced, "Su Yan versus Wang Baichuan. Both of them will enter the sword battle arena." At this moment, a huge sword battle arena slowly unfolded in the sky. Wang Baichuan smiled faintly. His body flashed and appeared on the sword battle arena. Su Yan also stepped onto the sword battle arena. A light screen slowly unfolded. This light screen was a formation that isolated the sword battle arena from the outside world. It didn't allow the outside world to affect the people fighting in the sword battle. Even sound couldn't be transmitted. At this time, Wang Baichuan suddenly said, "You'll be really bold when the time comes. Even I think highly of you." Su Yan directly replied, "Challenging you is bold? Huh, that's simply a joke." Su Yan directly retorted. Then, his eyes turned cold, and he stared straight at his opponent. Wang Baichuan shook his head. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He only said, "I heard Wang Han mention you before. You're just a piece of trash from the 5 counties. I heard that back then, you were directly trampled under Wang Han's feet. It's a pity that people like you think that you're the only one in the world after having a fortuitous encounter. If you stayed quietly and didn't come out, perhaps nothing would have happened, and I wouldn't have bothered with you. However, you just had to jump out, so you'll have to pay the price for what you've done." He unsheathed the long sword in his hand, and starlight surged in his eyes. This faint starlight was like an endless sword aura. Wang Baichuan said, "You can use your sword. If I were to make a move, you wouldn't even have the chance to use your sword." Wang Baichuan said arrogantly. As a matter of fact, he was qualified to say that. This was because he was a high and mighty expert in the dragon realm, and he had 4 dragons. Therefore, in his eyes, Su Yan was nothing. Su Yan did not decline, and only said, "Okay." Then, the sword light was biting cold, and the light flashed. Sword of the dancing fish dragon. A stream of light flew across the sky. The powerful and terrifying sword light shocked everyone, making them feel as if they were facing an extremely terrifying monster. Wang Baichuan's eyes exploded with light. Previously, he did not put Su Yan in his eyes at all. However, when he saw this ray of light, he knew that he had underestimated Su Yan. Su Yan's strength had already far exceeded his expectations. Such a sword was already enough to pose a threat to him. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. His eyes shone brightly. Then, he opened 2 fingers and charged towards the dragonfish that had suddenly appeared. These fingers were filled with extremely terrifying sword aura. In an instant, the sword fingers and Su Yan's dancing fish dragon met. Wang Baichuan's strength was indeed strong. Even if he only used his sword fingers, he was able to block this sword. Of course, he only blocked it. It did not mean that he was safe and sound. After withstanding this sword strike, his entire body was rapidly retreating. In the end, he finally managed to stabilize his body. He looked at Su Yan with eyes full of surprise and shock. Sacred sword. His eyes only fell on the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand. The scorching sun sword emitted a scarlet light that made people's hearts palpitate. He finally said in a deep voice, "No wonder you gave Great Elder Hai Chuan's wind and thunder sword to someone else. It turns out that you already have a sacred sword. I really didn't expect that. I still underestimated you in the end." At this moment, Wang Baichuan's expression was somewhat solemn. Su Yan only said, "It doesn't matter how you look at me, because you'll definitely be defeated by me today." This sentence was said with great confidence. Su Yan disappeared on the spot. Then, he turned into a stream of light and launched another attack. Yes, Su Yan did not care how Wang Baichuan looked at him because it was not necessary. As long as he could defeat him, everything would be clear. This time, Wang Baichuan did not act arrogant. Instead, he shouted, "Su Yan, you're already qualified to make me use my sword. This is your honor, sacred sword Starry Sea." In an instant, a light that shone like a star burst out. Then, a powerful force pressed down on Su Yan. At this moment, endless light kept flashing. This starry light almost drowned the entire sword battle arena. The disciples of the Wang family, and even the disciples of the entire Taihang sword faction, began to get excited. Senior brother Baichuan actually used the Starry Sea sacred sword. That kid is dead this time. One had to know that Wang Baichuan was like a god in their hearts. The number one powerhouse of the younger generation was not just a title, but also a kind of belief. At this moment, their belief was used in full force. Naturally, everyone was excited. As for the people of the Shui family, their hearts were beating fast. Although most people did not know Su Yan, they knew very well that Su Yan represented the Shui family. If Su Yan were to win, it would be very beneficial for them. Although it was daytime, the sword battle arena had turned into the night sky. They were completely unable to see Su Yan's whereabouts. This made their hearts tremble and even frightened. However, at this moment, a flame burst out in the endless night sky. The light of this flame actually tore apart the entire night sky. Then, an extremely loud sound exploded, like a muffled clap of thunder. Everyone was silent. They even held their breaths as they watched without blinking. They wanted to know what the result would be. In everyone's minds, since Wang Baichuan had used such power, Su Yan would definitely die. However, at this moment, Su Yan reappeared before everyone's eyes. He was safe and sound. At this moment, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan were still facing each other. However, under such a powerful attack, Su Yan was not injured at all. Shui Xinue heaved a heavy sigh of relief. On the other hand, Wuya looked at Su Yan with a sinister gaze as if he wanted to devour Su Yan. Wang Baichuan looked at Su Yan and suddenly chuckled. Then, he said, "To be able to withstand my sword, you really have some skills. Even I have to think highly of you." He praised Su Yan bluntly. However, the murderous intent in his eyes had become even more intense. He would not take a mediocre person who was hostile to the Wang family seriously. If he was defeated by such a person, he would be trash and not worth mentioning. However, at this moment, Su Yan had already displayed his strength and terror. Such a person was a fatal threat to the Wang family. Even Wuya had to treat him seriously. Next, it will be the beginning of your road to death. As soon as Wang Baichuan finished speaking, his expression became even more serious. Then, an extremely terrifying aura rose directly. Chapter 526. The might of the dragon realm was finally unleashed. What a powerful aura. Is this senior brother Baichuan's true strength? There have been rumors that senior brother Wang Baichuan's strength is comparable to some of the elders in the sect. I thought it was just the Wang family's disciples blowing their own trumpet. Who would have thought that it was actually true? At that moment, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Such an aura was enough to explain everything. He had already reached the level of 4 dragons in the dragon realm. Vaguely, there were 4 illusory dragon shadows circling around his body. Everyone was shocked by Wang Baichuan's strength. However, they were also shocked by Su Yan. After all, Wang Baichuan's strength was there for all to see. Even if he was ranked second in the Taxing 10 swords, he would definitely not be a match for Wang Baichuan. He would not even be able to force out his true strength. Su Yan, on the other hand, had only exchanged blows with Wang Baichuan for a short period of time. However, he had already forced Wang Baichuan to use his true strength. At that moment, everyone knew that Su Yan was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do this. Because of this, they were even more respectful towards Su Yan. Feeling the mountain-like pressure, Su Yan's breathing calmed down. His gaze became extremely calm. He knew that the Wang Baichuan in front of him was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. At least among the opponents he had met so far, other than a few old monsters, no one else was a match for him. If it was in the past, if he did not use the demonic dragon transformation, he would definitely not be a match for him. But now, he had the confidence to fight. Su Yan directly activated the Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra, causing the blazing flames to soar into the sky. The blazing flames were so terrifying and resplendent. That terrifying strength and terrifying aura was so oppressive that one could not even speak. His expression was so solemn. His entire person was filled with an indescribable killing intent. Wang Baichuan's aura was like an endless ocean, while Su Yan was like an isolated island. No matter how the ocean rolled, he did not waver at all. At that moment, Wang Baichuan directly said the word, kill. Then, a terrifying aura directly poured out. The holy sword Starry Sea in his hand shone with rays of starlight. Su Yan was very clear that these rays of starlight were actually the manifestation of sword aura. Wang Baichuan's sword chi was so heavy that it was almost solid. It was even stronger than his own. It would definitely not be a good choice to fight with these rays of starlight. Therefore, Su Yan directly began to move. It was just that Su Yan's speed was too fast. Ordinary people simply could not see clearly. At this moment, the astral light directly pierced into Su Yan's body, causing many people to scream. However, some of the more knowledgeable people had already seen that it was Su Yan's afterimage. As for his real body, he had already dodged it. At that moment, Feng Yuhai, who was ranked second in the Taxing 10 swords, directly said, "What a fast speed. What a terrifying opponent." At that moment, his eyes flickered. It was obvious that his entire person was filled with an extremely strong battle intent. For someone like him, the more powerful Su Yan was, the more worthy it was for him to come and fight. Su Yan's speed was already at its peak. His entire person continuously shuttled through the dense Starry Sea sword aura. Even Wang Baichuan was very surprised at that moment. That was because he knew that even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to increase his speed to such a level. Moreover, what shocked him the most was that although Su Yan's body had a faint aura of might, it was not the pressure of a true dragon realm cultivator. From this, it could be seen that Su Yan was probably not a true dragon realm cultivator. In his heart, he already knew that Su Yan might be a monster that was even crazier than himself. Hehe, you're really powerful. You actually have such combat strength at the square circle realm. If I let you become a dragon realm cultivator, wouldn't you be heaven-defying? It's a pity that I won't give you the chance to grow. At that moment, Wang Baichuan's killing intent was unprecedentedly heavy. Aren't you fast? I'd like to see where you can go after I seal the entire sword battle arena with my sword aura. Sword whistling in the firmament. At that moment, the sound of the sword rumbled like thunder. At that moment, the violent power was like the might of the heavens. This terrifying sound was simply unimaginable. Following that, Wang Baichuan directly stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground. The sword aura was like a wave that directly exploded. One had to know that the sword battle arena had been carefully reinforced. However, at that moment, Wang Baichuan directly exploded with power. This terrifying sword directly rolled and actually wanted to overturn everything. Other than the square inch of land under his feet, everything had been completely overturned. The terrifying and powerful power was rolling, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. Su Yan frowned. He knew that at that moment, he could choose to face this terrifying sword aura head-on or choose to retreat. However, the opponent's power was simply too strong. Choosing to face it was really an unwise choice. He leaped high into the air and flew into the sky. At that moment, Wang Baichuan smiled coldly and then said, "Now, you can't run away." He gently raised his head and directly flew up against the sky. His speed was actually faster than Su Yan's. Su Yan could clearly see that this Wang Baichuan had clearly relied on his extremely terrifying explosive strength to directly jump up, and did not rely on spirit chi to fly. At that moment, he immediately understood that he could no longer avoid it. He could only choose to face it head-on. All right. At that moment, the Buddha's heart in his body suddenly moved, and violent spiritual energy directly dissipated. At the same time, he directly activated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture to the extreme. At that moment, Wang Baichuan had already arrived in front of Su Yan. The scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hands suddenly pressed down. This sword seemed to cut off everything between heaven and earth, and it was also as if a scorching sun suddenly bloomed with radiance. This kind of power was simply too strong and terrifying. The confrontation between the two directly caused an extremely terrifying sound to erupt. At the same time, extremely powerful energy directly exploded. Even the barrier that was blocking the energy was extremely strong at this moment, and a layer of light directly flickered. The two swords were firmly pressed against each other. Wang Baichuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth and then said, "Not bad, not bad. You're really powerful to be able to reach this step. It's a pity that you don't know what the dignity of a Dragon Realm expert is." Just as he finished speaking, the 4 faintly discernible dragon shadows in his body actually directly entangled Su Yan. Su Yan's expression immediately froze, and his entire person became incomparably solemn. No matter what, Wang Baichuan was absolutely right about one thing, and that was that he, Su Yan, did not understand a Dragon Realm expert at all. Although he had already exchanged blows with a few Dragon Realm experts, he himself was after all not in this realm. His knowledge of this realm was really too little. He had never thought that these dragon shadows could actually be used to fight against enemies. The dragon shadows entangled Su Yan's arm, and a somewhat cool feeling transmitted to him. However, Su Yan's entire person became extremely nervous, and even his hand began to tremble. This was because at that moment, the dragon shadows clearly began to explode with extremely powerful and terrifying energy, and began to tighten. At that moment, Su Yan was facing off against Wang Baichuan. Su Yan's body was naturally extremely strong, and even abnormal. However, one thing that could not be ignored between him and Wang Baichuan was that Wang Baichuan's realm was higher than Su Yan's. In addition, he himself was a genius. Therefore, not only did Su Yan not have the upper hand like before, but he was also in an absolute disadvantage. If this continued, he was afraid that in the next moment, he would be directly killed. Su Yan knew that at that moment, he had to think of a way to escape from this predicament. Otherwise, only death would await him. Of course, he did not dare to use the treasures of the Stupa sect without permission. At that moment, Su Yan's pupils had turned a scarlet color, and within his pupils, there seemed to be 2 dragon shadows continuously rolling about. Blood Dragon Pupil. Facing a powerful opponent like Wang Baichuan, Su Yan finally began to use the Blood Dragon Pupil. Wang Baichuan was originally complacent and proud of himself, but at this time, he suddenly felt a burst of light coming from him. After seeing Su Yan's gaze, his expression suddenly became a little dazed. Of course, how terrifying was his strength. In just an instant, he was able to break free from his trance. However, although it was only an extremely short instant, it was enough for Su Yan. Taking advantage of that short instant, Su Yan directly broke free of the dragon shadow's entanglement, and then directly pulled away from Wang Baichuan. At that moment, he and Wang Baichuan were both floating in the air, looking at each other. Wang Baichuan smiled faintly, and then said, "Huh, you really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. I actually fell for your tricks. However, the same move is useless against me. Don't worry, after I defeat you, I will gouge out your eyeballs and let you know what true pain is. Su Yan said coldly, let's talk about that after you defeat me. Wang Baichuan sneered, but did not reply. His entire body flashed again, and he directly charged at Su Yan, and then heavily struck with his sword. From this moment on, he pressed down on Su Yan with his sword strike after strike. There were no flashy or profound sword moves, only the most basic of slashing, chopping, and stabbing. However, these basic moves had become extremely terrifying in his hands. Every move he made suppressed Su Yan. He wanted to rely on his advantage to directly crush Su Yan to death. Chapter 527. When Feng Yueyu heard her brother's words, she immediately smiled and said, Cousin, in your opinion, Su Yan has absolutely no chance of winning? No matter what, Su Yan was very close to Xue Xinyue. If Su Yan really defeated Wang Baichuan, he would immediately become the center of attention and steal the limelight. This was not what Feng Yueyu wanted to see. One had to know that she had overcome all difficulties and finally become one of the Taixing 10 swords. This had a lot to do with the disciples of the Wang family. These disciples of the Wang family had made great contributions to her. If there was nothing fishy about this, how could these disciples of the Wang family be like this? In fact, she, Feng Yueyu, had already set a marriage contract with Wang Baichuan. Moreover, both sides were going to announce this matter immediately after the sex sword duel. If Wang Baichuan was really defeated by Su Yan, then where would she put her face? It was because of this that she absolutely did not want Su Yan to win. She even wanted to see Su Yan get killed in this battle. She even thought that if Su Yan was really killed, Xue Xinyue would definitely be very sad. How many people would be heartbroken to see such a delicate beauty cry? However, at this moment, Feng Yuhai said, that's true for now. At least, I don't see how Su Yan can turn the tables around. It's just that it's never 100% certain because if Su Yan still has some trump cards, he might still have a chance to struggle. Feng Yuhai was the second strongest of the Taixing 10 swords. He was also unfathomable. Since he said so, it was obvious that Su Yan was really in danger. At this moment, Feng Yueyu smiled and said, hee, brother, you really like to joke. That Su Yan hasn't even shown a trace of dragon energy. He's clearly not a dragon realm expert. How can someone like him be a match for Baichuan? When she smiled gently, she was really very beautiful. Feng Yuhai glanced at this beautiful cousin and did not say anything. This was because he deeply understood that on the surface, he was very enthusiastic about marrying Wang Baichuan. After all, Wang Baichuan was currently the #1 person in the sect. In the long run, he might even directly inherit the Taihang sword faction and become the sect master. At this moment, if he told Feng Yueyu that Wang Baichuan might be defeated by Su Yan, she would definitely not believe him. Of course, even he himself somewhat did not believe it. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to the battle above. Naturally, no one heard the conversation between the brother and sister. Although Su Yan was bitterly suppressed by Wang Baichuan, he was already very impressive. This was because everyone knew that Wang Baichuan's combat strength was terrifying. If the person in the air was not Su Yan but them, they would probably have died at the hands of Wang Baichuan. Wang Baichuan might not even have to pull out his sword. The two sacred swords clashed once again. The star mark radiance and the intense and terrifying flames collided directly. It was as if two gods were fighting in the sky. Everyone watching was just ordinary people. They could only watch the two people in the sky display their elegance to their heart's content. Powerful forces were constantly jumping at this moment. This terrifying energy was enough to make people feel fearful. At this moment, although Su Yan was not in a miserable state, everyone could see that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If this continued, he would probably die. Wang Baichuan once again slashed with his sword, and then directly shouted in a low voice, Su Yan, you are no match for me. If you surrender now, I will spare your life. Otherwise, if I accidentally slip up, then even the Xue family can't blame me. Wang Baichuan sneered. However, Su Yan was not moved at all. This was because he knew very well that this person was saying this to shake his mind. However, Su Yan's mind was very firm. After so many life and death situations, if he could not see through this, how could he have survived until now? What's more, he wasn't really at the end of his rope now. At this moment, a flame-like light burst out from Su Yan's eyes. The blood dragon pupil had reappeared. Wang Baichuan sneered. I already said that the same move is useless against me. You actually dare to fight in front of me. You are simply courting death. Previously, he had already suffered a small loss from Su Yan's blood dragon pupil, which was why Su Yan had escaped from his hands. At this moment, Su Yan was actually using the blood dragon pupil again. This was an act of courting death. If he, Wang Baichuan, was defeated by the same move, then he would not be the current Taixing swordsman. As soon as the blood dragon pupil was released, an extremely bright starlight flashed in front of him. The moment this starlight appeared, the entire sky darkened. It was as if the entire world had entered a stage of extinction. The blood-red light released by the blood dragon pupil was actually frozen. Wang Baichuan sneered. You overestimate yourself. However, just as he finished speaking, Su Yan's sword suddenly became faster. One sword dance of the fish dragon, one sword to settle heaven and earth. The two sword moves of the Taishang sword technique exploded. When these two sword moves were connected, they had an extremely terrifying power. The moment these two powers merged, the starlight condensed by Wang Baichuan was actually frozen. Then, the fish dragon formed by the sword aura shuttled over and ruthlessly attacked his body. Wang Baichuan's expression changed. He originally thought that the blood dragon pupil was Su Yan's killing move. He never would have thought that this was just a cover. The real killing move was actually waiting for him behind. He had already experienced the power of this strange sword aura before. He deeply understood that if he was hit by this sword aura, he would definitely not feel good. This move was indeed beyond his expectations. Very good. This move is indeed powerful. However, if you think that this move can do anything to me, then you are gravely mistaken. Just as Su Yan's sword was about to reach him, his palms suddenly shook. Then, his palms directly changed. In the end, a sword's shadow directly appeared in front of him. This sword's shadow was actually exactly the same as his Star Sea sword. When this sword appeared, Su Yan's fish dragon sword aura immediately dissipated and completely disappeared. Su Yan's expression was startled. He naturally expected that Wang Baichuan would be able to resolve this sword attack. However, he definitely did not expect that he would be able to resolve it so easily. At this moment, Wang Baichuan's counterattack came directly. Star Sea Soul Sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright light burst out from his body. Under such a light, he looked like a god, which was terrifying to look at. Thousands of disciples stared blankly at the Taihang sword master and felt their blood boiling. It turned out that this was the Taihang sword master of the Taihang sword faction. He was indeed the strongest person of the younger generation. His cultivation had actually reached such a level. At this moment, endless starlight directly exploded and his majestic aura became even stronger. What was even rarer was that as the starlight shone, his dragon's aura became even stronger. The 4 dragon shadows directly fused with the starlight and finally turned into 4 starlight dragons. The appearance of these 4 starlight dragons made Wang Baichuan's entire being even more terrifying. That terrifying majestic aura directly penetrated one's heart. At this moment, Feng Yueyu looked at Wang Baichuan with incomparable joy in her eyes. She only felt that only someone like Wang Baichuan was worthy of her. Only such a man could be her husband. Of course, she was also looking forward to the scene of Su Yan being defeated by her future husband. At this moment, the appearance of the 4 starlight dragons made Su Yan's heart beat violently. It was not the Buddha's heart but the demonic dragon's heart. The demonic dragon's heart had been sealed by Yang Tai-Yi's extremely powerful strength. However, at this moment, he felt the aura of the starlight dragon and instinctively reacted. One had to know that the great demonic dragon was innately not tolerated by the dragon clan. Back then, the great demonic dragon had killed countless members of the dragon clan before it was hunted down by the 5 great dragon gods and finally fell. At this moment, after feeling the aura of the starlight dragon's soul, it wanted to explode and even go crazy to start a massacre. Su Yan frowned. If he let the power of the ink dragon explode, it would not be much of a problem for him to defeat his opponent. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, if he were to explode with this terrifying power, his trump card would be revealed. He did not even know how the Tai-Hang sword faction would deal with him. Therefore, he could not use the power of the demonic dragon. However, at this moment, the demonic dragon's heart desired it so much. At this moment, his original plan was directly shattered. He did not even know what to do at this moment. The starlight dragon's soul and the demonic dragon's soul in his body formed a pincer attack that rushed towards his body. Although Su Yan had been resisting the pressure and bitterly holding on, he did not show any signs of defeat. However, at this moment, he actually spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned deathly pale. Damn it, these 2 forces are attacking me from the inside and outside. They're really making me suffer. Su Yan's expression turned increasingly grave. At this moment, Wang Baichuan did not give him any time to think. He revealed a smug expression and said, "You're quite capable to be able to force me to use the Starlight Dragon's ability. However, this is the end of it. Now, die." Following his shout, the 4 Starlight Dragons exploded, and the violent energy completely engulfed Su Yan. At this point, no one believed that Su Yan could survive. Chapter 528. The Starlight Dragon's soul's roar resounded throughout the entire arena. Everyone was scared silly by this terrifying dragon roar. If they were the ones facing such a terrifying power, they would be in great danger. Apart from the top few people who were ranked 5th in the Sublime Flow Sword School, there was no one else who could survive under such power. For dragons' shadows crisscrossed, and starlight shone. The entire sky was filled with this terrifying energy. The barrier protecting the arena was constantly flickering, as if it would be torn apart in the next moment. This barrier was set up by the Sex Elders, and it had an extremely strong defensive power. However, at this moment, it actually began to shake. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying pressure Su Yan was under. At this moment, Xue Xinyue was biting her lips tightly, and her beautiful little face was a little pale. It was obvious that she was extremely nervous at this moment. It turned out that unknowingly, Su Yan had a very important place in her heart. Perhaps it was not love, but it was very important. Xueqing saw his daughter's nervousness and sighed in his heart. Then, he said, don't worry. Su Yan is not weak. He should be fine." In fact, when he said this sentence, even he himself didn't believe it. It was true that Su Yan was not weak, but the key was that the opponent's strength was too terrifying. This kind of terrifying power was simply tongue-tied. This incomparable brilliance kept roaring in the sky, as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. In the face of such power, even he felt a little powerless. This junior of the Wang clan was actually powerful to such an extent. It was simply inconceivable. However, there was nothing he could do now. The only thing he could do was to believe in Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body was in indescribable pain. Countless star-like sword qis continuously attacked his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. However, this was not the source of his pain. The real source of the pain was the power in his body. Feeling the aura of the Starlight Dragon's soul, the demonic dragon's heart almost went crazy. The powerful force kept trembling, as if it was going to break everything. However, he also knew very well that if this continued, he would die under the power of the demonic dragon's heart. He could no longer suppress it. Damn it, I can't suppress it anymore. In that case, I'll give up. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly made up his mind. He knew that if he continued like this, he would be directly turned into dust under the impact of these 2 forces. Even if his body was abnormal and he had the invincible golden body, he could not support it. At this moment, Su Yan simply stopped suppressing this power. Of course, he did not let it go. Instead, he used this power to break through to the next level. In the Shui family's ancestral land, Su Yan and the Shui family's heroic spirits kept fighting in the mysterious spiritual world. Finally, he pushed his cultivation to the Six Mountains boundary. It was also because of this that he could force Wang Baichuan, a peerless genius, to use all his strength to deal with him. However, someone like Wang Baichuan was, after all, powerful. Moreover, this kind of power had exceeded Su Yan's imagination. The aura that exploded from him even caused the demonic dragon's heart to go berserk. From this, one could see how terrifying his strength was. Break through to the dragon realm. Su Yan roared angrily. Then, the power in his body began to twist and he directly broke through to the dragon realm. He had just stepped into the Six Mountains boundary not long ago. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to break through to this mysterious realm. Because his foundation was not stable, rashly breaking through to the next realm would only make him suffer incomparable pain. If he was not careful, he would directly die. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. This was because if he did not choose to do so, the power that exploded from the demonic dragon's heart would forcefully consign him to eternal damnation. If he transformed into the demonic dragon now, he was afraid that the old man in the Taihang sword faction would immediately see through him. Therefore, he could only do this. At this moment, Wang Baichuan's brows were tightly knitted. His gaze was fixed on Su Yan, who was engulfed by his attack. This kid is actually not dead yet. What kind of person is he? This move of mine should be able to heavily injure even a 4 dragons like me, but he's actually not dead yet. Su Yan's tenacity was completely beyond his expectations. Logically speaking, there was no need to doubt his strength. In the battles in the 9 prefectures, he had defeated countless powerful enemies. Especially after exploding with this move, it was even more difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent. However, facing Su Yan now, he was still unable to defeat him. This made him very unhappy. At this moment, he suddenly saw Su Yan's change and heard Su Yan's angry roar. For no reason, he suddenly felt uneasy. What is this kid trying to do? Although Wang Baichuan did not understand Su Yan's goal, he was not willing to give Su Yan any more time and opportunities. Using this move had consumed a lot of his strength, but he did not want Su Yan to continue. He felt that if he allowed Su Yan to continue like this, he was afraid that he would be turned around. Soul Star Kill. The Star Sea sacred sword in his hand suddenly flipped and an extremely powerful and terrifying force exploded. Then, his entire body turned into a stream of light and charged towards Su Yan. His speed was extremely fast. Moreover, the distance between the two of them was not far. At this moment, he used the Soul Star Kill and arrived in the blink of an eye. When he arrived in front of Su Yan, he immediately felt an extremely terrifying dragon aura. The terror of this dragon aura was simply unimaginable. What, such a dense dragon aura? I understand now. Damn kid, you actually want to use my Starlight Dragon's soul to break through to the dragon realm. How dare you, how dare you? At this moment, Wang Baichuan was also shocked. For him to be able to reach his current position, it was naturally because he had gone through countless battles and finally fought for it. However, even he did not dare to be so bold as to directly break through to a higher realm in front of a powerful enemy. Such a method was no different from courting death. However, Su Yan did so. Su Yan's combat strength was right in front of him. Moreover, his ruthlessness was incisively and vividly displayed. To have such a person as his enemy was an extremely terrifying thing. Wang Baichuan's murderous intent intensified. His sword did not stop at all. He turned into a ray of light and suddenly stabbed towards Su Yan. Su Yan could only roar in pain. It was as if he was completely unable to block Wang Baichuan's sword. Wang Baichuan sneered, "Even if you have enough guts, breaking through to the next realm in front of me is just a daydream. Today, I will directly kill you." If he had wanted to recover his strength before coming up with a plan, Su Yan would have taken advantage of the loophole. However, he had just had an ominous premonition and did not hesitate to expend more energy to kill his way in. It was as if he had sentenced Su Yan to death. His sword was extremely fast. Not to mention the crazy Su Yan, even if Su Yan was in his normal state, it would be impossible for him to dodge this sword. However, at this moment, the painful Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. His scarlet pupils appeared once again. Is this the same move again? You idiot. I've already said that the same move has no effect on me. The first time Su Yan used the blood dragon pupil, he had stunned Wang Baichuan for a while, allowing Su Yan to escape. The second time, Su Yan had used the blood dragon pupil to attract Wang Baichuan's attention. Then, he had used the two sword moves of the regal sword technique. Speaking of which, Wang Baichuan had already suffered twice in a row. Therefore, this time, how could he possibly be affected by such a move? However, his expression quickly froze. No, this move is different from the previous one. Wang Baichuan's heart suddenly jumped. He did not have any other thoughts. His entire body froze and he immediately dodged. The moment he dodged, a ray of light directly appeared. That ray of light fell from the sky onto the battle arena and directly blasted the ground of the battle arena into smithereens. Wang Baichuan's heart was filled with fear. If he had taken on such a force earlier, he was afraid that the outcome would not have been too good. Die. Wang Baichuan appeared again. With the previous lesson, he did not dare to attack Su Yan directly because he was already afraid of Su Yan's strange pair of eyes. This pair of eyes did not seem to belong to a human at all. It was as if he was facing a real dragon. Wang Baichuan used the star soul kill again. This time, his sword finally pierced Su Yan's body directly. He could clearly feel the starry sacred sword piercing Su Yan's body. How powerful was the power of the sacred sword? After being injured by his starry sacred sword, the countless starlight sword chi would directly rush into Su Yan's body and completely rob him of his life. At this moment, Wang Baichuan finally believed that he had truly won. However, to deal with a person who was not even in the dragon realm, he had actually spent so much effort. This made him very unhappy. No matter what, this kid is still dead. Wang Baichuan laughed coldly and was about to pull out his sword. However, at this moment, an extremely hot force suddenly transmitted over. The appearance of this force was like a raging fire burning fiercely. Almost instinctively, Wang Baichuan let go of the sword in his hand and pulled away from Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan slowly turned around. Chapter 529. How is this possible? How is this possible? His entire body was trembling as he looked at Su Yan in disbelief. Su Yan's body had clearly been pierced through by his sacred sword, but at this moment, Su Yan was actually not dead. His Star Sea sacred sword was currently trembling non-stop. He could clearly feel that the galaxy's sacred sword was crying out in grief. What kind of terrifying power could actually make a sacred sword tremble like this? At this moment, a thought flashed through Wang Baichuan's mind. Could he be a monster? Yes, only a monster could have such unbelievable power. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly spoke. Wang Baichuan, I really have to thank you this time. Su Yan's lips curled into a smile. However, this smile that was dripping with blood looked so frightening. At this moment, Su Yan was slowly circulating the energy in his body. The current him was completely different from before. Under the powerful circulation of energy, the terrifying true energy directly went berserk. The most special thing about the dragon realm was that the true energy in one's body could take the form of a dragon. Wang Baichuan, for example, was a four-dragon powerhouse. Therefore, when he activated his true chi with all his might, the four dragons appeared beside him. The dragon form combined with his true energy to form the starlight dragon soul. It even triggered the demonic dragon's heart in Su Yan's true energy. At this moment, Su Yan had finally stepped into the dragon realm. This process was very dangerous and even dreamy. If there was even the slightest mistake, he would probably die. He could no longer suppress the demonic dragon's weapon. Finally, he gritted his teeth and guided the demonic dragon's power to break through his own realm. Unfortunately, he had just stepped into the 6 mountains radius realm. His 6 mountains were not stable. To bear this terrifying power could only be described as difficult. The worst part was that the demon dragon aura was too overbearing. Su Yan wanted to use it to break through the radius boundary, but the demon dragon aura had swallowed up Wang Baichuan's sword aura. It made Su Yan feel like a balloon that had burst. He felt like he could not release any power. At that time, he was already in an extremely dangerous situation. At that time, he only had 2 choices. One was to explode from the terrifying true chi and die. The second option was to give up on guiding this terrifying aura and let this aura take control of his body, transforming him into a demonic dragon. However, no matter which choice it was, Su Yan did not want to see it. Of course, he didn't want to die. Therefore, at this most dangerous moment, his body had already made a choice. The demon dragon's aura gradually took control of his body. Therefore, when Wang Baichuan attacked him earlier, Su Yan opened his eyes and directly burst out with an extremely terrifying power. It was no longer the blood dragon pupil, but the demon dragon's eye. Wang Baichuan wanted to kill Su Yan, but he did not expect that in the end, he would help Su Yan. Although the last sword had penetrated Su Yan's chest, it just happened to make his blood flow out. The scorching hot demon dragon's heart fell on the sacred sword's starry sea, making Wang Baichuan almost unable to hold on to his sword. However, it also allowed Su Yan to finally vent that extremely terrifying power. At this time, Su Yan was, of course, seriously injured. However, he did not care at all. Because he knew that he would not die for a while, and he could not continue to be controlled by the demon dragon's will. That was enough. With a smile on his face, he forced the holy sword out of his body. The sword slowly left his body and finally fell to the ground. The sound of the sacred sword falling to the ground was very clear. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was Xue Xingyue, who was worried about Su Yan, or Feng Yueyu, who wanted Su Yan to die, they were all stunned. They did not even know what to say. The only thought in their minds was that perhaps this man was really terrifying. After being pierced by such a sword, he was still talking cheerfully and wittily, not caring at all. What kind of man was this? Wang Baichuan looked at Su Yan. His eyelids were trembling. He knew that he had underestimated Su Yan in the end. Although he already knew that Su Yan would be a powerful opponent after the fight, he still felt that Su Yan would be a strong opponent. However, at this moment, he realized that the opponent in front of him could no longer be described as powerful. He was simply terrifying. In front of Su Yan, there was a huge dragon that was slowly coiling around. He knew that this was the dragon's soul formed when Su Yan entered the dragon realm. Every dragon realm cultivator would have it. This was also the source of their dragon's might. However, Su Yan's dragon's soul was too huge. Even if he added all 4 of his dragon souls together, they would not be as big as this dragon's soul. If the feeling that Su Yan gave him before was just a slight threat, then now, he was a true enemy of life and death. Ever since Wang Baichuan became famous, he had always been the nightmare of others. He was also a mountain that no one could surpass. However, at this moment, Su Yan's opportunity made him feel like he was a mountain. This was something he could not forgive. He was clearly a person who had just entered the dragon realm. At this moment, he actually displayed such terrifying and powerful strength. After today's battle, Su Yan would probably immediately become the most popular person in the Taihang sword faction. Moreover, this guy was the enemy of the Wang family. Wang Baichuan looked at Su Yan, then finally took a deep breath and said, "Very good, I actually let you enter the dragon realm. However, this is also good. The more powerful enemies I kill, the happier I am." At this moment, his eyes were burning with excitement. His entire body seemed to be burning. His 4 streams of dragon chi appeared once again. At the same time, the starry sacred sword seemed to have sensed his call. It shot up from the ground and rushed into his hand. Wang Baichuan, 1 man and 1 sword, stared straight at Su Yan. No matter what, in the battle with Su Yan, he was still at a disadvantage. Moreover, he was at a great disadvantage. Not only did he not defeat Su Yan, but he also allowed Su Yan to use him to enter the dragon realm. To him, this was a great humiliation. At this moment, his entire body became extremely cold. An extremely terrifying power began to slowly emanate from him. A layer of frost visible to the naked eye appeared on the surface of his body. At this moment, seeing this scene, Feng Yuhai suddenly exclaimed, "The eerie state. Is this Su Yan really that powerful?" He actually forced him to use the eerie state. Feng Yuhai's exclamation was naturally heard by others. Everyone did not understand, so they asked Feng Yuhai for advice. Feng Yuhai did not hide anything and directly said, "The eerie state is Wang Baichuan's most powerful trump card. In short, it's a state. Once he enters this state, his entire body will become a fighting machine. Moreover, all of his strength will be greatly enhanced." Feng Yuhai's expression was extremely solemn. He then continued, "Back then, we were set up by the devil's sex experts. It should have been a dead end, but this Wang Baichuan directly entered the eerie state. Then, he killed a 5-dragon realm devil's sect elder. That was how we were able to escape." When everyone heard this, their eyebrows twitched wildly. There had always been a rumor that Wang Baichuan was already comparable to an elder. They originally thought that it was just a rumor. After all, Wang Baichuan was not even 30 years old yet. However, no one expected that it was actually true. Wang Baichuan had really killed a devil's sect elder. At this moment, everyone who heard Feng Yuhai's words focused all their attention on Wang Baichuan. They were deeply afraid that they would miss the exciting battle. Wang Baichuan was indeed terrifying. However, if one thought carefully, they would realize that Su Yan, who had just joined the Shui family, was also an extremely terrifying existence. Wang Baichuan had killed a 5-dragon realm devil sect elder in the eerie state. However, at this moment, Su Yan, who had just entered the dragon realm, had actually forced Wang Baichuan to this stage. What if he was in the same realm as Wang Baichuan? More importantly, Su Yan was even younger than Wang Baichuan. At this moment, Shui Xingyue said to Shui Cheng, "Father, no matter what, we can't let anything happen to big brother Su." Her entire heart was trembling. She was also a dragon realm elite. Naturally, she could feel the terrifying aura coming from Wang Baichuan. Shui Cheng nodded solemnly, then said, "Don't worry. Su Yan has been chosen by the Grand Ancestor. The Grand Ancestor will definitely not let anything happen to Su Yan." At this moment, Su Yan's expression was solemn. He looked at Wang Baichuan, who was right in front of him, and his entire person was extremely solemn. This was because at this moment, Su Yan could already feel an extremely dangerous aura. This feeling, although it was not the same as when he faced the heavenly demon Shadow, which made him feel despair, it was still extremely terrifying. Among all the people who had fought with him before, this Wang Baichuan was the number one. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt a sense of eagerness. This was because he deeply understood that he had just entered the dragon realm. He needed an extremely strong opponent to fight with him to help him digest. As long as he could win, it would definitely be extremely beneficial for him in the future. Even if he lost, as long as he was alive, he would still be able to gain a lot. Su Yan directly used the fog cloud technique. Naturally, the fog cloud technique could not allow him to recover to his peak state. However, it could directly suppress his injuries. At the very least, the wound that was pierced by the reverse star ocean sacred sword had been directly sealed. Su Yan asked, "Can you tell me what this technique is called?" Chapter 530. A cold and sinister state. Su Yan muttered softly in his heart. He could already feel that the current Wang Baichuan was even more dangerous than before. It was as if the Wang Baichuan he was facing was no longer a human. It was as if he had become the Shura of hell. This state was very strange. If one had to describe it, it was very similar to Su Yan's demonic dragon state. Both had entered an extremely terrifying state, causing one to completely change and become a machine that only knew how to fight. He did not expect that this person could actually display such a state. However, at this time, he also knew that the upcoming battle would most likely determine his life and death. When he entered the demonic dragon state, there was no mercy in his heart. No matter who it was, as long as they were in front of him, they would be considered as his prey. Under such a state, all life forms were his enemies. Obviously, this person in front of him was the same. When Wang Baichuan finished speaking, his entire body directly charged towards Su Yan. The 4 dragon souls roared, and their icy auras changed the surrounding atmosphere, as if they were going to freeze everything around Su Yan. The Taixing swordsman is indeed amazing. Su Yan's strength of the dragon realm was directly pushed to the extreme, and then he directly clashed with Wang Baichuan's sword. The violent sound of the vibration spread throughout the sky. Although the previous few collisions between the two of them were also extremely intense, they were far from being comparable to this one. Such a terrifying sound was simply indescribable. At this moment, everyone felt that it was not 2 people fighting in the sky, but 2 dragons. Wang Baichuan, who had entered the cold and sinister state, was truly terrifying. His speed was at least 3 times faster than before. What was even more terrifying was that at this moment, he suddenly seemed to not know pain. Although the previous confrontation was a draw, there was bound to be an extremely terrifying shockwave. The vibration force was also very terrifying. Even at this moment, Su Yan felt a burning pain between his thumb and index finger. However, Wang Baichuan did not stop at all. After the attack, he directly turned into a stream of light and flew up. He did not give Su Yan any chance to catch his breath. Under such a state, Su Yan had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight with him. The battle between the two became even more rapid. Powerful and terrifying forces were constantly rioting at this moment, as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. This kind of powerful force was unparalleled. Wang Baichuan's strength was undeniable, but Su Yan had already displayed extremely strong tenacity. Previously, everyone saw his body was directly pierced by the galaxy's sacred sword. If it was an ordinary person, even if the galaxy's sacred sword only scratched their skin a little, they would probably bleed profusely and even die. However, Su Yan was like a monster. After suffering such a huge blow, he was still able to fight with Wang Baichuan, who had entered the cold and sinister state. At this moment, even Feng Yuhai began to rejoice that Su Yan did not challenge him at the beginning. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by now. At this moment, even Feng Yueyu was speechless. She could only stare blankly at Su Yan. At this moment, the battle between the two became faster and faster. At the very beginning, Su Yan's body was still a little sluggish. However, later on, Su Yan actually became like Wang Baichuan, as if he had become a fighting machine. His entire being would not stop for even half a moment. Instead, he would continuously fight and kill. At this moment, Feng Yuhai was shocked. That was because he had personally witnessed Wang Baichuan's battle with that demon sect elder. That demon sect elder was dragged to death by Wang Baichuan just like that. However, at this moment, this unknown guy was actually able to fight against Wang Baichuan, who had entered the cold and sinister state. At this moment, Boundless' entire being was filled with rage. His hatred for Su Yan had reached the point where it could not be any greater. Because it was Su Yan who stole Xue Xinyue's heart. At least in his opinion, it was definitely not wrong. Of course, Su Yan did not care about what these people thought. Because although he had gradually gotten used to Wang Baichuan's rhythm, Wang Baichuan was ultimately stronger than him. Moreover, there was one thing that could not be ignored, and that was the sword just now. Although he had already used the cloudy mist technique to heal himself, it was definitely not a divine technique. Its effect was only to temporarily suppress the injury. However, at this moment, the injury had already split open and he could no longer suppress it. At this moment, Su Yan was dealing with Wang Baichuan's attacks while thinking of a way to defeat Wang Baichuan. Su Yan understood that the cold and sinister state was an extreme state like his demon dragon form. Moreover, this state would most likely have a time limit. Once the time was up, Wang Baichuan would definitely not be able to sustain it. However, he did not want to stall for time. He wanted to defeat his opponent. At this moment, the sun-colored glass sword technique was fully displayed by Su Yan. Regarding this set of cultivation method, Su Yan already had an extremely deep understanding of it. At this time, when he was fighting with Wang Baichuan, he mainly used this set of sword techniques. Because this sun-colored glass sword technique and blazing flame sword complemented each other and could multiply the power. As a sacred sword, although the blazing sun sword could not be compared to a divine sword, its power was absolutely terrifying. Even with his current realm, it was impossible to fully display this power. Except that as he became more proficient in the sun-colored glass sword technique, his sword would also become more and more terrifying. At this moment, the reason why he was able to fight evenly with Wang Baichuan was because this blazing sun sword absolutely played a huge role. This was the battle between him and Wang Baichuan. It was also the battle between the blazing sun sword and starry sea sacred sword. The battle still continued. Originally, they thought that this was a battle without suspense. But who would have thought that this battle would actually develop to such an extent? The two people actually fell into a protracted state. Furthermore, as the two people's battle continued, whether it was Su Yan or Wang Baichuan, the wounds on their bodies also became more and more. Many of the wounds were ghastly. For example, there was once when Wang Baichuan directly pierced his sword into Su Yan's abdomen. And it was also at that time that Su Yan's sword directly pierced into Wang Baichuan's right chest. At this time, everyone's gaze when looking at Su Yan was filled with reverence. Especially those who knew the sinister cold state, they were even more alarmed. One had to know that once Wang Baichuan entered the sinister cold state, he did not even know pain, only knowing to fight and kill. But Su Yan? He probably did not have Wang Baichuan's special state, right? But at this moment, he was actually still evenly matched with Wang Baichuan. This was truly terrifying, even evil. Except, although the two people were already seriously injured, their auras became more and more powerful. Regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Wang Baichuan, in the eyes of the audience, they were both monsters. At this moment, a sigh suddenly came from the sky. Our Taihang sword faction actually has such a genius. This is the honor of our Taihang sword faction. Both of you should stop. From today onwards, the two of you will be the sword leaders of our Taihang sword faction. The appearance of this voice was obviously to stop the battle from continuing. Everyone subconsciously wanted to object because this battle was so exciting and even so great. They really wanted to know whether the rising star Su Yan would succeed, or the senior Wang Baichuan would continue to rule the younger generation of the Taihang sword faction. But no one objected. Because everyone knew who the person who spoke was. It was the faction leader of the Taihang sword faction. The faction leader of the Taihang sword faction, Deng Yunhai. For many of the Grand Supreme Elders, faction leader Deng Yunhai could only be considered a rising star, but he had won the respect of everyone. Because of his strength. He was the undisputed strongest person in the Taihang sword faction. That was something that no one objected to. His strength had reached a level where it could intimidate people. Even the great ancestor of the Shui family admitted that he was not a match for the faction leader. One had to know that in the history of the Taihang sword faction, many faction leaders had come from the Wang, Shui, and Feng families. But Deng Yunhai had forcibly taken the position of faction leader from one of the three families. His strength was obvious. Since he had spoken, no one objected. Moreover, both the great ancestor of the Wang family and the great ancestor of the Shui family wanted to stop this battle. That was because this battle was too intense and too terrifying. There was no clear winner between the two of them, but both of them were covered in wounds. Many of the wounds were fatal. Thus, when the battle reached the end and there was a clear winner, both of them would suffer great losses. In fact, both of them might even die. For the Wang family, Wang Baichuan was their hope. As long as this powerful person existed, he would be the peak of the younger generation of the Taihang sword faction. As for the Shui family, Su Yan's appearance was their greatest hope. Therefore, the two great ancestors did not want anything to happen to the two of them. However, at this time, they could not step forward. Because if one of them spoke first, it meant that they had admitted defeat. This concerned the reputation of the Shui family and the Wang family. Therefore, the two powerful great ancestors could only watch as Su Yan and Wang Baichuan fought to the death. However, at this time, the faction leader finally stepped forward. At this time, after the faction leader opened his mouth, two huge shadows suddenly appeared in the sky. The appearance of these two phantoms, whether it was Wang Baichuan or Su Yan, was instantly sucked into them. The two of them did not even have time to speak before they lost consciousness under the huge shadows. Chapter 531. 13 days had passed since Su Yan slept. During these 13 days, the entire Taihang sword faction was talking about Su Yan and Wang Baichuan. After all, it was a pity that the two of them did not have a clear winner in the end. The Taihang sword faction was definitely talking about this during their leisure time. I think that if the battle had continued, Senior Wang Baichuan would definitely have won. The disciples of the Wang family were naturally loyal supporters of Wang Baichuan. Moreover, Wang Baichuan had always been the role model of the Taihang sword faction. If it had been in the past, no one would have objected to such a statement. However, it was different today. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately rebutted, "That's not necessarily true. Senior Su Yan has never shown any signs of defeat." Similar conversations could be heard everywhere. However, Shui Xinhue could not be bothered with such comments. Because a whole 13 days had passed, and Su Yan still had not woken up. This already made her feel a little anxious. If the ancestor had not personally said that Su Yan's life would not be in danger, she would have gone crazy. Even she herself did not know why she cared so much about Su Yan. She only knew that if Su Yan really did not wake up, she would be very sad. However, she did not know that although Su Yan had been unconscious for 13 days, these 13 days were not in vain. Because Su Yan had once again entered the mysterious world of the Four Corners Seal. This time, the world of the Four Corners Seal was different from the last time. Because last time, the world of the Four Corners Seal was filled with great danger. The powerful beasts were also a constant threat to the village. Moreover, Aya was regarded as a demonic woman by the village. However, last time, Su Yan restored the power of the Four Corners Seal, and this world was set right. Aya became the saintess of the village. This time, Su Yan actually entered the world of the Four Directions Seal. Even he himself was a little surprised. However, Aya soon told him the real reason. According to Aya, the reason why Su Yan came here was because the battle this time had greatly depleted his spiritual strength. The Four Directions Seal belonged to Su Yan, and it had its own spirituality. Therefore, it directly swapped in Su Yan's soul and began to help Su Yan nourish his soul. Last time, when facing the demonic specter, De Gang and the four beast souls had displayed extremely powerful strength. This time, when Su Yan came in, De Gang and Su Yan began to spar. De Gang's true cultivation was in the dragon realm, and he was one of the most powerful existences in the dragon realm. Su Yan was already able to fight against an expert like Wang Baichuan, but he did not gain any advantage when fighting against De Gang. From this, it could be seen that De Gang's combat strength was simply incredible. Of course, De Gang was also amazed by Su Yan's improvement. "Su Yan, your strength has improved so quickly that it is hard for me to imagine. I believe that one day, you will definitely be able to repair this Four Corners Seal." When he said this, Su Yan was surprised. Su Yan asked, "Why, this Four Corners Seal has not been repaired?" After the last time, the Four Corners Seal should have been repaired. At this time, Aya walked over and said with a smile, "Brother Su Yan, the last time you came, you saved this Four Corners Seal, but it is still a long way to go to repair it. You have to know that when this Four Corners Seal was at its peak, it was a complete world with extremely powerful strength. But now, it is only a small mountain village." Hearing Aya's words, Su Yan was also extremely shocked. It was a real world. What kind of concept was this? Heaven and earth in the seal? This method was simply too heaven-defying. However, although he was shocked, he believed that the Four Corners Seal did indeed have such an ability, so he said, "Aya, don't worry. One day, I will definitely restore this Four Corners Seal." Aya smiled sweetly. These 13 days, for Su Yan, could be said to be a rare peace. Most of the time, he was in the temple. Inside the temple, there was Buddha's power, which was extremely beneficial to his soul. While Su Yan was recuperating, he was also digesting what he had recently gained. It had to be said that he had had a lot of fortuitous encounters recently. Not to mention a trip to the cold land of the extreme north, then the gains in the Netherworld cave, and then the gains in the 10,000 demon ancient tree. These were all unimaginable to ordinary people. The terrifying battle skills that the demon's shadow taught him, as well as the inherited skills from the demon dragon bloodline, were all first-class combat skills in this world. Su Yan was currently digesting them and integrating them with what he had learned in the past. This was because Su Yan deeply understood that no matter how powerful the power was, only what belonged to him was the most powerful. Now, he was transforming these powers into something that belonged to him. Time passed really quickly, and 13 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yan only felt that his whole body was indescribably energetic, and his soul was incomparably full. Therefore, he felt that it was time for him to wake up. Xue Xinyue helped Su Yan wipe his face, then sighed softly and turned to leave. However, although Su Yan did not move in these 13 days, his life seemed to be very stable, as if he had just fallen asleep. This was a good sign. At this moment, Su Yan opened his eyes. For the past 13 days, he had existed in a soul state in the square seal, so naturally, he did not feel anything. However, as soon as his soul returned to his body, intense pain immediately came. That day in the battle with Wang Baichuan, he was seriously injured, so naturally, it was impossible for him to be unscathed. His entire body was in intense pain, which was the most normal thing. However, this pain was really powerful, and it immediately affected his nerves. Therefore, this time, he directly sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss, although it was only a soft sound, Xue Xinyue, who was about to leave, was stunned. After so many days, this was the first time she heard Su Yan make a sound. She immediately turned around, just in time to see Su Yan open his eyes. She did not know why, but her eyes were already hazy with tears. Then, she directly ran towards Su Yan, then threw herself on Su Yan. "That's great, big brother Su, you're fine, that's great." Looking at Xue Xinyue at this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a little awkward. Now, what he did not want the most was to provoke girls, but now it seemed that, Su Yan said, "Xinyue, don't cry, I'm fine, right?" "Oh right, is there anything to eat? I'm starving." Hearing Su Yan's words, Xue Xinyue immediately said, Yes, I'll go prepare now." Then, she wiped the tears on her face and ran towards the kitchen. Su Yan sighed. Hopefully, this was not the kind of feeling he had. Of course, the reason why he told Xue Xinyue that he was hungry was partly to divert her attention, and partly because he was actually a little hungry. 13 days after the battle, Su Yan finally woke up. Wang Baichuan had already woken up on the 7th day, and could already get out of bed on the 9th day. Although this did not mean anything, it still caused a lot of discussion, and the debate of who was stronger and who was weaker began again. But no matter what, from that day onwards, no one in the Taihang sword faction dared to underestimate Su Yan anymore. Because Su Yan truly displayed his strength. He was someone who could fight Wang Baichuan to a standstill. This kind of person was simply a monster. More importantly, the current Su Yan was younger than Wang Baichuan, and his realm was not as high as Wang Baichuan's. This meant that Su Yan still had a lot of potential. No matter what, it was unwise to offend such a person. Wang Han of the Wang family had been wearing a cold expression for the past few days. When he first met Su Yan, he did not expect that Su Yan would be able to reach where he was today. In the past few days, he had received a lot of complaints from the elders of the family. After all, the hatred between Su Yan and the Wang family was all because of Wang Han. Those who had been crippled by Su Yan naturally hated Su Yan to the core. However, Wang Han, who had implicated them, also filled their hearts with resentment. Su Yan had already sided with the Xue family, which was naturally a pity for the Wang family. But the hatred between the two families should not have reached this stage. But because of Wang Han, Su Yan and the Wang family were already mortal enemies. If Su Yan was just a mediocre person or an ordinary genius, the Wang family would naturally not care. But now, Su Yan's horror had been proven. Even the number one person in the younger generation of the Wang family, Wang Baichuan, could only fight Su Yan to a standstill. Then, one day, when Su Yan completely matured, how terrifying would he be? Those who were crippled by Su Yan wanted to take revenge on Su Yan, but the chances were slim. Therefore, they could only vent their anger on Wang Han, and Wang Han could only silently endure it. Damn it, damn it. If I had known, I would have killed that kid directly. If he had known that there would be such a day, he would have killed Su Yan at all costs. However, these things were in the past. At that time, because of Yunhe's arrival, he was unable to save Su Yan in the end. But today, Su Yan's strength was no longer something he could hope to reach. Although he was confident in himself, he was definitely not arrogant to the point that he could catch up with Su Yan. Su Yan, just you wait. I will definitely kill you. He could only silently swear in his heart that he must kill Su Yan. Another 2 days passed, and Su Yan had begun to get out of bed and walk around. Now, his range of activity was naturally in the territory of the Shui family. When the young disciples of the Shui family saw Su Yan, they became extremely enthusiastic. Shui Dong had been following Su Yan all day these days, and directly vowed to become Su Yan's follower.